Welcome to the City of Gainesville Board of Trustees meeting for the Gainesville General Employees Pension Plan. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda.
Move adoption as printed and distributed.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Chestnut and Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2026-491 fiscal year 2025 actuarial evaluation report for the Gainesville General Employees Pension Plan. With a recommendation, the Board of Trustees for the City of Gainesville General Employees Pension Plan approve the fiscal year 2025 actuarial evaluation report for the Gainesville General Employees Pension Plan. Approve the fiscal year 2027 Gainesville General Employees Pension Plan employer contribution rates of 5.97% of pensionable payroll for general government and 6.16% of pensionable payroll for Gainesville Regional Utilities as calculated by the plan's actuary, and approve the 7.75% to be used as the plan's expected annual rate of return as required by the DMS.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Johnston.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. William Johnston, I'm the investment officer for the city. As part of that responsibility, I also work with the plan's actuary to have them perform the actual actuarial evaluation every year. This valuation assesses the assets and liabilities of the pension plans going forward, calculates a funded ratio, and also determines the city's employer contribution rate for the following fiscal year. Joining us today is Joe Griffin of Foster & Foster. He is the plan's actuary, and I thought he might be better suited to give you an overview of the valuation and answer any questions that you have.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. My name's Joe Griffin, and I'm the actuary for the General Employees Pension Plan. I also serve as the actuary for the Consolidated Police and Fire Plan as well. I've been serving this plan for about the last 10 years, and I'm really excited to present this valuation report because I think it's some really good news. Just to give you guys an understanding of what we do, we collect member information from your city staff, everyone who is eligible for a pension now or in the future are active employees. And what we do at the end of the day is we project out benefit payments from this fund for the next 75 to 100 years. And once we have that information, we can calculate the liabilities of the fund. We certainly know what assets have accumulated in the trust, and those have done quite well. Once we have the assets and the liabilities, we can apply Florida Statute Chapter 112 that contains the funding rules for your plan to come up with the contribution requirements for this year. Now, when I say this year, the valuation snapshot is October 1 of last year, 2025, but it's for contributions for the fiscal year that's upcoming, fiscal 2027, so it starts this upcoming October. I'm pleased to report that the minimum required contribution for this upcoming fiscal year has gone down from 11.51% of payroll to 11.08% of payroll. That's largely due to very strong investment performance. I think everybody in the room probably remembers back in fiscal 2022 when both bonds and equities went negative for the year, and we had some challenges ahead. Well, this plan weathered those challenges and had significant returns since then. In fiscal 2023, the fund returned 23%. In fiscal 2024, it returned 26%. And in fiscal 25, it returned 9.5%. So all that has overcome the negative return from fiscal 2022 and is actually driving down the cost or the contribution for this fiscal year. As you may be aware, members contribute 5% of payroll. So the net employer contribution went from 6.5% of payroll down to 6.08%. A couple other things to mention: the unfunded liability has decreased significantly from $33 million to $18.5 million. And the funded percentage of this plan is a very healthy 97%, up from 95% a year ago. So this is a very good report. The fund is performing very well. and you, as a board, can feel good that the benefits that have been promised to your membership are substantially covered at a 90% funded ratio. That's got to be one of the highest in the state, and certainly one of the highest throughout the country. So I'll pause there. I know I said a lot, to see if there's any questions from the mayor or the commission.
Would you repeat that last sentence one more time about being one of the highest funded in the state and in the nation?
Yes, I'd be happy to. 97% is one of the highest within the state of Florida. And if you look throughout the country, it's going to be in the top probably 10% of all funds. It's a very strong funded percentage for an open and accruing plan.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I hope the media is tuned in at this point of the morning and heard all of that. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Okay, is there any, Commissioner Buck? Yeah.
I'll take a 30-second thought about it. Mr. Mayor, I just appreciate the work that we're doing within the city to help us make these funds incredibly healthy. I mean, what that does is provide all our city employees comfort in what they're doing when they provide a lot of service to us over, an extended period of time. I know we're going to be awarding some of those things here in just a few minutes. But this was what makes you a good employer, is making sure that you have a healthy pension and making sure you're taking employees, taking good care of employees after they've provided good care for the city. So thank you, Mr. Actuarial and Mr. Investment Manager. Good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Johnson, can you remind us what year did we take out the city took out some bonds to make our system very healthy? What year was that? Just to give us some reference of,
That was in fiscal year 21. We did the pension obligation bond issue. It was actually the second pension obligation bond that had been done by the city. A prior bond issuance had been done in 2003. At both points in time, rates were at that time historically low. And so it made a lot of sense to issue bonds at low rates and then invest those proceeds and get much higher returns. It created a very profitable arbitrage for the pension plan in the city.
Those are big words, profitable arbitrage, but I mean, the way I understand it is sometimes you can borrow a little bit while the rates are super low, but then it does affect, every year going forward, what our overall large budget, all funds budget looks like can look a little bigger because we're paying something back, a couple years later because we borrowed it low, but this is in support of a super healthy, enviable pension system. So I just want to kind of plug that in there so we remember that there's steps that commission's taken in the past, and it changes the way the books look a little bit now before a very healthy system going forward. We could have chosen a less healthy system, and then our books look a little cleaner, a little less heavy on the back and forth of having borrowed and then paying those bonds back.
And to be clear, the pension obligation bond, the debt service on those bonds is not incorporated into this actuarial value. That's a separate cost to the city. So when you consider the full cost of the pension plan, you really do need to include that as well as the contributions that the city makes annually to the pension plans. That's done through other financial reporting, not through the actuarial valuation itself.
I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is it's like this commitment to our work. We're kind of long way past any of us being up here. That commitment is hard decisions, but we're committed to it. And like the overall balance sheet has to also consider this is the state of the city, and we have a great pension system. So
Correct.
I just wanted to throw that in there a little bit. So thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I move we approve the FY 2025 actuarial report, approve the 2027 employee contribution rates, and approve the plan's expected annual rate of return.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Chestnut and Duncan Walker absent. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you. And it was a great report. Great way to start the morning. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes the agenda.
Terrific. We are adjourned. I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Thursday, August 6, 2026 meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. We have a whole lot of business to do today. Madam Clerk, kick us off.
Mr. Mayor, we are starting off with our invocation this morning to be given by Bishop Grant Cooper of the Loblolly Ward of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Ms.
Very good.
Kretz, do you mind?
Glad to have you with us this morning.
Dear God, we thank Thee for this beautiful day. We thank Thee for the sunshine. We thank Thee for the rain that we need so greatly at this time. We thank Thee for allowing us to wake up this morning in this beautiful country, even the United States of America. We thank Thee for our freedom. We thank Thee for those who have sacrificed to protect the freedoms that Thou hast given us. We thank Thee for the freedom and privilege of worshiping You, Almighty God, according to the dictates of our own conscience. We thank Thee for the health that we so normally enjoy and ask Thee to bless those who may be sick or afflicted in any way. We pray that we can be mindful of those around us who may be suffering and that we can be an extension of Your hands to serve them in ways that would be pleasing unto Thee. We thank Thee for our families and ask a blessing on all our loved ones. Bless all the fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, that we may love and serve one another. We pray that we as a city can organize ourselves to the best of our ability to support families as they're the most fundamental unit of society. We pray that we can all obey, honor, and sustain the law. We thank Thee for all of our police, fire, medical, and other city employees, all the service that they do for us. We thank Thee that we can know that the most important work that we will ever do is the work that we do within the walls of our own homes. We pray a blessing on each member of the City Commission of Gainesville, that they may have the discernment and inspiration to organize this city in a way that would be pleasing unto Thee. Again, we thank Thee for all that we have been blessed with. We have been given so much, and we know where much is given, much is expected. We pray that we can turn outwardly and serve others, beginning in our own families, as the good citizens that we aspire to be, for we know that when we are in the service of our fellow beings, we are only in the service of our God. We pray that we can be honest, true, chaste, benevolent, virtuous, and in doing good to all men. And if there is anything virtuous, lovely, or of good report, or praiseworthy, we seek after these things. We pray in Your name, God. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda. We have the update list, but it's blocked a little bit by our wonderful service folks. There we go. So we have the grant offer and the appointment to the DRB. Had some
Very good.
updates.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I'd like to move approval of the agenda with the recommended updates.
Second.
A motion and a second. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. I agree entirely. A lot of times we discuss many items, but we can't discuss them all. And on the agenda, on the consent agenda, there's 3 items I just thought were really important to mention. One is we're always talking about budget, the manner in which we should aggressively go after grants and get other monies and other funding streams. And there's a few items on consent agenda today, which is bringing in money to the city for various programs without match. 2 of them in particular deal with primarily mental health and substance abuse. So we're getting monies from 2 grants with no match, meaning over $100,000 coming into the city. So we can do things. That's primarily through our Gainesville Fire Rescue folks. And then some of the way that we're giving back is Gainesville Police has asked the commission through the city manager to approve providing what we call forfeiture funds. And forfeiture funds are essentially drug dealer funds, money that we confiscate, and they're asking us to use that in ways that benefit our community. And I was just looking at $38,000. This is the police department asking us to use forfeiture funds. Does not affect our general revenue for programs including PACT at Oakview, youth justice program called SNAP, Peaceful Paths, we're all familiar with what that does as it relates to domestic violence. Project Youth Build, that's career and technical education, and Williams Temple. So I think often we have a consent agenda which is lengthy, and it is today, but there are items on there that really do good things in the community. There's a couple I highlight and the way that we budget. So I just wanted to highlight those, and I certainly support the motion.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Appreciate that. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just on that note, I sent letters out yesterday to community organizations because $398,000 remain in that account. And there are community organizations that can apply out there for these funds.
Very good.
So thank you for bringing it to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
There is no public comment on the consent or the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, very good. All right, I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. And I'm so glad to have so many people here to talk about the establishment of ad hoc committees later this morning. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment, but we do not currently have anyone signed up, so we're going to move on to our discussion items for the morning. We have 2026-521 Years of Service Recognition for Community Builders, with the recommendation the City Commission recognize those employees with 15 years of service or more for the third quarter of fiscal year 26.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we do this quarterly. We do this 4 times a year, and it is always one of the most special moments that we have because it's an opportunity for the people of Gainesville, through the City Commission and me, to say thank you to people who make the city work every single day and people who make our quality of life what it is in this community. And that is a great opportunity, and I'm humbled to be able to do it 3 or 4 times a year. So if you all will bear with us, we will get through this. We have, I'll read each one, and as I call your name, if you'd come up, I'll give you your certificate and pin, and then we'll get a photo. So,
Can I give you one?
yes, please.
Our firefighters who are here from JFR get pins directly from the department.
Okay.
So they'll only get a certificate.
Gotcha. So firefighters have to wait for their pins. That's what HR tells me. I don't know. Okay, we will start with people who have 15 years of service to the people of Gainesville. 15 years. First, we'll call up Harold Clary. Vianne Cockrum Ginyard. It's good to see you. I'm sorry that we can't do a little description of everybody's service, but man, I see all these names and I know what you all have been doing for the city, and we don't get an opportunity to really go through all that, but know that we appreciate you. Mitchell Dodd, 15 years of service. William Goff. Still at 15 years of service, So this is an interesting one because he has more than one title. We all have many things we do, but he also works in government for another local jurisdiction, Tristan Grunder. But he's not here, but next time you see him, tell Commissioner Grunder, thank you. "15 years of service, Derek Joseph. 15 years of service. I keep calling that 15. This adds up after a while, y'all. Christopher Keene. 15 years of service, Vimetto Lewis. 'See, it's not only firefighters. 15 years of service, Christopher Silcox. 'He is on a call right now. So. Uh, 15 years of service, Alex Stoney, who is also on a fire call right now. Same one. "20 years of service, Stephen Hudson. 20 years of service, my neighbor, Roberto David Sutton. 20 years of service, Eliza Williams. 25 years of service, Ernie Benjamin. 25 years of service, Don Campbell Jr. And 25 years of service, Terry Stroud. All right, thank you to everyone, whether you're on day one of your service to the city of Gainesville or whether you're retiring tomorrow, and everybody in between. The people of Gainesville appreciate what you're doing for all of us. See, I was right. Everybody is going to stick around.
Yeah,
for the
there you
meetings.
go.
Thank you all. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2026-523 Gainesville Police Department Quarterly Update with the recommendation the City Commission receive the quarterly update.
All right. Chief Moya, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Mr. City Attorney, Madam Clerk. Today I will be providing you all with our quarterly update, but before I do that, I would like to introduce to you our recently appointed Assistant Police Chief, Efren Torres. I'm going to have him come up here and give his introduction. But I got to tell you, the arrival of Efren has been extremely impactful to us. That is a position that we've had unfilled for some time. It is a position that not only gives me some flexibility, but gives our agency an ability to succeed, because we're in a position now to decentralize some functions that I can put under his direct supervision that ultimately gives our opportunity for our folks to further succeed. So that being said, I'll have Efren come up and introduce himself.
Mayor, good morning, Commissioners, City Manager, Madam Clerk. My name's Efren Torres. I've been here since June 8th, and it's been a pleasure for me to be here. I have to say it was a pretty extensive process for me to get hired, and I appreciate the fact that the chief saw in me what he thought would be a good fit here for the department, for the city. I came from South Florida after 30 years in law enforcement. So yes, I did retire for a little while, and yes, I am back to work. But this is what I know. This is what I'm good at, what I'm comfortable doing. And this is a great department. I did a lot of research before arriving here, and I'm fairly confident that we're just going to continue to make it better. And I serve at the pleasure of the commission and of the citizens of Gainesville, and I'm happy to be here. If you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But I'm grateful to be here, and I appreciate the fact that I'm now part of GPD.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to have you.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's get down to business. So as it is standing for some time now, these are our mission statements. So obviously violent crime, in particular gun violence, that remains a priority of ours. Traffic safety, anything to prevent folks getting hurt on our roadways, our houseless neighbors, and our outreach efforts in relating to everything that is our houseless status. As you know, we've added domestic violence, dating violence to that list because we have an overwhelming number of domestic violence incidents or dating violence that we need to really focus on, and the standing priority of recruiting staff, and particularly police officers, to further our mission. As you can see here, these are our NIBRS numbers. This is an annual number that I present to you all that goes back to 2022. It just gives us a snapshot of our trends in relation to not only violent crime, but property crimes, which are the numbers that NIBRS captures, right? So as you all know, we celebrated a 16% decrease, net decrease in overall listed categories. What was important for us was the considerable decrease in violent crime that netted right at 10%. Moving forward, and please, as you all know, please interrupt me at any time you want to stop and talk about some stuff. Now, these are our year-to-date numbers in comparison. So it compares January 1st to June 30th of each listed respective year. We're still overall in a decrease, now down to 6% in comparison to last year.
However, there are some numbers that have upticked. We have talked about some of these leading to today, and particularly the homicide number that went up as a result of just a couple of bad days. Any day that we lose somebody is a bad day, but we've had 2 days where we lost 3 people on one and 2 in the other. And I'm speaking of January 14th, that involved the shooting of our officers, and Mother's Day that resulted in 2 fatalities. So as you can see, the numbers, although you see a percentage change, for example, in our rape, sexual battery, it speaks of a 27% increase, but I do want you to focus on what that means in terms of actual cases. So it's going from 74 to 94. So although every case matters, we're only talking about 20 extra cases per quarter comparatively. Now, I will tell you that we've done some analysis to this, and we have unfortunately seen an uptick in some of our houseless encampments where we've received, in comparison to last year, an uptick, an increase in reported sexual batteries. And we've made some arrests as a result of that. We hope that as we continue to work with the houseless population, our encampments, and provide services, that this number goes down. Robbery is another one that goes up. It can be both strong arm or armed. And again, that number is from 55 to 67. So although 12 extra cases, when you look at the percentage, it may alarm somebody in the 21%, but we're looking at 12 extra cases. Aggravated assault, it could be anything, any threat of violence with a weapon, that also has gone up from 281 reported cases to 338. That's a number we're also looking at closely. So that amounts to a total increase of 22% for year-to-date, leading to the end of this reporting period. Going further, you will see that the property crime continues to be a downward trend. We're glad to see that. We hope that that continues. And our folks do a really good job at working their networks to ensure that our property crime maintains at that level of decrease. Our focus remains, more importantly, the top metrics, which is violent crime. Any questions?
You there, Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, Chief. You mentioned that the increase in crime with the homeless population in town, increase in reported crime, and the outreach you've been doing. Do you think that this increase we're seeing is a result of doing that type of outreach and having higher amount of those crimes reported, or do you think the actual number of crimes are going up, or do you get some sense one way or the other with that?
Well, Commissioner, as we've discussed, sexual battery is one of those metrics that we often see reporting issues, right? Sometimes you see where you go periods where those reports are lower, and then you have a wave of delayed reports, the access to reporting. So for me to say there's a correlation is really difficult, but I do know that the cases that I have seen in our houseless encampments are cases that are violent in nature. Sexual battery is violent in nature alone, but they carry with it some exceptional violence that have raised our concern. And of course, every time leading up to that, we're always constantly scanning for opportunities to meet with our houseless community and offer services along with GFR, and it's a constant effort on our part and on our entire city's part to make sure that we're doing what we can to stay engaged. We're sad that we have seen this uptick.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. That's all for that.
Yes, sir. As we usually report our seized firearm statistics, because obviously it relates to violent crime. This compares the annual from 24, 25 to year-to-date current. And again, firearms that we've seized, we're trending to be right at just over 200 for the year. Last year we seized 279. And for those in our community that are listening for the first time, these are our firearms that are of interest to us. All firearms are of interest to us. The lawful use and carry, of course, is important, but these are firearms that are either illegally possessed, that should not be in the places that we find them, or in the possession of people that are in possession of them. Out of those, 54 of those were stolen. firearms that we recovered, 31 in 2025, and currently, as of June 30th, 13, right? So convicted felons, those who are not authorized to carry firearms, went from 45 in 24, 27 this last year, and again, 16 relatively year to date. So that number I anticipate will remain fairly consistent to last year. Adjudicated delinquents, in essence, the same thing as a convicted felon in the adult side of the house, similarly to the juvenile side of the house. These are youth that have been classified as delinquent by the court. 9 in 24, 6 in 25, and currently 3, which 3, I hope is a sign that we're finding less and less guns in the hands of our youth. This speaks of our quarterly comparisons to the same metrics, and now we talk about folks that have been injured by gunfire. So as you can see, first quarter, 20 stolen firearms, of which 10 were from vehicles or conveyances, 20 again this past quarter, 12 from vehicles or conveyances. We call that a 0% change, so obviously consistent. The firearms that we've seized remain fairly consistent as well. So I know it speaks of a 4% decrease, but from 53 to 51 quarterly, I call that even. Hugely important. People that have been hit by gunfire, right? 11 in the first quarter, 14 this past quarter, an uptick of 3 people that have been injured. It signifies a 27% increase. And of course, those are confirmed shots fired. The number of people that got hit were 7 and 7. Forgive me for that. And these are confirmed incidents of shots fired, meaning we vetted it. They're not fireworks, not backfires. These are cases where we go out and actually see evidence of a shooting, whether it's a casing or impact of a round, whether there's someone that was struck or not. We classify that as shots fired. So 11 to 14, so fairly consistent. Number of people hurt, again, remain consistent from 7 on each respective quarter. And of course, as we know, we've talked about this already, the homicides that were 3 the first quarter, 4 this past quarter, signifies a 33% increase. And suicides, 3 in the first, 5 in the second, of which 3 of those were the use of a firearm. Any questions with these metrics?
So, Chief, I want to note the number of shots fired. Obviously, that is, the first real metric toward gun homicides going up or down, and we got 25 over the course of the first half of the year. How does that compare to previous years? I mean, my tracking indicates that we're seeing that.
Yeah, we're still on a downward trajectory, certainly compared to 24.
Right.
However, as you know, we're greedy, so we want to keep this number, own it, and work downwards from here.
Yes.
Right. History is great, and we appreciate that we've gone down, but I want to keep it going.
Yes.
I want to keep that trend down, and that's a daily battle.
Yes.
Again, this is just a heat map that speaks of our concentrated shootings or confirmed shots calls for year-to-date beginning January. As you begin to see a cluster in our southwest area. And this is historical. Last year, the entire year, this is where the cluster of shootings were as it relates to our city. Okay, I'm going to have Captain Hallett come up and give you a rundown on the Investigations Bureau. That's going to include a discussion or an update on our domestic violence initiatives. As I reported to you all, we were embarking in this effort to try to tame this number. We have done some things, met with all the players. Now that work, now we launch what those protocols look like. So, Captain Hallett.
Thank you. Well.
Morning, how are you?
Good.
Good. Mayor, Commission, City Manager, Captain Summer Hallett, Criminal Investigations and Special Investigations, as well as Forensics. So the first thing that we'll go over is our Criminal Investigations Bureau and the cases that were assigned and cases that were closed for this quarter. So for major crimes, so robbery, homicide, and violent crimes, we had 82 cases assigned and 52 cases closed. For B Squad, child sex crimes, domestic abuse, domestic violence, 94 cases assigned and 101 cases closed. Financial crimes, which includes burglary, grand theft, fraud, we had 258 cases assigned and 45 cases closed. And then our internet crimes against children and exploitation unit, 74 cases assigned and 23 cases closed. So this is an update real quick about our domestic violence work group that we're calling it, and to continue on what the chief was talking about. So some of the things that we've done in the past couple months and during this quarter was we added a detective to assist with the Bureau's focus on dating and domestic violence. So we have one detective, Detective Hall, that she deals with basically nothing but domestic violence. This has been extremely helpful because if we have questions from any of our partners or the state attorney, they know to funnel all those to her. So it's streamlining that process too, that we can get information back and forth between our partners and get things moving more efficiently. On June 16th of this year, we had a meeting. It was coordinated by our Bureau, along with a myriad of other partners within the community. So the Child Advocacy Center, Peaceful Paths, the State Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Office, UPD, our victim advocates, outside victim advocates, the Crisis Center, and there's a lot more. So, and in fact, we had another meeting on July 28th of this same group, and in our first meeting, we identified some groups that maybe we inadvertently left out, so we were able to invite them. Two of those were elder affairs. I've learned a lot, because it's been a little bit since I've been out of investigations, and it was nice to come back and still, at almost 25 years of service, I'm still learning stuff too. So I never thought about the elder side of it, and so some of the abuse that our elder community would or could possibly sustain from adult children, other caretakers or something like that, and so what services are available to them out there as well. And then our Combined Communications Center too. So we brought them in, along with the help that we already had from the Sheriff's Office, from their CID division and their victim advocates. We're gonna have monthly meetings to make sure that we're keeping up. And so if there's something that we determine, and when I say we, I mean the whole group, determine that there's a gap in services or something that we're lacking, that we can identify it there and then come in the next month and say, okay, we've made this adjustment, we've been able to close this gap and get these resources, or we need to find something else and to continue to work on it. So it's been extremely helpful, and I've actually learned a lot just in these last two meetings. And then we committed to writing reports on all domestic disturbances. So a domestic disturbance is particularly two partners are having a disagreement. Maybe there's some yelling, the neighbor calls. There's no violence, but there's still a domestic disturbance there. So we're going to document those, because sometimes those, if they go undocumented, they will escalate and then we get to violence, and we would like to identify those areas and stop them before it gets, or help provide services before it gets to that point that there's violence. A couple of the other things that we've done too is that, again, learning from partners and any additional pitfalls, gaps, roadblocks, resources and opportunities that we can monopolize on. There have been, again, since I've been in criminal investigations, there's been a lot of additional resources that I wasn't aware of. So it's nice to be able to have that information so I can help my detectives reach out to those partners. We are also updating our domestic violence policies to include some additional enhancements that we can provide, and along with not just our domestic violence policy, but also our sexual battery policy, our other criminal investigations policy. So we're looking at everything, not just domestic violence. And then developing ways, one of the things that came up from the last meeting was to develop an easier way for victims of domestic violence who have injunctions, whether they come because they got an injunction on their own, or if it's a no contact order at first appearance, how they can easily or more easily report those violations. Because sometimes those violations happen in the middle of the night, and if our victim advocates or our detectives aren't working, then by the time they get to the morning, maybe they say, oh, it's not a big deal, I'm not going to report it. But those things need to be reported, whereas at the time, if it's just an email that they can send to a group email, and we can pick that stuff up in the morning and help them out. So those were additional things that we're working on. And lastly, for our gun violence unit, the same quarter last year, we had 28 gun violence arrests, sworn complaints or warrants. And then for this quarter, we've had 33, 24 just since the beginning of June. And the reason I mention that is because we had a change in leadership and a couple changes in personnel with that unit. And they have really hit the ground running. And I can't wait for even next quarter's numbers, because you guys are going to be, dare I say, impressed with some of the work that they're doing and the amount of guns and dope and stuff like that are getting off the street. So I look forward to presenting that to you. So again, we had new supervision, new leadership, new members. We also adjusted their schedule so that we can better accommodate when we're seeing some of those violent times. So a lot of times those things come at night, late into the night, and so they're out there working so that we can get a jump on those investigations. They're also doing, depending on when the shift lieutenants are seeing some trends on their side from patrol, we're coordinating with them and bringing patrol officers in to help with some of these investigations and everything. So we're building some of the skills with our newer officers, because our patrol bureau is very new or very young. So we're helping foster that. We're also helping supplement patrol and address some of those issues that maybe call loads wouldn't be able to help, or would hinder them from addressing some of these things. And then also being very proactive with our social media and reaching out to outside partners, because we all know that crime does not stay within one jurisdiction, right? So making sure that we coordinate with the sheriff's office, with High Springs or APD, and then again too with some of our outlying counties, because sometimes they travel even across county. Two arrests that we'd like to, or two cases that we would like to highlight is on July 7th. We had an aggravated assault with a firearm at the MLK Hunter Pool. A juvenile male approached a group of individuals about to visit the pool with a firearm and threatened to harm them. We were able to find that suspect, recover the gun, and we filed charges on the juvenile involved. June 17th, we had an aggravated assault with a firearm at GHS. A juvenile male approached a parent and her son in their vehicle, pointed a fire at them, and threatened them. The individual was apprehended with a firearm in a nearby apartment complex. The gun was recovered and the juvenile was arrested. So taking both of these cases very seriously, but we're getting those guns off the street and finding out who the responsible parties are. So, any questions?
It's exciting work. Thank you.
I'm very proud of them. They've been working really hard. So,
it's great. Thank you.
Just for our listening audience and community, it's important to note that in the July 7th arrest, the firearm did not make it inside of the pool area. These youth were captured outside, and the firearms were not located on city property either. So thankfully, we believe that there's good protocols in place to avoid weapons from entering our pools. Having said that, I do want to go back to this, because I would be remiss. I talked about it yesterday, and I just forgot to bring it up. So if you look closely at the shots fired calls, this doesn't mean that someone was injured, specifically just shots fired, confirmed shots fired. If you look at the cluster near our downtown area, midtown area, you see several incidents here. We consider that a cluster, a heat cluster. If you look at year to date, that cluster in that area is non-existent. I assure you that, although I'm not a criminologist, but as your police chief, I can tell you that the presence of our staff and our footprint downtown and midtown has a direct impact on why we go from this to this. I just wanted to point that out. So, yes,
Chief, if I could, when did we institute what amounts to the downtown details?
We got it rolling truly on or about November of 25.
There we go. Yep.
Yes, sir. Let me see where we're at now. I'll bring up Captain Brown, operations.
Welcome, Captain Brown.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and Madam Clerk. I am Captain Brown, and I am assigned to District 1, and I would like to start with highlighting our downtown area. So, perfect timing, Chief. But our efforts in the downtown area has led to faster officer response times, increased patrol, just an increase in police presence during the night and the daytime hours, positive interactions with the officers in the community, and really changing the culture in the downtown area, especially during the nightlife, and overall decreased violence and crimes and criminal activity. And just so you guys know, when we have a large pre-planned event, I know you've seen one of those pictures there, I believe that was Hawthorne Homecoming Weekend, but we've actually been planning well in advance so that we're well prepared and staffed, so that, again, we're providing the public safety. And some of those events so far this quarter just included Easter Sunday. We had a Webby concert at one of the clubs, and again, Hawthorne Homecoming, and you guys are aware of several protests that, again, we made sure that we had adequate staffing for. In our other areas listed on here, I'll talk about just community referrals. We get those a lot, maybe through City Hall or just through our community partners, through emails, phone calls. And so DOT property, that's one of the properties that we try to stay heavily involved in and maintain in those areas. It's I-75, Archer Road, Newberry Road, and Williston Road. And also the DNA Bridge, which is the one that crosses over to University of Florida properties. But just in collaboration with DOT, we've been able to maintain that area. Campus Walk is another one of our local areas in District 1, where we've partnered with code enforcement and honestly just focusing on like the quality of life in that area. Some things we've been able to do is just increase patrols, make some effective arrests, and provide services to the residents out there, and partnering with the management. So we're looking forward to try to start up some reoccurring meetings with their HOA. We had one, but it's kind of hard for them to bring on board some of the other owners. Phoenix is actually our community first neighborhood, so we continue to just engage with the community there, and we participated in several of our community care call-outs there. And then our homeless encampments, again, we just continue to work with other city entities like GFR, code enforcement, and Grace to address the encampments as they come up. Butler Plaza, we continue to do our work out there with the staff to provide public safety, and right now we're actually preparing for the holiday season and what that'll bring in that area. Depot Park is actually one that we've been, again, trying to provide some high presence out there as far as patrolling. Due to some of the sex offenses, we've had some stuff on the rails to trails with men grabbing women butts and things like that. And so we've done a good job doing some details out there during this quarter. And also even recently as our team takeovers. And again, that's due to our social media just being involved and being engaged. So our PIO stays pretty much informed on that, and also our GBU unit does a really good job with letting us know if we see things popping up on social media. So in the Polo's department, we actually identified that it was more of a repetitive juvenile activity out there. Also, GVU helped us out with that, but a lot of our patrol zone units, once they know their area and what's happening, that allowed us to decrease some of the criminal activity in that area.
We pause you for just a moment, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Willis.
So, Captain Brown, about some of these, it's the teen activity. It's a hot summer. Teens want something to do, and Commissioner Dr. Walker often talks about we need places for young people, places to go, things to do, and so just if you can expound a little bit, or the chief, about kind of what we're experiencing with that. We, compared to some cities, this is not a huge issue, but it's middle of summer. People want something to do. I went to the Depot Park 10th anniversary, and it was hot, and kids were running around, and I think it was like 7 to 11. So it's kind of that night, that energy of where people want to get stuff out. It wasn't a huge youth thing, but some youth, families with kids, roller skating, and generally making lots of noise, having a ruckus. It was fun, right? Because it's a big community event. But like, are we, kind of what are we seeing, experiencing, or even like talking to some of these youth about like what would they rather be doing than an ad hoc, with 500 people as opposed to going out and having fun with 50 people or 100 people at an event of this or that. We no longer have like massive amounts of bowling alleys and skate parks and the youth may not necessarily want to do the same things that we used to do when we were, 14 or 15 or 16. So I don't, can you expound on that a little bit?
Absolutely, yes. So obviously the teen takeovers are something that kind of started with, I guess I would say, TikTok. And so in other cities, you see a lot of violence. One of the things that the teens are doing is they get their recognition, I would say, by, they cause a ruckus in that area, and then they bring harm, or even if the harm is brought to a law enforcement officer, okay, well, now that's more shares, more attention. And so typically that's more of the intent behind it, is when they go somewhere, it is absolutely to cause just chaos. So it's not organized to where, I just want to come and play a football game, or, go to a skate rink and just skate. It oftentimes turns into some sort of, brawl or fights between groups of kids, especially when there's no oversight. So there's no sort of parental just presence, or, law enforcement presence. There's no structure to it. So our counterparts at Alachua County Sheriff's Office, they have been dealing with it out in Celebration Point. It's kind of where the meeting points are. A lot of what they do is just kind of post it online and say, hey, let's meet up somewhere. And so I think our first one was actually July 3rd out at Depot Park, and it started with a social media post. And so, again, coming out there to have fun, and maybe it started that way, but then again, there's no structure there. So then teens got into a fight, and then at least 2 of our officers were injured in that. And so since then, we've been paying a little bit more attention. I would say a little bit. We've paid a lot more attention into these things. And so again, the planning part is, let's be present, let's address it right away. There was one planned, I think, for Oaks Mall. So again, we contacted the Oaks Mall head of security, the manager out there, and it was really good collaboration because they increased their staff, and so we increased our staff. And then again, I think one event was supposed to happen again at Depot Park, and again, one of our GVU detectives was able to come out there, make contact with this kid and the parent, and so we're trying to do more of the preventative side to it, so that we don't end up with juveniles hurt, officers hurt, or anybody in the community injured in those.
It sounds like it's starting off as, people who very much are looking for attention, recognition, the initial kind of organizer. But if 10 people want to go somewhere and get in a, it's probably not a problem. It's that all the other people who want to just kind of show up because there's nothing else to do, this sounds the most interesting. So that's, I think, kind of talking about, like, how do we, and in general, if we can keep all those other young people busy doing everything else in the world, right, in smaller groups, then 100 or 200 people show up. So I guess that's kind of it. But thank you for telling us a little bit how it's organized, because some of us aren't as, we're not on TikTok, we're not as connected, and we don't realize how fast this is starting. But it's not, it is not a bunch of kids just having fun and it just gets bigger than it was intended. It is like this intentional, like, let's make an event out of it.
Exactly, and the captain's done a great job explaining it. I just want to give you the philosophical statement from your agency. So that there's a clear distinction, right, when we see teens gather for a good purpose. We want that to happen, right? We encourage that. Our GPOP program encouraged that this summer. That's why we upped the number of kids that we had in our program. No, these events, as you know, and the commission knows by now, they start off with ill intent. It's not like they're going to, for example, Oaks Mall, to, hey, let's all shop together, let's all have fun, hang out, shop together, grab something to eat, and let's go home. No, it's not that. It's clearly structured with an intent to create some sort of disruption, and that disruption can run the gamut, whether it's property damage or, in the case of Depot Park, injury to your police officers as they were struck blindsided in the face, on the ground, rolling around, just protecting their weapons from being grabbed. Yeah, it got that bad. So we must, as a city, as an organization, we must employ zero tolerance to those kind of gatherings that we know by experience and by the markers that we see through our investigative measures to ensure that we do not allow those events to even remotely happen. And also to advocate for parents to really, and caretakers, because anybody that touches our youth, to really do their part to raise the level of influence to do what they can to prevent these gatherings from happening and turning out as they have already done in our city. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts.
All right, I got one more slide for you all. There we go. All right, so I'll just spend some time talking about our houseless population and just some efforts that we are making. And I'm sorry, let me go back real quick. There we go. Just to highlight our efforts in gun violence again. A lot of this downtown, we've increased our traffic enforcement. So a lot of these traffic stops have led to us being able to make some arrests on some controlled substances and possession of firearms. So just want to highlight that. And with our houseless subjects, so one of the areas that GPD is requested to be in, Rosa Parks Transfer Station, the school board building, and the libraries. All these places are where employees come to work bright and early. So a lot of times we get a call about our homeless subjects just sleeping right in front of the doorsteps or something. And so those are areas that we are increasing patrols in. Lynch Park is another one. 300 Southwest 16th Avenue, this is one we've been working on. And this is, I want to highlight this one because the subject who was actually in that area was provided and connected to some services and actually has an apartment now. So just want to highlight that those things are working. The 400 to 500 South Main Street area is kind of where the Civic Media Center is. We just continue to maintain a presence out there as that requires daily maintenance. Public Safety Center, that's where the new HCA hospital is. And that area was populated heavily with our houseless subjects. And so we were able to go out there as a team and provide services and help clear out that area. And then the DOT property 975, like I mentioned that already. And this last one is more recent, Takachala. I'm actually going to bring up Captain Durst to talk about that as he did a lot of work out there recently.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome, Captain Durst.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, yeah, Tim Durst, Captain in the Operations Bureau, along with Captain Brown. So yeah, Takachala is kind of a recent update. This has happened in the past couple of weeks. So this isn't actually Takachala proper, just north of Takachala, just west of Grace Marketplace. There's a wooded area, big wooded area there. And that started getting a large congregation of houseless subjects. So like I said, it was a couple of weeks ago, without having specific dates. On Thursday, Grace Marketplace actually, attempted to help us out and actually went out prior to us going out and offered services to everyone there, let them know, hey, this is private property. Takachala no longer wishes you to be here. They're going to come out tomorrow, so if you want to start making other arrangements, if you want to have some services. So they did that. Then on Friday with GFR, with Takachala, with ourselves, went out there, contacted numerous individuals, gave them a day in order to move, and then we've kind of been following up. So that's definitely an update that I can do next quarter. That's just some efforts that are ongoing now, as far as the houseless population.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, there it is. So yeah, and then this is just a snapshot of all the great work. Again, we're talking 3 months worth of work, but just a snapshot of everything that we've been doing. I had to throw Officer Porter catching a goat. That doesn't happen too often. So yeah, this past quarter we had a couple of loose goats up in the north end of Gainesville, and we had to wrangle them. Staying with the houseless efforts, these 3 addresses here are actually city property. So same thing, got some indications that houseless subjects were camping there. Went out there, GFR assisted us, Public Works ends up doing most of the work afterwards because a lot of stuff is left behind. So Public Works goes in and cleans that up and helps them. This past quarter, the FBI called us up. Our SWAT team went out at like 2 in the morning on a Wednesday night, Thursday night, helped them do some search warrants at a local apartment complex looking for a top 10 fugitive.
Which was not one of the goats.
Was not one of the goats, correct. That would have been, right, we would have already been solved. It would have already been solved. So, unfortunately, we didn't catch her. It was a female wanted for murder, 2020 in Kansas City, Missouri. So anyway, we didn't catch her that evening, but the next day, this was the traffic stop. I don't know if you remember seeing, but a traffic stop up in High Springs. So they were still working it. Obviously, she was in the area. High Springs PD was actually able to help them the next day. So she was captured the next day. So she was on the run for 6 years. So that was an interesting one. As we all know, we had the wildfires this past quarter. A tremendous amount of resources, a tremendous amount of work amongst all the city departments to assist the citizens of Gainesville with that. We had the Morgan Wallen concert. This is more of a citywide thing again. A lot of collaboration with everyone. Just wanted to highlight that one. And then, you know, we're obviously also attending community meetings, doing traffic efforts and domestic violence, but they all have their own separate slides, so I didn't want to repeat all that same stuff. So just a snapshot of what we've been doing in District 2.
Can we pause you for a moment? Commissioner Willits.
Captain Durst, some of the responses to our homeless neighbors, are these being started because of complaints along the lines of state statute, or is it just the kind of normal course of the work? I just want to understand a little bit, since we have a state statute that talks about our response about anybody who is encamped on public land.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit about both. A little bit of both. You know, meaning like Taka Charlie, you know, is a good example. Again, we're working that, but you know, yes, a complaint comes in that this is occurring. You know, we will work if it's a private property owner. We'll work with the private property owner. Or if it is public property like City of Gainesville property, again, we'll go out there, we'll offer services, we'll give them time to move, we'll do everything that we can do as far as that goes. So it's kind of a little bit of both, but now that we know that Taka Charlie wants assistance, not only will Taka Charlie patrol their own, we'll look out for them too and kind of go from there.
So Commissioner, the answer is yes. So as we displace folks that are either encamping or attempting to encamp on public places, as we must by law, they displace. And oftentimes they end up in private property. That makes it harder, obviously, for us to have that visual. And so what we're seeing is that these encampments on private property sometimes are building outside of our knowledge. And the marker in this particular property was the fact that we had 3 violent assaults, which clearly brought our attention now to seek and find where the encampment was, deep in private property, and ultimately we had to dismantle that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, because words matter and our staff is also listening and watching. Earlier, when we talked about changing leadership, for example, in your gun violence unit, right? That change in leadership is based on a normal flow when folks want to transfer to other divisions, when they've done their part and want experience someplace else. Sergeant Tony Farrow, who was a founding supervisor of the gun violence unit in 23, when we were at our peak, did an exceptional job up until the time that he was ready to transition that role to somebody else. So that change in leadership is just to keep business going. It's in no way representative of him having done anything other than exemplary work. It's important for me to say that. Major Koenig.
Welcome, Major.
Good morning, Mayor's Commissioner, Major Jamie Koenig, over our Community Engagement Division. And so, as you can tell, we attended 31 Crime Watch meetings in the quarter, and the special events attended, we actually attended 45. That's a lot. So during the summertime, there seems to be a lot of events, and we make sure that we're present in at most all of them. To give you a little bit about our Community Engagement Division, the one thing I want to mention is this. It is made up of 3 individuals who are actually full-time employees with us, and 1 sergeant. But community engagement, our whole agency is involved in. Every police officer, many of our civilian staff attend these meetings besides just the 3 individuals that are assigned to the unit. There's 2 things that I want to mention. This summer, we engaged in doing several police-to-youth dialogues that were actually run and hosted by our Community Engagement Division. We have a partnership with the Department of Juvenile Justice. We have one employee through a grant, which we actually is part of our staff. Her name is Ms. Xylee Crudup. And Xylee actually helped us become certified in order to put on police youth dialogues here within the community. They went through a very extensive training with the Department of Juvenile Justice, and many of these pictures, including the top one that's on the left, the one where you see the kids in the auditorium, all across basically the city, we've done police youth dialogues. Several of them were done at Howard Bishop. One was done at the Police Academy, and it is our way of engaging the youth. So when you hear stories of that Captain Hallett brought up of a youth pulling out a firearm, another youth pulling out a firearm. Our job is to engage the youth and to try to bring, give different things to be done and also break down barriers between the police and the juveniles within our community. So Police Youth Dialogue brings police officers together with kids and breaks down those barriers. We eat together. We talk about our biases. We have conversations, and the kids get to see the police officers for who they are, and the police officers get to see who the kids are, who they are, where they grew up, who their families are. We all come from, somewhere, so it is our way of engaging the juveniles within our community to help reduce that violent crime. The other program that I want to talk about is our GPAL program, which is a grant-funded program. We have a full-time coordinator. His name is Delton Johnson. This summer, our way of giving back to the community is we provided a free 7-week camp at the MLK Center in partnership with Parks and Recs and Cultural Affairs, where these kids would come during the day for these 7 weeks. They did gardening with Miss Jamie Switch. She's a volunteer. We had a local pastor come in and do some meditation and different things with the kids. They played basketball, they lifted weights, they got to play flag football. They also got to tour the Gator locker rooms and stadium, right? And so you see the picture on the lower right-hand side with the orange shirts. We were allotted 28 kids because for GPAL organization, for every 7 kids we have to have one mentor that's with them. So it's a much lower ratio than what schools have. It's a much lower ratio. And those kids just graduated after 7 weeks. And our GPAL program will continue for the rest of the year after school from 3:30 to 6 every afternoon. And so we are currently actively taking in applications to get kids from all quadrants of the city. And we're very proud of that program because the kids that graduated this summer from the 7-week free program, their parents gave compliments. The community was very engaged. We also had part of our Veterans Association who came out and helped us with the kids. It's a super successful program, and it is a way that we engage the youth within the community. In a way, we're using grants. I know Commissioner Book brought up grants and how are we using this money. It's to give back to these kids. So these are just some of the pictures and some of the things we did this summer.
Let me pause you for a moment there.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I may have missed the introduction there.
Yes, ma'am.
So how would students go about contacting you to apply
Absolutely.
to be in the program?
So we have a GPAL link on our website, but they can call our front desk at 352-393-7500 and ask for our GPAL coordinator. His name is Delton Johnson.
Delton Johnson. And what age groups?
We're targeting middle school kids for the GPAL program. That seems to be the most impact. And with hearing of several of the programs, of course, at the schools that are not being offered in after-school ways, this is our way as the police department to engage these youth and to be with them each day, sports, mentorship. And there is a nationally certified curriculum that we follow at the police department that involves these kids in building their social skills, right? Building their confidence, building them, and building our youth within the community.
And that's 3 to 6 every day?
3:30 to 6, because middle school gets out about 3, it's close to 3:30.
Okay.
Some is like 3:30.
And how many students can you take?
We can take 28.
28. Okay. It sounds like an excellent program.
Yes, ma'am. We're very proud of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Chestnut. Go ahead.
Okay. I also have the honor of presenting to you the information from our co-responder unit. And as we have mentioned, this is our our team of police officer and a mental health clinician that are together in a car, and they answer mental health or crisis calls that we have within the community. And so currently we have 4 teams. We just had one of our clinicians go on to another job and are currently hiring another clinician, but it didn't stop us from our average about 600 calls for service for this quarter, as you see. Our Baker and Marchman Acts, about 24. Our voluntary transport, and that's when someone tells you, I need help and I just can't get there myself. We give them a ride. It doesn't have to result in a Baker Act or Marchman Act. Sometimes it's just individuals who lack transportation to get to these mental health services. So we provided 57 of them this quarter. Jail diversions, where we diverted maybe someone in a mental health crisis away from jail into mental health services, was 15. Our Baker Act diversions are 38. A lot of times we have individuals in crisis who need stabilized counseling on a regular basis, or medication or some other means, and we get them into immediate response with Meridian in terms of counseling and the needs that they have. So those help with our Baker Act diversions. And our emergency room diversions are 8. And although you wouldn't think this would be important, it is extremely important to the medical staff, because every time they have someone in a mental health crisis taking up a medical bed, it does take away from others in the community. So currently we have 4, and I have a full-time supervisor who is responsible for this unit and does exceptional work. And if you see their cars, just recently they got some new circular decals, and it actually says the co-responder unit, and it has their little logo on it. We are very proud of them. The community asks for them by name when they call 911. They know the co-responders. They want them to respond. They understand what their goal is within the community. And it is a service, if we could have, I'm sure, several more, we would build them. And as the agency grows, I do see that as something that will happen. Does anyone have any questions on our co-responder unit?
So, Major, the clinician who participates on all 4 teams, those are not City of Gainesville employees, right? Those are through Meridian.
That is correct. They are not hired. They are not employees of the Gainesville Police Department. They are employees of Meridian, and it is part of our partnership with Meridian. And several of them are grant funded also, so we don't even pay for those positions.
Excellent.
I think we pay for 1 right now.
Okay. And do we have, do I understand, we have 3 active clinicians, or?
We
So
do.
we only have 1 that we're trying to fill?
Yes,
Okay.
his name is Elliot, and he was one of our first co-responder clinicians that started with us many years ago. He has developed such a rapport and such a reputation that he was hired by a hospital service outside of our community to work with a psychiatrist to do what he's doing in another realm. And so we recognize that this program, the Gainesville Police Department was the first to have a co-responder team in the county. We were the one with the most, with 4. And what I will tell you is we have seen an exceptional reduction in calls for service for repeat calls, right? We end up going sometimes to the same house over and over and over again because that individual needs some services that maybe a police officer couldn't provide, but a mental health clinician can. And so that reduction and that ability for those clinicians to help people within the community has really shown great dividends, not only for the individuals who need the service, but also for the police department who's trying to service the citizens and respond to calls for service quickly.
Okay. And so we've got 4 available. How many does the sheriff's office have? Do we know?
I believe they were coming up to 4 also.
Okay, and
Yes.
UPD?
They have 2.
Okay, excellent. I can't imagine there's another community in Florida that has that density of co-responder units available in the community.
Absolutely, and so the commission knows our units all train together. So all the mental health clinicians through all the agencies, including us, ASO, and UPD, we all know each other. And it's important that we do because sometimes we're helping the same people. Whether someone's having a mental health crisis in the county and they live in the city, that coordination and that response so that they know those individuals is extremely important to when we respond to them the next time.
And how, this may or may not have a connection, but is there a greater connection and ability now that we have the central receiving unit up and running at Meridian, does that help this move more smoothly, or is it separate, or how does all that function together?
So the receiving unit, although it does, the co-responder unit is part of that, it is for every law enforcement officer that brings someone to Meridian that's in a mental health crisis. My understanding from having conversations with our officers has been it's been a very positive thing because it has seemed to move more quickly through the process, right? At times where we were waiting longer to get someone admitted into Meridian, my understanding is that it's much easier. And I will tell you from a safety perspective, when you go into a Sally port and, it makes it safer for the officers, safer for the individuals that we're transporting. So I have heard nothing but positive responses to that, sir.
And we're probably a year and a half into that being open and available year.
I would have to look, but about that time, yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions on this? No? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to transition to Sergeant Lynn Valdez from our traffic unit.
Great. Thank you, Major. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Sergeant Lynn Valdez over the traffic unit. Going over our numbers briefly, we are still looking good in the overall fatality range. For this specific quarter, we had 2 pedestrian or bike fatality crashes. And overall for the year, those were the 2 that we had. We did kind of want to make a special note that we had an extremely deadly week in July. And it was actually 3 fatalities. We had one that was the pedestrian in front of the Grace bus stop, as well as we did have a bicycle struck and killed at 300 Northwest 16th Avenue, right by Sidney Lanier. And we did have a driver succumb to his injuries from a vehicle crash. Getting into our information, overall, we had 2,669 stops for the quarter. When we look at our citations at 2,046 and our warnings at 1,246, I know that kind of seems extreme. It looks like every time you get stopped, you get a ticket. However, I did want to bring to your attention that we also do citations for every vehicle traffic crash where we can find a contributing factor. And I'm unable to kind of differentiate which citations came from a crash versus which ones were issued on a traffic stop. But we do, as a policy at GPD, already, you have to document your traffic stop, whether it's a warning that's issued or a citation. Policy says that you kind of have to do one or the other. As far as our education, we have been pretty hot and heavy with the Safe Kids Coalition of North Central Florida as we partnered with them. We've done several car seat checks, that being one of them that we did at Healthy Heroes. We also did another one at the Disability Expo. I am proud to say at our agency, we actually have 3 car safety technicians in which we can actually assist citizens of Gainesville with installing a car seat, or if you're not sure exactly, you can come by, make an appointment, and we can help you get your car seat in. We also do have monthly car seat checks still going on with the coalition, though. That happens on Thursdays. As for Click It or Ticket, we did participate in the major Click It or Ticket campaign that happened in May. It was May 18th to the 31st. Hopefully you guys were not a victim of it. We did get 129 citations, though, during that 2-week span. We did have several officers actually write over 5 citations themselves in patrol, so that was pretty impressive to see. And the other thing I wanted to speak about was SMART. We have our Safe Motorcycle and Rider training course. We've done 7 of them. Our last one is this Saturday at 8 a.m. at the college. Excuse me, the police academy out by the airport. Please don't go to the college at I-75. I am also here to kind of speak about our women's self-defense program. I also coordinate basically our women's self-defense classes that we do. RADS stands for Rape, Aggression, Defense. This is also kind of one of our tool components to our new domestic violence outlook. It's been around for a while, but we're getting some more traction with participants coming to more classes. We've been holding a class quarterly based on instructors' availabilities and kind of funding. The class itself is free. We've been running it basically 3 days in a row from 6 to 10 p.m. Our classes start with a lecture where we kind of just talk about the overall safety and when and where you should be using your fighting skills. And then day 2 is all about kind of your defense and physical abilities. And day 3 jumps into that as well as doing scenarios. And everything is kind of at your participation level. We don't force you to do anything. We just kind of ask that you do make it to day 1. And once you kind of make it to day 1, you can kind of continue to come and practice your skills as much as you want when we host classes.
So who normally participates in that class? I mean,
So
it's
in that
evenings
class,
and-
it's evening. We ask for females 13 years of age or older. So citizens of Gainesville wise, we do get a lot of mom and daughter combos. I've had several middle school students. We get a couple of college females, but for the most part, we get a pretty good gambit of everything from grandmas to moms to kind of people who just want to refresh in. We are not the only one that hosts it. The university does host classes, as well as the sheriff's office and Santa Fe PD. But I kind of champion on the idea of maybe you don't want to be with the little college girls. So you can kind of come to this class that fits everybody in their genre.
Do we know if the Alachua County schools promote this, or if they have their own, or anything like that? Because I see an opportunity there if we have the capacity.
So I'm not sure about Alachua County Schools promoting. I know they do have the program Rad Kids, which we also were promoting over the summer. Officer Alan Davis does it and was out and about several weeks out of the year with that one. That age range is basically, I believe, elementary school to age 12.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And lastly, personnel with Sergeant Kastner.
Well,
good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Manager, and Madam Clerk. Sergeant Castor with Personnel Service Division. As you can see on the slide, for the second quarter, we've had 118 applications for non-certified police positions, and for the quarter, we've hired 13. What you don't see on the slides, I would like to share some of the highlighted and current numbers that we have. Currently, we have, as far as officer positions, we have 23 vacancies, police officer vacancies for the civilian side. Our office, let me back up. Our office deal with both civilian and sworn our employees. So I'm going to give you some numbers as far as officers and civilians. Like I said, 23 officer vacancies, 15 civilian vacancies. As far as currently in the background process or have been given conditional job offers, we have currently 21 officer conditional job offers and then 9 civilians. For the year, we've hired a total of 21 officers and then 9 civilians. Currently, we're processing positions such as civilians. Actually, we just moved over for the forensic unit. We're going to sworn. But as far as crime analysis, records, field service technicians, we're also processing them to put them on in the positions to hire them. Currently in our field training program, we have 5 currently in the program. They're in the 3rd phase. They just started their 3rd phase. They're going to be going in the final phase here next month, but set to go solo the first week of September around Labor Day. Perfect timing to go to football season, so increase our staffing that way. I'm a pause, and I have 2 of my corporals, hardworking corporals, Corporal Cook and Corporal Gonzalez. Yeah, he's here. They're not only the corporals in the unit, they're recruiters. I've tasked them, delegated them with the academy recruits out in the academy, which they supervise and they assist me. It's one less thing that I have to do, and they've been doing an awesome job. Currently in the academy, we have 10 in the academy class. They're set to graduate in November 24th. After they're done with that, then they'll go into our mini academy. Today, I have, I don't think all of them here. 2 of them are taking their state exam. One took one yesterday, he passed. But they just graduated on Tuesday night. So they're here with us. They want to stand and just say hey. So there's 3 of them here.
Awesome.
Like I said, one of them they're taking the exam this morning, and then we did hire a certified officer from New York. He's going to be taking his state exam today also.
I really appreciate you bringing them in. That is not something we've done in the past, and I want you all to know that the commission appreciates you, and that this is a great way to start that. So thank you.
Yes. So they'll be starting the mini academy here in a couple weeks, along with, we're going to add a couple more certified officers that we're trying to hire from the graduating class to bring our numbers up also. The next police academy starts in October, and we're currently working hard to fill that class and get another good group in that class. So we keep on rolling with more employees so we can help our staff. Our office works hard, not only recruiting, but again with the internal employees, and also we're still going through a promotional process. So our office has been busy. So I thank them for that. But other than that, if you don't have any questions, that would be it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, real quick, Commissioners, thank you, Sarge. That was not my idea to bring him, so I couldn't have thought of that, so good work.
Well, you should claim it.
No. So this marks my 3rd year with our city, 2 of which as your police chief. So just want to express to you all, and certainly to our staff and our community, how much of a pleasure and an honor it is for me to serve in this role. I get to see the great work that leads to these results. I do want to highlight one particular group because I met with them this morning, and I hope they're watching, and that's our records division. So these are currently all ladies that work in an extraordinary environment that is so dynamic, and the demand for service is so high. For example, public records requests for video, body-worn camera video footage, reports, making sure that everything is lined up for successful prosecution. Those ladies do an exceptional job at keeping our organization just afloat. They recently lost both of their supervisors. So supervisor and manager retired at once. And so now they're having to backfill and step up so that the mission can be accomplished. And they do so flawlessly without interruption. So I just want to do a shout out for the work that they do. Having said that, I'll answer any questions.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Excellent presentation from all of your staff. I have questions on the contraband funds. And the $398,000 remaining, how would community organizations, who would they contact to write a grant? Do you have specific things that you're looking for? It seems like a wide gamut from Williams Temple to, what else did I see? I've forgotten the other ones. But it just came up to $38,000. And I think that this is an excellent opportunity for community groups to tap into those funds. So how would they do that?
So the funding that you see, as you know, is gotten from ill-gotten gains, from, generally speaking, those that are in the illicit drug business. And we, prior to this past year, it was just left at the discretion of the police chief, right? Those funds would end up going to wherever he or she thought were needed. Well, what I wanted to do is open that up to our community. So we did establish a portal through our website that announces the opening of that opportunity, that application processes. In fact, because we only had a couple apply, we opened it again because I wanted more. There's no rules that tell me how many times I need, so I'll open it whenever I can because I want to give back. By statute, we have a mandate to give back 25% of whatever we seize. That number fluctuates throughout the year. I'd like to be able to do that more than once in a given year. And so they apply. I do have a belief that those funds should be allocated to 501c3s, nonprofit organizations that really are intended to truly serve, and not those that are for profit. And sadly, we've had to turn away some for-profit organizations that, although maybe doing good work, I'd rather give to those nonprofit. And that is our way of, not only because we have to, but it's also the right thing, and if I can give more, I would.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure after this morning, Pastor Rawls and I will both be very busy sharing this information with others in the community.
Yeah, and something that we'll do a better job as we roll this further is how we market this, right? So yeah, so we got our basic portal and application process and approval process. We got it down packed, but I also want to make sure that we market it so that we get what we want, right? Those applications.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, the same pool of funding, contraband forfeiture, can you give us a little, you said 25% has to be returned, and what is this, if you don't have all of the data about what we're required to do, what we can and can't do, but I know that the commission often approves certain purchases out of it. So can you remind us a little bit, because one of the things that is coming up in the community very strongly is about how we spend some of that forfeiture on different types of technology. So can you remind us a little bit about like what we're allowed to spend it on versus kind of our habit the past X number of years?
It's on a case-by-case basis. Oftentimes, we find ourselves in a position where our budgets can't capture because of a deficit, something that we may very well need, whether it's a piece of equipment and or training that we may find an opportunity to send our people to that our budgets just can't handle. And so during those moments and opportunities, I find myself coming to y'all asking to fill those gaps where our budgets can't. And that is generally equipment, training, and in this case, opportunities to reinvest back into our community.
But so those funds have to be spent at least within the realm of GPD, or like what are the...
Yeah, it's either...
What's the box around it? Because I'm sure someone will be like, hey, let's go spend it on something way over here.
No, the
there's
box
still
is-
like, there's some sort of box around it. It has to fit within.
Yes, so the parameters are just like I said, it is for items or equipment that law enforcement needs, training that we can go get, and or community efforts that generally stem around drug prevention, anything that we can tie into education to prevent drug use.
Okay, so particularly around drug use.
Yes, and that's a wide spectrum, because to me, anything, especially with our youth, can prevent drug use. So it brings into play a lot of discretionary opportunities for me to look at.
Okay, so that's from the contraband, but do we have other forfeiture funds that we spend in other areas? Or is this is the one we're typically thinking of?
No, this is
anytime
it.
we say forfeiture, okay.
This is
Got it, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. A thing that I want to ask the chief about, we had a conversation about this earlier this week, so he's not entirely unprepared, but you've all seen headlines recently about flock cameras, and I've seen that become discussions on social media where I saw one person who was absolutely convinced that we've spent millions of dollars on flock cameras at the city of Gainesville, and it gets out of hand pretty quickly what people believe about what's actually happening. So I asked the chief to be ready to just talk briefly about what we actually have at the city of Gainesville and how we use it, and what the barriers around that are. And it's not a full presentation here, but just a brief opportunity for us to understand when that question comes to us, and it will, for us to be able to give intelligent information to the community about what flock cameras are and how we use them.
Yes, sir. So leading up to this discussion, I assure you that we internally have also had discussion, because we're seeing the bipartisan approach to this issue, and we recognize it. So let me start off by speaking of my support of technology that helps us fight crime, right? It is a tool, provided that tool has some safeguards so that it is not used irresponsibly. So we in our city have, we do employ flock cameras. We have, last check, 10 of them that are at 10 different locations. And for full disclosure, about 5 other locations through another vendor, both that provide the same data, right? It's just different vendors. But in the terms of flock, the data, depending on the contract, right? We have a specific contract with flock that allows us it allows their servers to hold our data for up to 30 days. That data, and I assure you, because we've tried in Flock to go back and say, because we had a crime that, for example, we wanted to go back and see, okay, well, this happened over 30 days ago, let's see if we can find this, right? Because I support that. It is a righteous tool, and I can give countless examples. Flock, even with a subpoena, will not give us any data past 30 days. It's also important to note that Flock and their servers are under the care, if you would, or certainly the regulations stipulated by DOJ through the FBI, hence through FDLE, and hence CJIS, our Criminal Justice Information System. They're the ones that regulate the technical aspect of the storage as they, inspect Flock. We here locally have not had a breach, to my knowledge, because I asked, nor a misuse that I would have to report to y'all. In fact, I brought two of our experts. I brought in our system administrator, which is Sergeant Nick Ferrara, and our information manager, information systems, Chad Griffin, both who are ready to give us some additional information if needed. We don't sit at any computer and monitor Flock. Flock runs the same thing that DMV does. So it captures a tag, it runs the tag registration and the registered owner for a valid license. It does not have a facial recognition component. It spits out a default, things like Amber Alerts that is tied to a specific tag, certainly stolen vehicles, stolen tags. We can, on a case-by-case basis, add another metric. For example, if we know that we're dealing with a shooting suspect and he's driving a black Mazda, right? We can input to the system so that it gives us alerts on black Mazdas. But beyond that, it is strictly and solely used historical based on reported crimes. And again, and this is not a sales pitch, because I don't feel I need to do that. I think from a public safety aspect, the cases that I know for sure have yielded success because of our ability to have technology such as that, to me is irreplaceable. But we are watching. We are watching. I too, as a citizen, when I'm not working, I too want to make sure that my data doesn't end up God knows where, and certainly misused. But we do have parameters in place internally. We have policies in place internally. We have protocols that manage who enters our portal, why searches are being done. So if you're a police officer, you can't sit there, type in a tag, right, and not cross-reference it to an active case. You must enter an active case by case number. Sergeant Ferrara is then able to track that to see what case is it that you're looking at to ensure that it is relevant to public safety. So there is no free-for-all where we can sit there and look up a tag to see if the commissioner is going by this intersection at what time. No. That would be a huge flag for us.
You got to watch those commissioners.
But it is a network that is extremely beneficial to law enforcement in general, not solely here, but throughout our country.
And our Flock cameras are specifically license plate readers. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. Yes, so the Flock has other kinds of cameras, but we're using license plate readers.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, good. I really appreciate you giving us some information on that. It's valuable to me and hopefully to the community that might be watching. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect to be talking about Flock cameras today, but we've gotten a lot of questions about it, and I would like to learn more about, at some point, and it's probably not, today is probably not the time to go into it. It's at 11:30, but we are, you mentioned some of the questions that I had more broadly about Flock cameras, such who has access. So I see cities grappling with this all over the country. It's very powerful technology, and because it's very powerful, I think it does, obviously GPD likes the use of it. It helps solve crimes and is very powerful for that. It's also powerful in a way that scares people and wants to make sure that there are guardrails, that there's transparency, that there's accountability around how that gets used. Where does you said you have internal protocol? Where do those protocols live within GPD?
I'll bring up our system administrator. He can talk about how he does it and the inspections that he does, to the tune of 5 to 8 inspections per quarter. So
we can, yes, that is fine.
If you'd like.
I don't want to bog down the whole rest of the meeting on this, because this is a very, very high profile issue at the moment, and something that I think does deserve a bit of.
To us, the more technology, which yes, it's very helpful. We also acknowledge that technology has been misused in places and can be misused because we're dealing with a human element. So then it's my mandate then to infuse a process of inspection, perhaps audit, and accountability, and all three are in place.
Okay.
Through the state, certainly through our CJIS audit that we're about to endure again, as it happens every 3 years, and certainly through our internal protocols of inspection, and ultimately policy and accountability.
Yeah, I would like to take a deep dive into that, and I do think it's important for GPD at some point when we have the time to really outline what those are, how we put those into place, what the accountability metrics are on that, who has access when that data gets shared. I think that's the kind of thing that will make our community feel better and make sure that, because what we're talking about is how we surveil, right? And this one, Flock is a brand that does a specific thing. This is unlikely to be the last technology that gets created.
It'll only grow.
It will always grow. So, but what we're talking about is a much larger question about how do we collect data, how do we share that data, how much does GPD, how much do our police departments utilize that data to, and how do we ensure that it's not being misused? And so I think it's since we're on the front lines of these kind of questions, it's probably worth us formalizing this and having those kind of discussions, but probably not at this particular meeting. Yeah.
And just so you know, we're ready for that discussion today, but I understand the limitations.
I'm glad. I would love to have a one-on. If you guys are ready for that conversation, I'd love to have that one-on-one. I do think having it in public would also be good, and we could schedule that in an upcoming GPC would be great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Thank you very much, Chief Moya, for that little ad hoc on the end of this. I think it's important that the community hear detail on what we're doing and not make stuff up. So,
yes, sir.
Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, just also want to say thanks for the kind of the update on everything. And as I've found with almost every part of this city, I'm consistently impressed with how much outside the normal job description people think of when they think of police department or fire department or Parks and Rec or any of that, like how over and above pretty much every part of the city goes, and I think this shows a lot of that. So thank you for all you're doing out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There's no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you all for participating in this morning. I always come away from these updates understanding better what the service that we provide to the community through our police department, and better able to answer questions and promote what we do into the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Madam Clerk, if there's no objection, I'm going to ask that we do some agenda maintenance and do these two resolutions for the airport before we do the ad hoc committee discussion, and maybe move the ad hoc committees to either the end of the afternoon or the end of the evening, just because we're running out of time.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're on to resolutions for the morning. 2026-511, acceptance of a grant offer from the Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration for the Gainesville Regional Airport.
Yeah.
With the recommendation, the City Commission accepts the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration grant offer of $5,992,810 for the Gainesville Regional Airport in conjunction with the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority. Adopt the resolution and authorize the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify the grant agreement.
Very good. We have with us this morning the still relatively new to the community, new director of the Gainesville Regional Airport, Mr. Paul Merlick. So thank you for joining us. Come on up, if you will.
Pleasure to finally get a chance to come down and introduce myself. My name is Paul Merrick, and I'm the new CEO for the Gainesville Regional Airport. If there were any questions that you had on this, happy to.
Any questions on this resolution? Okay. Anyone want to make a motion? Commissioner Chestnut. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move staff's recommendation to accept the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration grant offer in 2026-511.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
All right, go ahead and read the roll, if you will, please.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, 2026-540, acceptance of grant to offer from the Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration for the Gainesville Regional Airport. With a recommendation, the City Commission accept the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration grant offer of $6,636,588 for the Gainesville Regional Airport in conjunction with the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority. Adopt the resolution and authorize the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify the grant agreement.
Very good, thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you. This one is actually going to be for a new general aviation terminal building that we'll be building to replace we refer to as a fixed-based operator. That's where they sell fuel for the general aviation side. This new building will be used to allow, we have a lot of people who actually move through with charter operations with university, and so this will create more space for passengers to wait for those aircraft, as well as private jets and things that people come in and visit our community.
Excellent, very good. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There's no public comment.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I will. I move we accept U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration grant offer, adopt the resolution, and authorize the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify the grant agreement for 2026-540.
Second.
And I will say, are you going to take credit for all of these big grants, right off the bat?
Well, I was going to say, I must say, I'm coming on the heels of Mr. Alan Penske, who had served for 20 years. So I get to have a little bit on finishes on these kind of buildings, but these were designed prior to my getting here. I'm honored to get a chance to take on some big projects right away, though.
Thanks for the humility and for recognizing our former airport CEO who had a long term of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second. If you want to go ahead and call the roll for us, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Congratulations, and if you will, let's work together sometime in the next few months to come back with just a brief presentation on what's happening at the airport, so that we know, and so that the community can, believe it or not, we have a lot of people who watch these meetings.
Absolutely. We are in the process of doing our master plan. So as we get some of the designs, I will be making the effort to come out so I can brief the commission, the county, as well as make sure that the community knows there will be opportunities for them to provide feedback on how they would like to see the airport grow over the next 20 years.
Excellent, very good. Welcome again.
Thank you very much.
That concludes the morning agenda. If we've moved, or do you want to?
Yeah, let's go ahead and loop back into the.
Loop back in?
Yeah,
All right.
to the committee discussion. Yeah.
All right. That is, hold on one second, let me get back there. Twenty 2026-519, establish ad hoc committees for solid waste and environmental resiliency with the recommendation the City Commission discuss and take any action deemed necessary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the reason I wanted to put this on the agenda, we had some broad discussion last meeting about the idea of a potential of a solid waste committee. And I think it's a good idea to add that as an ad hoc committee for some period of time since there is interest. But I'm not sure everybody on the commission is ready to discuss it. So those who are, it's a good opportunity for us to have, say, a 3-member committee, if we have that many folks who are interested, to be able to discuss and have staff support for that. And then we'll talk about the next one after that. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I am very interested in serving on the ad hoc committee on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate bringing all of these forward. I think I like the idea of having these committees. I've mentioned this before, that I really think it's good for us to have some way without, as you said, I think you mentioned last year, a filter that we used to go through our public policy review, for us to be able to review things in an interim capacity, for us to be able to hear from our community, for us to be able to chew on stuff. This isn't really a great venue for us to be able to have these in-depth conversations about, kind of these bigger questions. The one question I had about the environmental committee and the solid waste committee is, previously when we would have these ad hoc committees, they were there was a very clear delineation of what they were doing, and there was like an end date to it, right? So we were working on our zero waste ordinance. Once the zero waste ordinance was ready for the full commission, that committee dissolved. We've done that less on this iteration of the commission. We did something similar in the MTPO, where there was a governance subcommittee, and I was chair of that. I tried to be very disciplined about having that thing gone by the time mission accomplished, we've done what we've wanted to do. And so I guess my question is, are these, solid waste will continue forever, right? We are not stopping solid waste as a community. And then the environmental committee in a similar way. So are these kind of standing committees that are ad hoc, or what exactly are we doing within these committees, and when will we know that they've been accomplished? And if we're talking about standing committees, I'd love to have that conversation. I think that's a great conversation to have. But I do think we need to be thoughtful about what gets routed over there, how they're structured, how we can make this system work, so that we are doing we're not going to have the money to have the public policy group come back. How are we able to do some of the important work that was previously done in that way?
So my vision for what both a solid waste committee and an environmental resiliency committee on an ad hoc basis could be is not a standing committee, but since we have had clear interest from a few commissioners about discussing some solid waste issues, instead of trying to have sunshine meetings here and there, let's schedule some meetings for folks who want to be a part of that. And my recommendation would be to sunset that, to start it now, and to sunset it the end of the first calendar quarter. So sunset at March 30 of 27, unless there's a recommendation for it to continue with specific items that need to continue to be chewed on and brought back to the commission. But again, I kind of feel like if we have multiple discussions and concerns and sunshine meetings about a topic, then that seems clear to me that we have an opportunity to create a committee around it, so there's some kind of formality with it. I am uncomfortable and a little bit, I don't even know the right word, I'm uncomfortable with a standing committee structure, because we frankly don't have the staff support in this day to support that. I've watched some of that happen in previous years, and it put a lot of pressure on staff for something that maybe the commission didn't actually intend to have. So I'm always willing to have deeper discussions about that, but I feel like for solid waste, there's a clear need for that discussion to happen now. And I have some environmental resiliency ideas that I would like to chew through with anybody who's interested in that, without it being a full commission discussion necessarily. So I would recommend that also be a committee we begin and sunset the end of March of 27, unless there is a clear need for it to move farther, and then we can come back and recommend through the full commission that happen. I am very interested in serving as a part of an environmental resiliency subcommittee as well. So does that clear up my thinking on it? And let me say too that I'm interested in general policy reinventing to some degree, and not just being another commission meeting, but being an opportunity where all of us have the opportunity, but also sort of the responsibility to talk about what we're working on and what ideas we have, what ideas the community has brought to us, and having a more formal opportunity to bubble things up and work through them as a body. Doesn't mean that those ideas are going to be fully baked and ready to go, but I work on a variety of things all the time that I don't ever have an opportunity to share with you all unless there is that opportunity. So I will take the responsibility of making GPC have that opportunity, in addition to if it's still going to be a place where we're all here and it's noticed, and if we need to take action on something, we can, but primarily as a policy committee of the whole, where we can talk about the things that are of interest to us and that we're working on. So hopefully that gives everybody an idea of where my thinking has been on this. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that I was interested in the garbage committee.
Right.
But in addition to that, like, kind of my understanding of it was that you were at kind of a nexus of several different changes that were going on with solid waste in the area. There's a new contract coming around, the billing's changing, there's a lot of things kind of up in the air. And I think it's a good time to take a look at that system and see, like, in the middle of changes, if we're going to change some stuff, let's look at doing it. And I do think there's some opportunities there. So I would be interested in sitting on the solid waste committee.
Okay, so we've got Justin and Engel on that one so far. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll start kind of where you left off, which was talking about having, if you add things, whether they're committees or boards or decision-making types of groups, it does involve staff and resource time. So I was interested in hearing what you had to say, because I don't have the expertise to know going way back what that was like, but it does have to be extremely finite. It has to be an extremely concrete mission, and it has to have a very narrow lane, because otherwise it overlaps with our other 29 boards advisories, and it overlaps with, finance and audit, and all things tend to morph and get a lot larger. And John, I was interested in hearing from you, and you already said it, and you, Commissioner Chestnut, because you served when we had, like, Public Safety Committee, for example. We had that years ago. I was the liaison to it when I was at Gainesville Police, and it seemed to take an enormous amount of time and resources for that. And there was a Parks and Recreation Committee, and that took an enormous amount of staff and resources. And Mr. Manager, I'd be interested in hearing from you and just what your thought about committee structure and overlap, and what is doable and what is final. Thank you.
Manager, thoughts?
Oh my. Well, having been with the city long enough to experience both the former standing committee structure and the general policy committee, I would say from a staff perspective, and provided my experience with the committee structure was when I was staff, so I would be working on presentations for the committees and helping with issues. I would say, regardless of however the commission decides to structure your policy discussions, staff is going to be there to support it and to be able to do the work. I would say there's probably, with the committee structure, the one thing I would say there's probably more administrative burden, just because there are more meetings. There's more kind of an administrative clerking function that goes into those meetings. But in terms of the actual sort of analysis and discussion and bringing that back, once you all refer something to staff, like we're doing the work essentially. So even when we had the committee structure, Commissioner X decides, hey, I really, want to work on a policy about allowing rabbits in city, in city property. Then the commission.
Be careful with the rabbit discussion. I still have some issues.
Yes. Well, so then the commission, half of you all may think it's a great idea. Some of you may think it's a terrible idea. Generally, the consensus was always, okay, well, kick it over to the committee. Once you all did that as the full commission, then staff would get to work on having to work on analysis and supporting the committee structure. So, I mean, ultimately, GPC or a standing committee structure is a commission function. However you all decide to organize your discussions, staff's role is to support that with analysis and with recommendations.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I would just say yes, there has to be a sunsetting time. And then whether a future commission, decides to extend it based on the work's not being done at that point, that's good. It should be finite, and if someone is, there's probably someone prepared to make a motion, but I think important in that motion would be to direct staff to provide what are the objectives, or at least some objectives to consider for those committees, and then they'll be massaged based on what the committee. Otherwise, it could be pretty nebulous. That would be my thought. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book.
I actually wasn't prepared. Thank you very much. But I think probably a couple folks here who have brought it up are prepared, and I would certainly support it if it just gave staff the opportunity to give us back some direction on what is the scope of that committee. But that's just me.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something I've been interested in, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for talking about the GPC is like, if that is where we just need to flesh it out a little differently. And I think like all of these answers are potential, so I'm not really sold on absolutely anything. Me and Commissioner Eastman had a Sunshine meeting and talked a little bit about, well, maybe, we don't want 7 or 11 committees if we had standing structures, but like, could some of these things be combined and have a standing committee that really touches a couple things, and that would still not be perhaps even that much more than what we currently have, but just add some tasks within the committee so there's not a bunch of new meetings monthly, quarterly, whatever. So I'm still open to that idea. Solid waste, I bring it up because I don't know that we have an advisory committee that gave us a single opinion about one of the largest shifting of where we collect revenue for our government. Did we have a single opinion from the public that filtered through a committee? And I know it was fast, but we have a contract that we've been arguing for 3 or 4 years. And I don't know that a single advisory committee gave us a single opinion on, I go back, how many, $30 million, $18 million? I mean, huge contract, and it's single hauler. There's a bunch of changes in it. And in the end, it didn't fit anywhere. And then the commission only talked about it in the big, kind of here, which didn't let us really go seek out and get the community involved. And so that's why, if it's that we need a literal advisory, like, citizen advisory, versus we just need a committee to talk about some of this stuff. A brand new contract, that contract for GFL is not merely like, oh, it's just like a continuation. There's some real new stuff in it. And the implementation of it, the response, who's going to be kicked back on recycling, contaminant, all these little things that, like, I think some of these things are going to bubble up in the community, and whether we want to wait to hear it only in email or someone come up and complain at us in a commission meeting versus some other format, whether it's literally citizen advisory. So Commissioner Book, I appreciate, I don't want to step on any of our citizen advisory committees, but what citizen advisory committee talks to us about stormwater, about that huge change in the resiliency of, paved surface? Can anyone give me a clue on where we seek the public's advice for stormwater, about whether we're going to get, every single parcel is going to get estimated so we know how large their parking lot is on a single family versus apartment. And I don't know if Mr. Manager, you can I know there's a lot of things. Where does this get to an advisory committee to give us some feedback?
So this, by the way, is exactly what I'm thinking about for a committee, not an advisory board, but a committee to have discussions exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
What we're talking about.
And so I want to maybe I'm defending the idea of maybe we do need even a resiliency committee that will, for a couple months, 6 months, 8 months, flesh it out, talk a little bit. But I know Commissioner Eastman wants committees. He wants policies to come from a committee of the commissioners, but also some just oversight of particularly this big new contract and the full implementation of zero waste as an example. So I think sunsetting would probably get us 8 months in. We will have some understanding of how things are going on this new contract. So I support sunsetting it. Solid waste is the one I feel most comfortable with because there's the task of some oversight, ask the questions. I don't know if we'll be getting any new policies out of it, and then environmental resiliency, I think there's some opportunity. Stormwater is one, because it's going to be a sudden change, and I think people are going to be interested in stormwater and want to talk about it. But I don't have a full list of other things to task that committee with right now. So that's kind of where I'm at. I like the idea of sunset, see how it goes, and if this is practice for other changes to a committee structure in the future. But it's not crazy that every couple of years we might have an ad hoc committee or two. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
I am fine with that. We did have a conversation about committees, and a lot of this came out. We had we sat down with Solid Waste Department to talk about the implementation of our zero waste ordinance, and it's and this is true with a lot of committees. The ability for 3 people to get together, or 4 people to get together, and just sort of talk stuff out and chew on things, and have staff in a less formal setting be willing to just kind of spitball and talk. It feels like we get a lot more done, and we get a lot more information, and we get to conclusions. A lot of times, conclusions that don't require us to kick things to staff, who then we send these kind of broad, motions over to them, and they talk about it for 7-8 months, and they bring back a long report, and sometimes you can just hash it out in kind of a smaller group. People say, okay, well, that wasn't, that wasn't a good idea, or actually we were thinking more like this, or we refined things a little bit more. It's just a better way, it feels to me, than the kind of the hyper formal way that we do this up here. We've done ad hoc committees in the past. I think they've worked really well. We've had big policies come out of that. I don't think we're on a commission. We're not on a commission right now, just based on where we are, where big, expensive, staff-intensive policies are coming out, right? There was a time in which we were more flush than we are now. Now we're talking much more, kind of small bore things, but there's things that are sitting out there. Mr. Mayor, you talked about annexations a while ago. Something that has been kind of sitting out there, lingering. It is such a can of worms that we kind of got to figure out what the scope of that looks like. Probably not the right thing for a GPC meeting, but would make sense to talk about in kind of a smaller group of people to say, okay, well, what is the scope of when we're talking about annexations? We had a number of land development code updates that have gone to our staff, and it's been the same thing. Some of them are broad, some of them are narrow, but they've kind of been out there for a while. I know those are coming back after a while, but being able to refine all of those, and then just hearing from our departments, I think there are some solutions there. I'd like for us to schedule something where we can talk about this more in depth. It's now 12:05, and talk about how we want to structure ourselves and have these more in-depth conversations about policy, about departments, about getting updates on our regular priorities that might not bog down our city commission meetings as much. If that is reformatting the GPC meeting and then having more ad hoc committees, that might be the way to do it. That's also very staff intensive, right? If it's standing committees that are slightly less formalized, or that are more formalized, and we know exactly what's going to those, I think it all works. I do think, as terms of what we're working on, we need to be seeing these ad hoc committees and the general policy committee, which is also a standing committee. It's a committee of the whole. That's not necessarily staff telling us what we want to talk about. I think whoever's coming up with the committee, we need to be very clear as to what we want out of it. GPC is the city commission's meeting to talk about our priorities and our policies. These standing committees are that as well. I guess at the first environmental committee, we can maybe you could talk through that, but I wouldn't necessarily kick it to staff to say, staff, what do we want to talk about? We have to tell staff, here's what we want to talk about. Let's work on those things. And then we have to be disciplined ourselves to say, mission accomplished, or let's continue on until we are done, or let's reformat this committee if it evolves into something else and have different members come and join or be put off of that at that point.
To be completely clear, I'm talking about ideas coming from the commission that instead of trying to figure out how to have sunshine meetings on ad hoc basis, or just individual conversations by popping into staff offices and saying, hey, let's work on this thing, that we have some kind of more formalized process to be able to bring ideas forward. That's what I'm talking about. If it's a staff-led concern, then this is the venue. That's what this meeting does. I'm talking about how we process things where there's very clearly a concern. We've had lots of pop-ups about solid waste. So it was clear to me that we need to have an opportunity for some commissioners who are most interested to have an opportunity scheduled and supported to have those conversations. That's where I'm. And if there's not interest in environmental resiliency, I'll wait till we see who else is going to be around. That's okay too. But for now, I would love to see a motion on a solid waste committee at least. And I'd like the other one too, but whatever. Commissioner Book.
This was just a quick comment on the solid waste ad hoc committee. There's going to be a tremendous amount of interest in that come November, right? There's bills and thing, and the folks are going to come no matter, with our best efforts on getting information out to the public to know what happened and where's the monies and how are we getting billed annually. So there will be probably a tremendous amount of people who are going to want to go directly to whatever that group is, wherever they can get answers for what happened, in spite of our best efforts in public information, that one in particular. So I think that might have some real value. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Public comment.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Engel.
Can't remember where we are in the motion.
There isn't one.
Thing. I would like to make a motion to establish a standing committee for solid waste. I mean, sorry, ad hoc committee for solid waste.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Eastman.
I think in the motion, we would probably want to appoint at least the committee members, and I guess the committee itself can appoint the chair at that point.
So I'll appoint the members.
You'll appoint the members.
That's how we normally do committees.
Okay,
They
that's fine.
end up, that's our general rules, that's how we normally do that. But let's put the sunset in there.
And I'll sunset it on that day you mentioned.
March 30th, March 31st to 27, okay. It sounds like we have interest from Chestnut, Engel, Willits. Eastman, are you on that? Okay, all right. I'm happy to let y'all run with that.
So we're not assigning that to people who aren't here as punishment. It's not punishment.
Correct, yes, that's right. Commissioner Eastman.
I mean, I could let the motion go forward, but Mr. Mayor, if you want to, will chair oversee an environmental committee, I think that makes all the sense in the world.
Well, if I'm the only one who's interested in being on it,
I am interested in all
other ways to
committees.
go.
I am a committee fanatic. I just want to make sure that that everything that we're creating is thoughtful and that it's successful. And so if you feel like we can do this motion, and then I'm happy to make an environmental committee at that point.
Is Commissioner Engel?
I'm happy to take that addition to my motion. If Commissioner Eastman would like, I'm fine with establishing a committee to look into the type of committees that we can establish in the future.
Oh my God.
It's a committee. It's like an inception.
Yeah, exactly. But sure, I'm happy to add an environmental, how do we put that? Environmental resiliency ad hoc committee as well.
Okay.
Fine with that.
All right, any further comment about this? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Chestnut, Engel, Willits, and Eastman will serve on solid waste. Ward and Eastman. Anybody else for the environmental resiliency?
Through the end of the year.
And book on, okay. All right. All right. Yeah, I may only have a few more months on this as well. So, Madam Clerk.
That concludes the morning agenda.
All right. See y'all. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this Thursday, August 6th meeting of Gainesville City Commission. We have a busy afternoon and evening ahead of us. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our Gainesville history moment to be presented by Ms. Donna Waller.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all feeling good. It's been raining. We're lucky. I wanted to explain a little bit about the topic I've chosen today. I came at it two ways, and one of them, as you'll hear, is Governor DeSantis's fault, but that's not unusual, so I'll move on from there. But what I want to remind you today is something that I say periodically, and that is that history is what people have done. And one of the books that I'm really, really devoted to is Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States, in which he focuses on the lives of ordinary people in various critical time periods, rather than leaders and people who are prominent in all walks of life. And the part of the reason I decided to do this today is that a lot of my friends are involved in hand-wringing now. How can you not be in despair is a mantra that I hear all the time. And I tell them that it's because I understand history, and I know that if I'm in despair now, there's a good likelihood that 10 years from now that will have passed. And so today I decided to tell you about an extraordinary, ordinary person who has done something that you guys are aware of. So I came to Gainesville in 1980. And in 1985, I got a job as a part-timer at Santa Fe, which was absolutely the best thing that ever happened to me. Right in that time frame, your mayor was one of my students when I was a newcomer to Santa Fe. So he and I have known each other for a while. But Santa Fe, some of you probably know this, does not house people in departments. It houses them in interdisciplinary units. And the idea was, that was the plan of the original president, Joseph Fordyce, and the idea was that we academics from various disciplines would have lunch together and learn from each other and become colleagues and create a really great liberal arts institution, which I think actually happened at Santa Fe for a good long time. And and we all did that. We all did that until we got computers. And then we sat in our offices and emailed each other rather than sitting in the back. But I was housed as a part-timer in Unit 11, and Unit 11 was notorious for having some of the best conversations and the most interdisciplinary group. And one of the people who was in Unit 11 with me was a woman named Mary Mumbauer. She taught art appreciation and art history and humanities. And she was an absolutely commanding figure. She was almost 6 feet tall when she wore heels, and she always wore heels. And the key thing about Mary was that she dressed fabulously. She made herself into a piece of art. And everything she wore matched. The first time I met her, even her umbrella matched her shoes and her purse. And she basically came to Santa Fe looking like she had stepped out of Vogue or Harper's Bazaar every day. Everyone on campus recognized her. And she was truly commanding and beautiful. And despite the fact that I came to work every day in a pocket t-shirt and jeans, followed by a flannel shirt over that in the winter, she realized that I had taken a lot of art history classes and that I was interested in music. And we became very, very, very close friends. One day, she suggested to me that I come to the ballet with her. And that ballet would be Dance Alive. And I said to her, oh no, I can do local music and I can do regional theater, but ballet is my last bourgeois affectation, and I have spent 3 years living in New York City watching the American Ballet Theater and the New York City Ballet, and I actually saw Maya Plisetskaya dance Carmen at the old Metropolitan Opera House. And regional ballet is just too painful for me. She did not quit. And one year she talked me into going to the Nutcracker with her. It was Christmas, and it was the Nutcracker. I thought, how bad can it be? And that was a time, for those of you who know Santa Fe, when Terry Kendall and Alora Haynes were dancers in Dance Alive. And those are the people who have created one of the best 2-year college dance programs in the state, and maybe in the country, at Santa Fe. But they were dancers at Dance Alive the first time I saw them. And I very quickly had to eat crow. And in short order, Mary had organized a bunch of us into a thing called the Ballet Club. And we got season tickets to Dance Alive, and we went to every performance, and generally supported the troupe. And then one day, I discovered that Dance Alive was gonna produce a ballet by George Balanchine. And I was stunned by that. If you don't know the world of ballet, first of all, it costs a fortune to be able to produce one of his ballets. It's like a copyright issue. And the New York City Ballet holds the copyright. So when I discovered that they were going to do this, I said to Mary, gosh, how did they get the money for this? And she simply said, oh, some people put up the money for it. So we went to the ballet, and it was magnificent. And for those of you who know ballet, it was jewels. It was incredible to see it done by a regional company. And in the program, it indicated that this had been done by something called the Diva Foundation. Well, guess what? The Diva Foundation was my friend Mary and her husband Lee Neal, who had been the AV guy at UF for years. and had done sound for Dance Alive and stuff like that. Mary was also Judy Skinner's roommate in college, a thing I did not know. So, the Diva Foundation is what I want to point out. Okay. All around us, there are people in this community, why we don't despair, doing things that will make our community life better for the future. And a lot of you know that Dance Alive is building a whole new performance space as well as rehearsal rooms and expansion up at the corner of 34th Street and 39th Avenue. And you also probably know that, here's where the governor comes in, that our legislative delegation got some appropriations to help with that, and that the governor line item vetoed it. But I want to tell you that that space will be built, and when you go into it, when it is finished, you will see a lot of very, very good art brought to you by the Diva Foundation. My friend Mary has been gone for 10 years now, but her love of cultural events, and especially ballet, will serve this community for the foreseeable future. And people like that are all around us here in Gainesville. So when you despair, just be here now and think about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So on the heels of that, and the fact that we know that Dance Alive will thrive in the new Corey Arts Center, despite the governor, a thing that I've been bringing up at some of the groundbreakings we've been having in our fire stations, in our Safe by Design initiative, is that while our legislative delegation did try to participate in funding for these very necessary local safety initiatives, the governor chose not to. Again, this line item is everything that says Gainesville. But we're doing it anyway. And we're doing it all together through the money that we all raise through the Street Stations and Strong Foundations part of the Wild Spaces Surtax. This community is dedicated to making sure that we grow in responsible ways and that we prioritize safety and the arts and everything that must be prioritized in this community, whether the state will participate or not. So that dovetails nicely. Thank you for that. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment with no one signed up, so we're going to move on to general public comment with 4 people signed up.
Very good.
First is Elizabeth Shannon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your time. My name is Elizabeth Shannon, and I'm a resident of the Riceland neighborhood. And I'm here to speak about the Southwest Public Safety Center and the new fire station number 9 along Archer Road. Our neighborhood, I just want to start by saying that our neighborhood supports public safety, and we appreciate first responders who serve our community. Our concern has never been about the fire station. It's about how this project was carried out. Riceland is an established neighborhood. It's been around for more than 60 years. And we understood that this project would involve removing brush and a limited number of trees. And almost overnight, more than 15 acres were clear cut, including hundreds of mature trees and many of those being heritage oaks. Neighbors who once looked out onto a wooded buffer now look directly at construction. A natural canopy that took generations to grow disappeared in a matter of days. And the city has said, thankfully, that it will mitigate this loss by planting new trees, and we do appreciate that commitment. But the truth is that you simply cannot replace heritage oaks with saplings. This isn't just about trees, it's about trust, transparency, and the character of Gainesville. We proudly all call ourselves a tree city, and a tree city isn't measured by what it plants, but what it chooses to protect. So my call to action is twofold, and I'm sorry for getting emotional. First, I'd like to ask the commission to consider a meaningful mitigation for the homeowners who were directly affected by this project, including some sort of substantial landscaping or buffer that reflects the magnitude of what was lost. Overnight, they went from looking out into a mature forest to today looking at construction in their backyards. And then second, I'd like to urge the city to revisit policies that govern tree protection, buffering, mitigation, and public notification so that projects can be better established and understood by neighborhoods that they're going to be affecting. The response from the community has been loud, as I'm sure that you're all aware. I think that we're all asking for something better because we don't want to see this become the standard for future projects. We all understand that growth is inevitable, but how we grow is a choice. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Ferguson.
Welcome. How you doing? Good afternoon. Again, my name is Stephen Ferguson, and I'm currently in the process of taking over Superior Towing from Mr. Michael Weber. As the students prepare to return, I'm here to address several concerns regarding the city's towing ordinance and administration. First, regarding the ongoing revisions of towing ordinance, we have still not received the promised draft versions, nor any timeline to be provided for the discussions or the vote. It is critical that local towing companies and property owners receive the draft copy immediately, so we have sufficient time to align our procedures with the new regulations before the influx of students. With this current ordinance being built almost entirely around roam towing, the city now is eliminating roam towing. We believe the ordinance requires a complete and total rewrite. Roughly 99% of the existing ordinance is focused solely on roam towing. Removing this framework leaves major gaps that need to be addressed. A call-in towing system is fundamentally different, and the ordinance needs to reflect the operational realities of that system. We hope the city and the towing companies can work collaboratively to develop a fair working ordinance for all call-in towaways and the commission. Providing the updated draft now and establishing a clear timeline for review is essential to ensuring transparency, compliance, smooth transition for all parties. Secondly, there are significant delays in processing driver permits. We currently have application pending for over 20 days without an updated towing administrator. Per the city ordinance, the city is required to approve these and issue these permits within 10 days. The towing administrator office needs to respond to emails and phone calls and understand everyone is busy, but failing to respond to these questions from the towing companies or property owners is unacceptable. These inquiries directly affect compliance, enforcement, and the ability of all parties to operate within the ordinance. Timely communication is not optional, It is a core responsibility of the administrator's role. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kevin Whitesides.
Good afternoon, everybody. How y'all doing today? I'm just going to carry on where Steve left off. Pretty much third, there's a delay in the process of getting contracts approved and paid for by the city. Understand understaffing at the Gainesville Police Department right now is causing a delay of over 2 months on contracts. That is not acceptable. A property owner cannot protect their property. We cannot do our job without the contracts being in place per the city ordinance. But the city cannot take 2 months to approve a contract. It's unacceptable. We understand that staffing issues are always going to be there, but there has to be an alternative to this new Citizen Serve program that y'all want us to use to turn in contracts. The ordinance doesn't say anything about Citizen Serve. The ordinance states turn in a contract with the payment to the towing administrator. As it has been done in years past, this has been able to be dropped off at the GPD to the towing administrator. They approve it, and it's done within a day or two. Since Citizen Service come on, staffing problems at the Gainesville City has caused over 2 months delays on these, and it is costing our revenue, and it is costing the private property owners their right to protect their property. Something has to be fixed. Either we go back to taking it at GPD, or whatever we got to do to speed this process up. My next one kind of came up a couple of weeks ago. We had a call for service for GPD down at our lot on a Saturday for a car that was in a wreck. We're not open on Saturdays for wrecks per your city ordinance or your TRL rules. And the officers just didn't know what to do or how to handle it. They didn't know what the rules were. They didn't know what the laws were. We had to come down, pull out the rules, go over it with the officers, who then had to go to the customer and tell the customer that they were wrong, that they can't pick up the car until Monday. And that just took an escalation from here to here because now they're getting told two different things. The customer was really upset. We would like that the Gainesville Police Department to come up with some kind of a form on their computer system that tells these officers how to handle these towing situations, since the laws for each one are different. Rotations have one rule, towaways have another, boots have another. It goes on and on. But the officers need to have something that they can go and pull up on their computer when they pull up on scene, so they're not giving false information to our residents. In return, makes them mad at us when we're in the right. The last one that I really have is something that I think we've all heard me say before. It's dealership tows. Towing from the dealership without a contract or payment or signs is still going on, even though it is illegal per state law. A towing company can't tow the abandoned, illegally parked cars off of a dealership and tow their service department and give that service department the breaks, the free tows, the discounted tows, the free lunches that 99% of them get. With that, I would say I would love to hear comments from any of y'all. Y'all all have my emails. I would love to have a sit-down talk with any of y'all concerning any of this. But we really have to get the contracts taken care of and the driver permits before football season starts, or I have no business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Hurst. There's only one.
Welcome.
Should we turn on? So I'm here to speak to you about the topic of tree protection, and I'm going to we talked a lot about, I think it's come to a head because of the fire station. I want to talk about tree protection in general And one of the big differences, the amount of tree protection you get at a development site is determined a lot by the land development regulations and the design and site standards. And so these are two developments out of the county. They're not just west of the city, and they were built. They're both medium density, 4 to 8 units an acre. One was built in the early 1980s at a time when there was a very strong focus on tree protection and development. Basically, the message was protect whatever you physically can. And this development at the bottom is called Terra Vista. It's being built right now, and it's being built according to modern land development standards. And even though it's in the county, it's the same issues in both the city and the county. Over time, what's happened is the roads have gotten much wider, the utility easements have gotten wider, the stormwater basins have gotten bigger, and what's happened is it's squished out all the areas where we used to have tree protection. So back about 25 years ago, when I first started paying attention to local developments, generally staff said that if you're building a single-family subdivision, about 10% of the land went into the roads and the utilities, and about 10% went into stormwater. Now it's often more like 50% or 60%. So if somebody's building a development at a given density or intensity, the lots are a lot smaller, and there's simply less room to leave tree cover. And a lot of times nowadays, they clear cut almost all the site and regrade it and drive their construction machinery over it. That in turn compacts the soil. And probably the biggest irony about it is the current land development practices, by clearing and compacting the whole site, create a heck of a lot of stormwater. So if these bigger stormwater basins, they get filled up thanks to the stormwater being built. And again, this particular example is in the county. I picked it because I'm familiar with it and because the two developments are right next to each other. They're both what they call medium density, 4 to 8 units an acre. But you see the same thing. You can pick examples in the city. You can pick examples around the country. It seems to be that a lot of around the country, cities and counties are simply adopting kind of these industry standard land development regulations that are often even hiring land development consulting companies to simply implement a kind of a boilerplate standard that doesn't necessarily take into account what's best for an area. If you're out in, a place in the middle with no tree cover to begin with, then tree cover is not going to be as much of an issue. If you're in one of the western states with large amounts of desert, it's not going to be as much of an issue. If you're here and you have great live oaks that take hundreds of years to develop, to grow, can provide great canopy for a long time, then it's something that's much more important. And they did a nice job in the early 80s subdivision, the Greenlee subdivision, relative to what you would expect at 4 to 8 units an acre, a relatively dense attached housing subdivision. Again, bigger lots, less land on infrastructure, and coincidentally, that creates less stormwater runoff, so the stormwater ponds could be smaller. Another development example that implemented low impact development, so it's actually in the city, is called Madeira. It's off Southwest Williston Road, and its density is about 2 units an acre. If you omit the conservation area, about 3 units an acre, which is not that different than what you get on a typical single-family subdivision. But it left very good tree cover, very narrow roads, very small developed stormwater basins, because their whole idea was they left more of the site undisturbed around each house, so we simply didn't create all the stormwater runoff to begin with. There's a whole video on YouTube from the creators of that subdivision where they discuss these things. And I think the answer going forward is to adopt more of the ideas from low impact development principles, and that'll create a lot more room to leave trees. And in the future, if you have future developments like the fire station, you'll be able to figure out a development footprint that leaves a lot of those big oaks, and definitely even more so for the single family and multifamily residential subdivisions.
Thank you.
Mr. Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Hello, I have a brief comment about Gainesville Regional Utilities. I suppose you've noticed that there's stockade fencing going up all around the GRU property. I know that we have an issue with the state about GRU. Usually when governments, usually two different countries, but two different levels of government here, are contesting something, they have to decide some level of discourse. That can be anywhere from diplomacy to Cold War to open hostility. And the building of this stockade fencing around GRU tells me that instead of embassy, they've chosen fortress. And this is a bad turn in this whole issue. The GRUA always continues to say, well, the city still owns GRU. But now some areas of it will be only accessible to citizens when GRU says so, instead of looking anything like true public property. A water main near me on Southeast 2nd Place broke recently, or had a leak. It looked like a natural spring in the middle of the street. And they had to do a lot of digging, replacing a section, replacing the pavement back again. And as soon as they did that, they realized, oh, there's another leak, slightly downhill, 50 feet away. And what it says is that a huge, long section of pipe, probably from 2nd Street over to 7th Street, I'm guessing, needs replacing. And they're spot patching. That money for that fencing should have gone to maintenance, and they are under maintaining. Well, while they're holding these properties they claim we still own, they are under maintaining them. So if you ever get them back, you're going to have a problem trying to catch up the maintenance. I'd also like to speak to you about RTS, but time is not enough, so I'll see you in 7 office appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt.
Meg Niederhofer.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Meg Niederhofer. Gainesville's tree canopy is a commons, like the rain that falls on all of us, and the oxygen essential for our survival. And like the global inflammation that is affecting our planet, the tree canopy affects us all. The urban forest is a term that particularizes trees in the public domain. Street trees, trees in parks, at the Thomas Center, on other public grounds. Returning to a policy of posting trees slated for removal invites community involvement, allowing people to question the city arborist, and if that is not enough, to have a conversation with the volunteer tree professionals on the Tree Appeals Board. I would have appealed the removal of the 3 heritage live oaks on Northeast 9th Street at 23rd Avenue, and the heritage live oaks and bald cypress at Waldo Road and 8th Avenue for the new fire station. These 5 trees were excellent trees, the best. And I'd have appreciated a conversation with one of the city's certified arborists about the northernmost live oak on the Streetery Lot 13 project, because those were removed by 2 employees from the city's concrete crew. We need to do better than that before we're taking down mature trees that meet the description and the regulations of heritage trees in Chapter 30 of the Land Development Code. So I appreciate that each of you city commissioners understand my words. I know you do. For 30 years, we posted public trees prior to removing them. Then the city experimented with disengaging from that act of public-private partnership. We're learning that that was a mistake. The tree canopy is a commons to be protected, like our democracy.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Major Koenig, could you address the towing company issues? You probably have information that would be helpful. Captain Owens is perfectly acceptable as well. Thank
She's
you.
coming up.
Okay.
So absolutely, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. So right now, we are in a transition of Miss Monica Jordan, who you've seen standing with us on multiple occasions, is actually transitioning to our accreditation manager position. And there is a little transition. Our new tow administrator starts August 31st. So we will be looking into the several contracts that Mr. Whitesides and Superior has brought to our attention. And we'll do that, of course, before that person gets here, see if we can find some remedy. We just spoke with Mr. Whiteside out in the hall, but I can let Captain Owens, she is the commander over the unit.
Okay.
So as we explained to Mr. Whitesides, there has been a transition. The young lady gets seated on August 30th, and we want to make sure that, you know, we set her up to succeed. So we're going to try to iron out whatever fires we have with Citizen Serve and all of the whatever it is that Monica has worked so diligently on to make sure that we are able to satisfy both Mr. Whitesides and I can't remember the other gentleman's name that was out there, but the contracts are what the issue is, and they need those to be signed, and so we're trying to make sure that we work diligently to get that done.
Very good. Okay.
And he agreed, so I think we're going to meet with him next week so that we can all come to the table and figure it out and make sure that they get what they need.
Very good. Thank you.
And one other thing, Mayor, for the conversation about the draft of the ordinance, we are still in conversation with the legal department and trying to get that together. And we promised both Mr. Whiteside and also Mr. Weber from Superior that we would meet with them and any property owners to go over it before we came back in front of the commission. So it would be an open and transparent take. We just don't have the draft to provide them yet. And as soon as it is done, we will do all of those things as promised and have been in open communication with them on both sides. So
very good. And I hope to have that back and have a discussion here sometime. Probably the second meeting of September or so is when my kind of internal target is. So.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. And then to the questions, Ms. Shannon is right. We've gotten a lot of requests moving on to the tree questions. I was hopeful to hear the city manager put out a really good memo about this. Mr. Persons, do you mind going over that so that we can kind of get some understanding of what happened in Northeast 9th Southwest Public Safety Center and what you're thinking going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we did share a memo, I think, yesterday afternoon with the commission. The memo essentially covers some of the applicable tree provisions and then goes into some detail about sort of what happened with each of those different public capital improvement projects that the Commissioner Eastman mentioned. Importantly, the Public Works Department has had now a series of discussions, internal discussions, and is going to be making some changes to its internal processes related to public capital improvement projects with respect to trees. Those are generally intended to be able to provide greater oversight, communication flow, sort of up the chain of command by incorporating the city engineer, arborist, and some other key staff in review, both from the design plan side as well as under construction. And then also having some additional notification to neighbors who may be near an impacted tree, as well as communication through official meetings with the tree advisory board. If there is a case, as it was with 9th Street, where there is a change in scope in the field that requires some additional tree removals, we'll go back to TAB and consult with them. They're also instituting some additional changes, or I would say maybe stopping points during the design and construction to see if there are opportunities for greater tree preservation as the project progresses. So we feel this is a very good change to our internal processes that will strengthen the overall capital improvement project process and be able to, at different stages of that make sure that we're being as thoughtful with planning and tree preservation as we can with these projects.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager, and I appreciated that. I mean, but specifically, and I can get into more of my thoughts on just the overall urban forest and our preservation of it. But I mean, you have very specific things in here that I can see. It's the arborist coming in at the 60% mark, which is specific time and in the review of these capital projects, identifying replacement trees later in the process, the 90 percentile. Like these are, and where will these live? Will this be part of our EDCM, internal policy? I mean, what are we looking at?
It would be internal policies within the Public Works Department. Part of their, they have all sorts of internal policies that are codified and approved by the director. So it will be codified and placed into their procedures.
All right, great. Basically, to ensure, at least on our internal capital projects, these are all about all of the complaints we've received about trees are about our capital projects, right? We've now put in $50 million, $60 million in capital projects right now, which all have various impacts on stormwater, which Matthew Hurst talked about, the size of the footprint, all of that. We have more capital projects coming up, so there's more of those tree questions coming in. But as those capital projects are coming forward, we will let people know better. We'll be able to work with people at the, or midway through the stage. We'll look for replacement trees later in the stage. Okay. And then but a lot of the requests I've gotten are also, we got a request from Ms. Shannon about tree buffering on the Southwest Public Safety Center. And then on Northeast 9th, we also, trees have come down. I'm curious what our thoughts are about replacing those trees, creating that buffer, specific to these two projects in particular.
So I can speak to it, or I'll probably have Mr. Singleton come up and talk about those two, what we're doing for those two projects.
Welcome, Mr. Singleton.
Good afternoon, Brian Singleton in the room, Chief Operating Officer. Regards to Southwest Public Safety Center, there is a row of landscaping in between the facility and the private property owners on the west side of the project. To those who have contacted us and we are reaching out, we are offering to do additional plantings either on our side of the property line or on their side of the property line, which we're authorized to do if they give us that permission. And we are offering to place privacy fence on the rear of their lots if they so desire. As part of that replanting plan, I believe it's somewhere around 120 trees that will be replanted on that particular site. As far as Northeast 9th Street, we're still working through the replanting plan for that, looking at the available areas in the rights-of-way versus the existing canopy. We'll make contact with adjacent property owners to see if anybody is willing to allow us to plant on their properties and see where we can place plantings within the right-of-way while still adhering to utility clearance requirements.
All right. What's important, what I think is important for folks, no one likes to see a heritage live oak come down, and heritage live oaks, they've been, they're beautiful. They make the look and feel of our community. But I do think people want to hear, what is the plan and how are we going to move forward, making sure that we have our shade, our urban forestry, how are we going to make sure that it is growing over time. And so, I'd like for us to implement that plan and to be, transparent with the surrounding community about what it is that we're looking at, so that it may not be exactly the trees that were there from before, but how are we going to make sure that we are growing our urban forest over time. And then you also, the Tree Advisory Board is also looking at certain, or they brought forward certain recommendations, is my understanding as well, correct?
Tree Advisory Board has brought forward some recommendations about how we look at trees during the right-of-way projects. So staff is analyzing that. Once they finish analyzing that, we'll prepare a memo to the commission with our findings and bring forward the aspects that staff is in alignment with, and so the commission can consider the other items as well.
Right, perfect. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, echo what Commissioner Eastman said, and then I was very glad to see the memo, and it certainly seems like we were taking some issues seriously and seeing what we could do to improve how we were managing our urban forestry and dealing with neighbors and making sure we're a good neighbor in these situations. But also I would say that as I got a lot of feedback from the community about this issue, I realized that for me, it's a pretty big blind spot. Like, it's just my background and where I came from in activism and workers' rights and those type of things. I was certainly aware that we had tree regulations, but to actually sit down and tell you what they were, or how they functioned, or any of that is just not what was in my wheelhouse coming here. So I would very much appreciate if you can put me together with either urban forestry or whoever would be the best to sit down and give me a good primer on this, so that when people do have these questions, I've got better answers and I've got a better understanding of how the process works. Because I mean, so that was definitely a weak spot for me in being able to try to answer some of these questions. And again, glad to see a memo come out that quickly about some changes we're making on trying to address these issues. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions were almost identical to those of Commissioner Eastman, which is precisely what we know we're going to do to mitigate and kind of make things and improve things now that we've done these projects, we got them going. I do know that we have to balance accessibility and public safety and things like roads, but it's a balance. So nothing is mutually exclusive, and I think we can do that. I would say, Mr. Manager, that since you all are going to be updating process and some procedures, is let's really utilize the boards that we have and those folks, because they may not always agree with us, but that's why we appointed them. So the Tree Advisory Board, the Tree Appeals Board, we have a Resiliency Officer, we have urban foresters, and we really need to make sure that as you develop this process, develop it with all those groups so they can really refine what we need to do and improve them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with the Southwest Public Safety Center in particular, I know there's a bunch of trees planned to be replanted, as anything, right? Almost any plan. Land Development Code guides a lot of what, private developers or city when we build. When we collect a lot of funds on one particular site, does that, when we pay into the mitigation funds, tree mitigation, does that change how we think about what we're going to replace the trees with? In essence, if we have a lot of funds we're putting in, do we say, oh, let's do larger diameter trees? Normally we wouldn't perhaps, replace with larger trees because it's probably inefficient per tree, but it's better established. So is that part of the process at all? Is it written or just somewhat considered? Or is that just kind of a landscape decision where you're like, oh, great, we want some larger pre-established trees here, and other places it's much more of the long term, it'll grow in over 30 years, as opposed to, hey, in 10 years we want this to be a mature tree.
So as far as the size of the plantings that go back, I'm not familiar with how granular that provision of the code is, so I'm not going to try and answer that one. Andrew might know.
Sounds like we have a granular guy down here.
But I will say that the larger of a tree that you try to replant with, the harder it is to establish and source. So that is always a challenge. You'll see out in City Hall, when we did the plaza out front, those are some larger trees than what we would typically plant.
Yeah.
We're very intentional with that, with the sight lines and making sure that canopy was up high enough for a more mature tree so that we would have the septet, components that we needed for this particular area.
Mr. Mayor, the only thing I was going to add, because I think Mr. Singleton hit it, is the decision to upsize trees. We've made that over the years. I think we upsized a lot of the trees that were planted in Depot Park. So it tends to be more of a visual decision, when it's an area that we're trying to provide greater shade or what have you. But generally, the code and the tree mitigation allows for upsizing trees, and with the challenges, Mr. Singleton indicated, that they do tend to they're harder to get established, and they're harder to source sometimes.
And I guess outside of just even like sizing the tree, but particularly if we've, set on Southwest Public Safety Center, a lot of money got paid in the tree mitigation. And I also understand that we had to do a lot of soil work, site work. But if it's that, we also spend the money on establishing, better soil to really long-term support, right? And so that's why I'm just trying to imagine that in the past, if in general we kind of think, the lowest bidder kind of approach, as opposed to sometimes it's, we made this decision in downtown where we said, no, we're going to really invest in saving some street trees and engineering around them. And so I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity on a site where we can take that stepped up approach, as opposed to, and I know our staff is great and they know what they're doing, but the cheaper version versus the more expensive version, where we can, either the commission can come in or any of our boards say, hey, this is a site where it is worth a little more investment. We normally wouldn't do it. Kind of like Depot Park, you said, like we need a little more, or here at the plaza where we have these other things. I'm just trying to imagine if this is an opportunity to look back at it, not change huge plans, but if there's places where it's like, oh no, let's do some soil engineering, bring it in, because some of these trees are not optional to regrow. Like, oh, let's hope they handle this disturbed soil, versus we really need these, whether it's a landscaping decision, whether it's because you want, good shade in one particular part. I'm just wondering a little outside of the box here.
We can definitely look back at the landscape plan and be intentional with, looking at what we can source as far as larger varieties and purchase those and get those planted. I will say as far as that particular site, it was a very challenging site. The topography of the site did not allow us to redevelop it without doing significant amount of earthwork, which resulted in the requirements to remove the trees. City staff does not want to remove trees if we do not have to. Unfortunately, the site just did not allow for us to go about it in a different way.
Okay, well, I just kick around that idea that, and this is part of a much larger conversation. I told somebody, like, this is a marathon, not a sprint, but trying to figure out these points where we learn things and say, oh, this, particularly where it's a situation where staff is trying to be very thrifty with the public dollars, but if the public's opinion is, no, this is where we can spend a little more money. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, because it's not always evident on any individual parcel. As of, when we buy big chunks of land, that is us saying, yeah, let's go spend some money, but kind of on the interim basis of intermediate basis of the community may want it to spend a little more because it's a little more important. But I know that staff is also, they always have cost in mind, right? So maybe that's more about us establishing a open door, saying, like, if y'all really think this is an opportunity to spend a little more on a good whatever, then let's have that conversation. Normally, I trust that y'all are thrifty, but sometimes when it comes to these trees and we have the funds, do we have to be thrifty, about replanting or re-engineering to support trees?
I would say with any infrastructure project, we're always trying to, balance that three-legged stool, provide quality product that's going to last, that looks good, be cost effective and be time effective. So those all conflict with each other, but our first thing is not to try to be thrifty. We need to do the right thing, and sometimes that costs a little bit more. And we're committed to doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. I get to you just a second, Commissioner Eastman, before we go back around on this. It's been hard to try to figure out exactly what to have to say about this over the last few days. I put some stuff out into social media after a great deal of consideration. And I'll go a little bit different than what I wrote there. Most city commission, city council meetings around the country don't have a group of folks coming to talk about this and talk about it in the greater social media world and the water cooler world, et cetera, that we do in Gainesville. Most government bodies do not devote this to the issue. We regularly do because it's what we do in Gainesville. And I want to make sure that folks who are not a regular part of the process know that we give more time and attention and care and money to maintaining a great tree canopy in our community than almost any any other city that I'm aware of. That is, and if you doubt that, then ask a developer how tough Gainesville is on about trees, because I'll promise you the developers are not happy with the way we do this. I don't want anyone to walk away from the video of this meeting or out of this room thinking, oh, they're just trying to blow this off. We are absolutely not. Nobody gets elected in Gainesville without understanding that we have to take care of the tree canopy. It's one of the things we do. For context, not to make excuses, but for context, over the last decade, we have put less than a decade, probably 8 years. We have put nearly 2,000 acres into conservation, permanent, actively managed conservation inside the city limits of Gainesville. That's not common. We plant or give away to have planted thousands of trees every single year. Some of those are spindly little saplings, and some of those are not. And that's a multi-year kind of thing. Many of those trees that we've given away over the years are heritage trees, or at least nearly so now, because that's a tradition that was started. We continue to take that all very seriously. Last year, we put 3,500 trees out to be planted, and that is not an uncommon year. This commission, since I've been up here, I don't think we've ever said no to a conservation opportunity, land conservation opportunity. We do that consistently. I believe, by the way, that is the most important thing that we can do for the tree canopy, is conserve as many acres as we possibly can and say, nobody gets to build here. This is part of the natural environment, and it's going to be for as long as people take our land use seriously. We're very serious about this. I went to Howard Bishop Middle School. It hurt me to see those trees come down, particularly because we weren't aware that all those trees were going to come down. We are serious about replacing trees as best we can, keeping trees in large chunks of land from being touched in the first place, and considering very carefully what comes down and what doesn't. To the point, I'll refer everybody back to the discussion we had about the Harry's tree 3.5 years ago. We spent $600,000 more than we planned to save a small number of trees. I'm glad we did. It's a good result. I think everybody can agree that that block is pretty great. I say all that just to say that I don't want anybody to think that, because some of the things I've read over the last few days might indicate that we just go out and bulldoze the trees whenever anybody feels like it. That's just not true. And if we don't say that, then there are folks who are going to believe that. So it's important to go through this. It's also important when we have, for good reason, we had an imminent need for a new public safety center, and put it on the best piece of land we could possibly find, the most appropriate piece of land we could possibly find in southwest Gainesville, where, by the way, we had not built a new fire station in Lord knows when, a very long time, and never very far into the southwest. We found the most appropriate piece of land we could find, and that still required way more tree removal than anybody wanted. When we have to do something like that, it requires that we respect the adjacent neighborhood and try to do the best we can to replace or mitigate whatever's there. As Commissioner Willits indicated, we are blessed that in this one circumstance, we do have mitigation funds available to do good work there. I want us to go above and beyond wherever we can on projects like that to help make it easier for the neighborhood. because I understand that it is traumatic. I appreciate the opportunity to offload that. The last few days of reading what lots of folks wrote has been difficult for me. And I'm not going to answer all the comments online one at a time. Just not going to do that because online has become a place where we go to fight, and I'm not interested in the fight. But I did want everybody to hear what's on my heart about this and what our commitment is. We also have a commitment, a renewed commitment over the last few years to taking care of the backlog of public investment that must be made in our rapidly growing community. There are 151,000 people living in this community, and they deserve a great tree canopy and great parks and great public safety and great art and all of those things. Those all need to happen. We are committed, I believe, as a commission and as city government in general, to threading that needle and providing as much of that as we can so that we have a great place to live, and keeping as much of the tree canopy as we can so that we have a great place to live. Not going anywhere with any of that, just I needed a download. Commissioner Eastman.
It's a very good download, Mr. Mayor, and so I wanted to just take action. I think a lot of stuff we've heard today are things that many of which are in motion, some of which they're already happening, but I did want to commit it down to a motion. If you don't mind, I said something to Kristen Bryant to one. I'd like to move that we implement the process improvements outlined in the August 5th tree removal memo to improve communication on tree removals and strengthen tree protection and mitigation. Staff review and refer to the Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee, the Tree Advisory Board's recommendation to strengthen the city's processes for street trees in our right-of-way. I can get back to the reference in a bit. Create a plan for restoring and enhancing the tree canopy along Northeast 9th Street corridor. And 4, implement the replanting plan and buffer plan for the Southwest Public Safety Center. I put in, refer this to the Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee. My view of subcommittees is they're a great place to, that once we get that back, whatever comes from the Tree Advisory Board, that's probably a good place to chew on it. If any commission members don't feel like serving on that board but want to have a voice in that conversation, that'd be a good time. It would be good to show up for that. But I just asked for that to be referred to that committee. And basically, these are things that our staff has verbally told us they're doing. I don't think there's anything in here that. Yes.
I don't have any concerns with what's up on the screen. One thing I did want to remind the commission for the record is that the Public Works staff and PRCA staff work with the Tree Advisory Board on new conservation land scoring criteria that was approved by the commission, I believe, 2 months ago. So we are going through the list of parcels that staff is interested in purchasing, scoring those in accordance with that new criteria that was adopted by the commission. And then we'll start making those cold calls and knocking on doors to go try and purchase property. We'll also be looking at those properties along the creeks, part of these greenways we've been discussing, and make those door knocks and those cold calls to try and purchase some more properties.
That's great. And just for anyone listening, what Mr. Singleton's speaking of is as trees get cut down, and sometimes trees do get cut down for new development, has always been the case. Trees are in places and people have the right to their property. That money goes back into preserving land, making sure we have more conservation land, as the mayor pointed out. I'm glad to hear you guys are prioritizing land along the creeks. Those are some of our best places where we have some of our great trails and good environmental land. So I'm glad you guys are working on that, and cold calling and getting ahead of it is the right way to go about it. So thank you, Mr. Singleton. And so that is my motion.
Second.
Motion second. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. In relation to this, thank you, Mr. Singleton, for reminding us about, I've already got the full name of it, the tree, conservation land
scoring criteria.
Right. So I went back and reviewed this, and it kind of went under the radar because this is something I think staff rightly heard the commission, heard all this, the consideration, a lot of my concerns, and worked on it, kind of quietly worked on it, and then we voted on it. We voted on it on consent. So it's something that we didn't, because at least when I saw it, I said, yeah, and I read it. I said, this is getting to, and it's really kind of like modern best practices, more so you know, because this started years and years ago, and it needs a little updating, and we're growing and changing city. So I really appreciate. I want to let you and your staff know that I appreciate that kind of went kind of quietly back in May because y'all have done the work, listened. Y'all have the staff has a good sense of where we're headed, and then we approved that. So that got lost. I'm glad. If not here, I'm already bringing this up in other places, social media and whatnot, to say that like staff is always working and considering, and we're in this moment where we have some tree mitigation funds, and we're imagining what the future can look like. So thank you a lot.
Other piece I forget is that the tree inventory and the ecological analysis is due at the end of this year as well. So that will help guide us into the properties that we target to purchase.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think probably inherent in this motion is just the fact that we are going to get feedback on the front end from the boards and the committees, not just the Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee on these plans, right? Because we want to hear from them and not provide them the plan and say, what do you think? We want to basically say, what do you think? What are some of the things you can give us? But I think that it's kind of inherent in what you have here.
Yeah, the Tree Advisory Board has certainly been paying attention to this conversation and has already submitted our staff ideas. So that subcommittee would not be sending anything their way. We're just reviewing what they're sending. Or really, they've sent it to staff, and then staff will review it and then send it to the subcommittee. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Is there any public comment on
I
this?
have no public comment. I did have a clarifying question. I thought that it was the Environmental Resiliency Subcommittee.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
I could not remember the name. I wrote that very quickly on there. So please change it to
I will.
Resiliency, please.
I'll get that changed. All right. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Let's see. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Before we move on, I want to say one other thing, just very briefly about this. I really appreciate the way staff has responded in this situation over the last few days. I know that our staff cares about the issue and takes it all very personally as well. Both the opportunity and the situation and the criticism. There is good criticism and then there's meanness. And the staff has been subjected to some meanness, and I really hope that as a community we can back off of that stuff. That's not okay. I wanted to call it a specific instance. I went over Saturday morning early to to Southwest First Street near the Streetery, and we had a vendor, a crew out, not city employees, I don't think, but a crew out laying bricks, relaying bricks, and I chatted with them for a little while and told them how much I appreciated what they were doing. I certainly don't want to be out there on my hands and knees in that kind of weather laying bricks. And they said, thank you. We've had a few people come by in the last few days to tell us how much they don't appreciate us doing this. I don't know what in the world would motivate somebody to do that. But I'm going to ask that we as a community kind of rededicate ourselves to being a community. We don't want to go the way that we see lots of other things happening in this world, but it all starts with how we respond to each other in the moment and how we say and write whatever it is we say and write. So, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our discussion items for the afternoon. 2026-530, appointment to the Development Review Board with a recommendation the City Commission discuss the applications received for appointment to the Development Review Board and take action deemed necessary. We have two applications. Both candidates are present, Gerald Cade and Pamela Marshall-Coons.
Okay, let's go by alphabetical order. Mr. Cade, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Not a whole lot to add other than, I'm a Gainesville native, grew up here, and grew up over in Durant Estates, which is right over by the Oaks Mall, if you're familiar with that. And grandparents been there since '61, and every time we pull in that neighborhood, beautiful oaks, canopies, love the landscape of Gainesville. And I remember going down Newberry Road and hearing stories of my dad tell me, well, this wasn't here and this wasn't there. We used to hunt there, and now I'm 42 and I see the same things. And so I have a lot of opinions about the way things are designed and laid out. I was very interested in architecture at 13 and volunteered at an architectural firm just to learn it. Thought that might be a path in my life where I'd go down. And then I did a little bit in horticulture and had a business in landscape design. So a little bit experience in that. So like I said, a lot of opinions on that. Grew up in the area. I like being involved in this community. Moved back here, moved away, been gone for 20 years and come back a few years ago. I'm happy to be home. So.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Marshall?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to interview today for this position. My name is Pamela D. Marshall Coons, and throughout my career I've had the privilege of serving as a journalist, serving in public policy, serving in economic development, transportation, and housing and urban development, as well as serving with local governments. I think the experience that I've gained throughout my career gives me an opportunity to listen and to make informed decisions rather than just deciding what I think is best. I think as a public servant, and I thank all of you for your service as a public servant, I think this is an opportunity, as I am seeking appointment to this Development Review Board, to be a part of decisions that help to shape the future of Gainesville. I understand that the board's responsibility is to fairly, consistently apply the city's land development code and comprehensive plan, and I am committed to approaching every application as a prepared person to view things objectively and respect what is in the best interest for the city and our community. If I am appointed, I commit to coming to these meetings prepared and to be thoughtful and to listen and to ask questions and make sure that the work that I am doing, that I am called to do as a member of this board, best reflects the codes that are currently in place, as well as what is best for the individuals in the community and what is best for this community. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon.
Thank you. And I appreciate both of you making an application, and unfortunately we only have one spot, so I hope that I look forward to one of you joining the board and the other one continuing to be active in what we do and perhaps looking for another opportunity. So thank you both for applying. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have two good applicants, but I'd like to speak in favor of the appointment of Pamela Coombs. I think Pamela Coombs' background, her extensive background in public policy, her preparation for this position, but public policy, economic development, communication, journalism, I think prepares her well for this position. In fact, I'll just read one statement from her application. She says, "I believe thoughtful growth should strengthen our community while preserving the qualities that make Gainesville a great place to live, work, and do business. My career in journalism, public policy, local government, economic development, and community engagement has given me the ability to evaluate complex issues, listen to diverse perspectives, and make balanced, informed decisions." This is a critical committee. I consider this committee and the Plan Board two of the most complex committees that we have, but the most two important, if you will, important committees in determining the direction of our city and how we grow. And I think that Pamela has prepared herself well to step into that role. I would like, well, yes, I'd like to move then the appointment of Pamela Coons to the Development Review Board.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Chestnut was basically talking about, it's one of our heaviest lift boards.
It is.
Really, I mean, that's what we're talking about. It is a decision-making body and one with a lot of rules. I do appreciate both of you all applying. And recognize for the person that does not get it, we have 29 advisory boards. So this is not any, the reality is we have one particular position, we have 29 boards, and we need people who have investment in the community. So while I happen to think that Ms. Marshall is probably the better choice here, there's also other choices and boards. And so to Mr. Cade, I appreciate you applying very much. And for whoever we apply, for whoever we select, please, the other person, consider the many boards that right now we have vacancies on, and we need good community members who are invested. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll support Ms. Coons, but I want to make sure I shout out to Gerald Cade that the real world experience of something like, waste, solid waste. We're just talking about solid waste. Our land development code is not merely, a lot of it is about looks, but looks and aesthetics are really just personal, whatever. It's just everyone's different, personal. But a lot of the land development code is about the nuts and bolts of physically how properties and cities work. And something as simple as, we don't think about it, but things are designed in ways so that a trash truck can pull into a development and and we have a land development code about where the dumpsters have to be and what has to surround it. Just that kind of experience, I really want to shout out that that real world experience is needed on development review board and on plan board because a lot of this it's easy to only focus kind of on the aesthetics. And so sometimes we need that expertise of people with that experience. That's why we pull in people that's why we pull in business owners and property owners on lots of different things because they know the struggle about working about downtown property owners or businesses. They understand downtown, so they're on the downtown advisory board. So I just want to do a shout out to you, Mr. Cade, that I really like that. That's interesting, but also that Ms. Coons, if I think she's probably had to put up with hearing enough about government agencies over the years about how we function and what we really need out of our feedback. And so I think I'll be able to support her just fine. But Mr. Cade, thank you for applying and being willing to bring some of that real world experience, and hopefully that can continue to be shared in our community. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No public comment.
All right, seeing no further lights, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Congratulations, Ms. Coons. Mr. Cade, I hope that we see your name come across our desk again. So, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolutions for the afternoon. 2026-490 LHAP amendment for SB 594 compliance ship fiscal year 2026-2029. With recommendation, the City Commission adopt the resolution which approves the amendment to the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program Local Housing Assistance Plan for the state fiscal years 2026 to 2027, 2027 to 2028, and 2028 to 2029. Authorizes submission of the amended local housing assistance plan to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and authorizes the mayor to execute and submit all necessary documents related to the LHAP with the city clerk to attest such documents, subject to the review of the city attorney for form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Ms. Lewis. And is that your 15-year pen there?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission, City Manager Persons, City Attorney Nee, City Clerk Bryant, and everyone joining us today. The action before the City Commission is approval of a resolution amending the city's local housing assistance plan, known as the LHAP, to comply with the requirements of Senate Bill 594. This amendment is required to maintain the city's eligibility for the State Housing Initiative Partnership, known as SHIP. Funding the fiscal years 26-27, 27-28, 28, and 29, and to incorporate the manufactured housing strategy required by the state law. During today's presentation, I'll briefly explain why the amendment is required, summarize the key provisions of the Senate Bill 594, and concludes with staff recommendation. The action before you today is to amend the city's local housing assistance plan, or LHAP, as required by Senate Bill 594. On April the 16th, 2026, the City Commission adopted the local housing assistance plan for state fiscal years 26 through 29, with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation approving the plan on April the 17th, 2026. Following that approval, Governor DeSantis signed the Senate Bill 594 into law on June 26, 2026, with the effective date of July 1st, 2026. Because the legislative became effective after the city's LHAP was approved by the city must now adopt an amendment by resolution to incorporate the new statute requirements. Approval of this amendment will ensure the city's LHAP remains compliant with the state law and preserves the city's eligibility to receive the SHIP funding. Senate Bill 594 requires the city to amend its LHAP to include manufactured housing strategies as a requirement, continue participation in the SHIP program. The legislation requires each SHIP participating local government to address owner-occupied manufactured homes located within the mobile home parks through a strategy that includes 3 components, and the components are as follows: relocation assistance for homeowner displaced by a mobile home park, closure lot rent assistance for eligible homeowners up to 6 months, and rehabilitation and emergency repair assistance for eligible manufactured housing. In addition, Senate Bill 594 removes the previous limitation that restricted the use of SHIP funds for manufactured housing activities to 20% of the total funds available to each county and municipality. The LHAP amendment incorporates these required provisions, ensuring the city's SHIP LHAP remains compliant with the state requirements and provides greater flexibility to address affordable housing needs. Staff recommendation. The City Commission adopt the resolution which approves, number 1, which approves the amendment to the State Housing Initiative Partnership, known as SHIP, program, local housing assistance plan for state fiscal year 26 through 27, 27 through 28, and 28 through 29. Number 2, authorize submission of the amended local housing assistance plan to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And number 3, authorize the mayor to execute and submit all necessary documents related to the LHAP amendment, and with the city clerk to attest such documents, subject to review by the city attorney for form and legality. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions the commission may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So did this go to our AHAC committee just to understand that this is going to be changed?
We never took it officially to the AHAC.
Can they be, apprised of the situation after we pass this and say, hey, new state law?
Yes, they are aware of it. We did mention it in a meeting, but not formally.
Okay. And then, so is it the 20%, the funds, is it currently set at 20% as the maximum and this opens it up? Or is
That's correct.
Okay.
It's currently set.
Okay. And this but state law is what's pushing us along this path.
That's correct.
Okay. And I just want to mention that also, we talked about it recently, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act federally starts to peel back this idea that manufactured housing has been ignored for too long for lots of different reasons, but that it is a potential. So I think this is the state law kind of getting at what the federal law is also pointing at, is that we perhaps have ignored manufactured housing, and that nationwide, statewide, we need to look back at it as one tool in our toolbox. So I just wanted to mention that because it's kind of weaving together a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blau. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
I cannot miss this opportunity to talk about our affordable housing issue. All of you can probably just recite this right along with me, that your inclusionary zoning plan as it exists so far is just not adequate. It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to get enough units. It's not going to cause us to change our economically segregated housing pattern. You have 10% set aside and 80% area median income targets. That's not going to make the change. And if you don't move that, and Mr. Mayor, you've urged me to be happy that at least you did something and you'll look at it later. But I repeat to you that later may never come, especially if this November does not change one-party rule in Tallahassee. This tool will be taken from you before you get the chance to reevaluate and strengthen it. And you need to get all you can out of it now. We need to be at least 20% set aside affordable housing and reach down to 50 or 60% AMI where the bulk of our need is. And you need an ownership component to the inclusionary zoning plan, not the assumption that low and moderate income people should never aspire to home ownership and be renters forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blau.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really, this one is really a no-brainer. I mean, we just need to be in compliance with state law. It gives us additional flexibility in the way we use our SHIP funds, which are specific to things like affordable housing initiatives. And we want to make sure we're continuing to receive those funds, so we need to make the amendment. So with that, I approve 2020, I recommend in motion approval of 2026-490. We adopt a resolution which approves the SHIP program amendment to the local housing assistance plan. Its second authorizes submission of such a plan, and 3 authorizes the mayor to execute those documents.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Anyone else? All right, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our ordinances for second reading. This is ordinance number 2026-436, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending chapters 8 and 14.5 of the Code of Ordinances by renaming the Office of Equity and Inclusion to the Equal Opportunity Office, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney, anything to add?
Nothing since first reading.
Okay, very good. Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
All right, anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move ordinance number 2026-436, Office of Equity and Inclusion, name change amendment, B.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please read the roll.
Commissioner Engel? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to commission comment.
Well, that afternoon
Wow.
I never know. I just never know. All right, anyone for commission comment? Go ahead.
I didn't hear anything. I thought we'd be talking about trees all afternoon, so I got nothing.
Commissioner Book.
Here's the, thank you. So here's the 30-second version. Last year, one of our most controversial and complex issues was moving from MV transport to the way we were going to handle those who were very vulnerable. And we've been doing that for a few months now. Such to the extent that we're probably going to be speaking with the county about potentially expanding those boundaries, because we've talked about that at our transportation planning organization. And I just want to say, I've been seeing our RTS Plus, which is a component of that. It's not everything, but a component. I've been seeing them all over the area in our boundaries. And then I picked up at the Disability Resource Fair, which we sponsored, which we, at MOK, I picked up the RTS Plus book, which I feel is extremely well done. And I just feel like this was one that made me nervous, right? And it doesn't mean we're perfect, and it doesn't mean we're still not working out the bugs, but we have done this very, very well. And I'm very grateful for all the staff that did it, because it was a complex, we talked about heavy lift on a board. This is a heavy lift to make sure we're not leaving people roadside that need it. And so I'm just going to pass this, but I want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, you know that I feel like we have really moved forward on an issue that was of great concern and impacts people. So thanks for that. Thank you. I just passed that around. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to give my thank you to city staff, the board's meet and greet, really kind of appreciation that happened last week at Cotton Club. To the clerk staff, thank you, and specifically, I'm sure Jortoya will hear this somewhere. She put a lot of work in. She's the person who organizes all of our advisory boards and committees. And then to all the liaisons, the rest of the manager's staff, and maybe even Zariah's staff, as I can't remember if someone was there but lots of our staff oversee all these committees, or the liaisons for it. It was a success. It was great. It was really good to see people, to show appreciation for someone. Some of them have been on our boards like more than 10 years, and someone had been on our board like 20 years, a board of some sort or whatever. And I learned a lot about how many of these people really appreciate their liaison, so that's a compliment to staff. And I want to appreciate all the commissioners who came, but also the other commissioners who were out across our community that night. It reminded me, like, we all operate individually, but I think we do a pretty good job of understanding we owe the community, the city, and our colleagues getting out and representing, trying to have somebody kind of at all events. So Commissioner Eastman went to the school board meeting that night, and I assume, are you going to give us a little update at some point? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. He's the one that made sure to tell me about it, to brag about it. Thank you. So I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about school board update, but I want to thank my colleagues for going to those other things and making sure we're represented. We don't always organize it that way, but we just kind of ends up being that way. So it was a great night to see so many of us scattered throughout the community, representing, hearing back, hopefully appreciating on the school board, but on the city side, we really appreciated all of our boards and staff, and the airport CEO was there to meet some more members of our community who are the movers and shakers and opinion leaders. So it was great. So thank you to all the staff, the clerk staff, the manager staff, all the liaisons, and of course all the board members who finally got a piece of thank you cake. We don't do much for them, but that was really great. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Madam Clerk, did you want to weigh in on that?
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for those wonderful comments. I did want to also add thank yous to Andrea Wyatt, who also helped instrumental in coordinating along with Jotoya Russell, but also to Commissioner Willets, who helped push this program forward. We are very grateful. It was a wonderful event, and I'm just so proud of everybody. It was great to meet all of the staff liaisons face to face. It just was really nice coming together of everybody. So thank you for that. It was at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center.
There you go. Yes. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I hit my button really to talk about paratransit, because I wanted to put some numbers to it. You inspired me. We met with RTS staff last week, and they talked about paratransit. Brian, if you come so that I get the numbers correct. But I was shocked at how successful that is when you put numbers to it. You mentioned that it's going well, but if I recall, we are doing well. I'll hand it over to Brian Singleton, who can be more accurate with what. But I was surprised at how successful that is, being just on the ground, raw data on it.
I'm not going to try and cite the numbers specifically, but our ridership is up 40% over what NV was providing. And we are, even with the increased ridership, we are providing the service in less than what we were paying NV to provide the service. We are getting a lot of positive feedback from the community. It's going really well. Another point on transit I want to point out, and really proud of the RTS staff of, is I believe by the end of next week, they will have all the signage with the route numbers re-stickered.
Oh, great.
That was a request from the GATCO, I think that's the new name of the board.
GATCO.
I get it mixed up, but they went at that very expeditiously, and we should be wrapped up next week.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Well,
Yes.
I think, and I believe we actually are starting to have our hybrid buses come in as well. I think we're getting the first bus in. I think if it's not already in, I think it's supposed to be coming in pretty soon.
A couple of them I think are already
Okay.
in. They're just not in service yet, but they are coming in.
Great. And then since Commissioner Willits asked about it, then I can always pass the baton over to Commissioner Chestnut, who was also there that night. But yes, we were before the Alachua County School Board to discuss Citizens Field and the beginning of them the signing of the contract and then beginning their due diligence process. That was a 4-1 vote. I was surprised by that, by how much everyone was happy to go forward. I mean, from what I could tell from the school board and being there, is everyone was doing there similar to what we're doing here. This is a very large capital project. They just want to make sure that all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, that they're hearing from the community and going through the same process. And so I was very satisfied with how the conversation went. I thought it was very respectful. Even the people that there was I thought very respectful disagreement among some of the school board members on how to go or how much due diligence or where the contract would go in. I can kick it over to Commissioner Chestnut or to the city manager, but I was very satisfied, and I think it's and as I said to the school board then, I think this will be an incredible partnership and capital project as we go forward. They've done, as I said there, great work with many of the new capital projects, the schools they've opened up, Littlewood, Howard Bishop. I mean, some of those schools are just incredible. We just celebrated 10 years of one of our best capital projects, Depot Park, just this past Saturday. I'm really excited for how that will happen and to take that next step.
So we will be coming back next week with the contracts and an update on Citizens Field. And I just got a text from Jesus. He said we have 5 buses in.
Wow.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, with the meeting with the school board on the same day as the advisory board, so I apologize for not attending that. I think what made the difference this time was having the experts in the audience on hand. Because with the city manager, what's your title, Brian?
Interim Chief Operating Officer.
Chief Operating Officer. I think having them on hand to immediately respond to what some people thought were the issues, but really were not, and to provide that. And then I think that the school board felt a true partnership by having city commissioners in the audience. It showed a level of respect for what they do and how much we appreciate their work, but it was very, very good. I have no qualms. I think that we are well on the way to seeing this become a great stadium for our youngsters. And the other thing that I was very, very happy to hear regarding the school board, I was very concerned about the transportation for Stephen Foster crossing 13th Street. I understand that a mini bus will be provided, so students will not have to cross there. But anyway, it was a great partnership. It's great to have your staff on hand at these meetings. It makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. And to both Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Eastman, I have no doubt that you're correct, that having our city staff experts there made a difference, that you all being there made a difference. But I think the biggest thing that made a difference was the community making themselves heard. I think that
That's true.
usually that is what turns the corner for all of us. So I think that was certainly the case here. Commissioner Eagle.
2 things. One, I wanted to say I appreciate you bringing up paratransit. Of all the scare tactics and horror stories we heard about what was going to happen last year, to me, a public good had been privatized, somebody was making profit off that. We decided to bring that back in-house and really focus on providing that service. We've done it from, if I got those numbers right, 40% more ridership, so literally 40% more service we're able to give to people in need for less money than what we were paying them to do it, just by in-housing that. And I think doing the same thing with the county is going to make a lot of sense. So I'm very, very happy with that, especially, as I said, after what I think were some really kind of scare tactics that got pushed out of the community when this was going on. Also, I want to say we talk about our colleagues across the street on occasion, and I wanted to say that we forget one of those colleagues across the street. I have lost my driver's license and had to go over for a replacement today. Made an appointment, got there by appointment time, was back there within 5 minutes, and walked out of that building with a new driver's license in less than 15 minutes. And when I compare that to, the punchline about going to the DMV, or, what the lines I've waited in before and all that, they were in real tight operation over there, and I was real proud to see it. So just a little bit of props to the tax collector's office there.
Absolutely. John Power and his people do great work over there.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. I'll give some props to RTS as well. I had no doubt that we would at least meet the standard left by the previous vendor, particularly in light of what Commissioner Engel mentioned, the commentary that we had received in that process from that organization was interesting, to say the least. I'll leave that at that. But I knew that our highly trained union shop was going to do a better job than what some folks had tried to say. And I really appreciate everybody at RTS for stepping up, everybody in the chain there for stepping up and making us proud of the decision. And I am confident as well that we'll be able to expand that into the county. I have no doubt that RTS can meet whatever the challenge is, because it's a great organization and I'm proud of the work they're doing. I want to mention a couple things happening this Saturday, 3 things happening this Saturday that I hope folks will take advantage of. Of course, school starts on Monday, public school start on Monday. So also be aware that school starts and it's going to take you a little bit longer to get where you're going. Take a deep breath. Parents, congratulations. I know I am looking forward to school starting again. But it does change the way the roads work in our community, and we should all remember to be aware of that. But leading up to that, Saturday morning at 10 o'clock at Mount Pleasant United Methodist Church, Commissioner Chestnut's church and Commissioner Duncan Walker's church, is a back-to-school bash, which will have some backpacks and other giveaways, but also just a general opportunity for kids to enjoy themselves and parents to reacclimate to starting school. And then at 11 o'clock, the Gainesville Housing Authority has a similar event at Pine Meadows, and that Mount Pleasance is 10 to noon, Pine Meadows is 11 to 1, and Sheriff Chad Scott is planning a similar event at Freddie Warmack Park out in Newberry, which I think is still in Alachua County, but it's a good long way out there. No shade, y'all, but I know it's not in Gainesville. That is noon to 4 on this Saturday. All of those have a similar mission, but anybody interested in any of those kinds of events, there's plenty of opportunity to be at one of those events this Saturday and get ready for school on Monday. I don't see any other lights. Thank you all for your work. And
since we have a little time, I normally don't get up, but 2 things I want to do. First of all, thank the mayor and commissioners for your continued support of people living within our community with disabilities. We held our annual disability resource fair a couple weeks ago at the MLK. Large attended, and they were very, very thankful for us being there. So thank you to the mayor and the commissioners for that work that you do for the people that are living within our communities that live with disabilities. Also want to say thank you to the mayor and commissioners, we just recently had our business matchmaker event in the community. We had record attendance, over 36% attendees. On the vendor side, we had over 85% of our vendors who registered attended as well. Well-attended event. I want to thank the city manager, interim city manager, Andrew Persons and his team, Todd, and everybody from procurement for being there. Thank you so much for your support and your help. It doesn't go unnoticed. And then lastly, I just want to share, we have 2 events that are coming up here in August, the 20th and the 26th. They're both training. One of them is incorporating AI into your business, and one of them is our interdepartmental informational session that we do here in the community. And then September the 17th is going to be how to start up your business with the SBDC and Michael Chung. So I just wanted to make sure I share those announcements, and thank you to the mayor and commissioners for supporting small businesses within our community, as well as supporting those that are dealing with disabilities within our community as well. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Folsom. That was just one after another. Very, 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 very good. All right, I don't see any other lights, so we'll see y'all back here at 5:30. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Glad to have you with us for the evening session for our Gainesville City Commission meeting for Thursday, August 6th. We have some really fun work to do this evening, and I'm looking forward to getting started. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the Pledge of Allegiance given by Girls on the Run of Northeast Florida.
All right.
Come forward.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good, ladies. Nice work. So stay up there with us. You all stay up here and kind of line up. Line up here, and we'll get some good photos with the commission. You're welcome.
Right in the middle here, right in front of the mirror. There you go.
Very good, ladies. Thank you for coming. See, this is why we invite groups to do this for us. This work.
I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, don't sit down.
Yeah.
Thank you, Girls on the Run. All right. Mr. Mayor, we have our proclamation for the evening. I'll just wait just a moment till things settle. All right, we have 2026-492 Cultural Storytellers and Artists Recognition Day. Everyone with that proclamation is welcome to step forward with the mayor.
That, if you'll turn it around and face it that way, I'll read here. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas cultural storytellers, artists, filmmakers, writers, musicians, journalists, and creative professionals preserve history, celebrate diverse cultures, and strengthen communities by documenting the stories that shape future generations. And whereas the City of Gainesville has long championed education, creativity, innovation, and the arts, recognizing that artistic expression enriches civic life, strengthens cultural understanding, and contributes to the vitality of the community. And whereas award-winning filmmaker, publicist, U.S. Army veteran, and community volunteer Valerie Denise Jones has demonstrated a lifelong commitment to preserving history, elevating underrepresented voices, and serving communities through film, media, and volunteerism. And whereas Valerie Denise Jones established meaningful ties to Gainesville through coursework at the University of Florida and nearly 5 years at Magic 101.3, while helping raise funds for Santa Fe College students, supporting youth, seniors, military veterans, local churches, community events, and city initiatives. And whereas Valerie Denise Jones participated in an Ebony Fashion Fair event on the University of Florida campus, worked alongside University of Florida students to help bring Queen Latifah to campus, is a former Mrs. Alachua County, member of Women in Film Florida, former president of the Jacksonville Film Festival Black Cinema Spotlight, and a recipient of the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim August 15th, 2026 as Cultural Storytellers and Artists Recognition Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing and celebrating the artists, filmmakers, educators, musicians, writers, and cultural storytellers whose creativity preserves our shared history, strengthens our community, and inspires future generations. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, the 6th day of July 2026. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Well, this is beautiful. I want to congratulate you guys. I just found out about this beautiful day that you're here for. Again, congratulations. Ms. Chestnut, I know you probably do not remember me, but you helped me get out of the military out of a very bad situation. Oh, okay. So I am very excited to be before you. But Gainesville has always been my home. I did, graduate college here. I did a lot for the radio station, did a lot for artists and students and people here. And those beautiful children that were here, that has always been my life. So I really, really do appreciate, the love and everything the city has ever done. I am happy to be here with Keisha Curry. She is one of the reasons for this proclamation. Here's Leroy, he's my cameraman, and Javon L. Brown. We came in from Jacksonville, Florida to be here today, and we're so thankful that the city welcomed us the way that it is. And I do want to dedicate this to my family, my mother, May King, and my mother, Jean Jones. So thank you guys so much. I love you to life, and it's been a pleasure just meeting everybody today. Thank you. Can I have that too? Sure. Or do you need it? Thank you so much. Sure, of course.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you, congratulations. Yes.
All right. Mr. Mayor, before we call the next item, I understand we have folks downstairs. So I'd like to ask everyone, if you're downstairs in room 16, if you would please make your way up into the auditorium. We will have everyone have standing room in here during the reading of the next item. So we'll pause just until they're able to do that.
Do you have the resolution? I'll do it if you want. Hold on.
Wait,
Oh, let me write that here. Just a second, we have some technical difficulties. Y'all just bear with us for just a minute. When we're after we get through the talking part, we'll take a little break and everybody come up and get your photo with the easel and the street sign and everything. So, and then we can do it all again tomorrow morning. Kevin, make sure everybody has a chance to come on up. I think it would take this long to print this. We're going to be at it real soon, I promise. There we go. I don't mind doing it if you want me to. I don't mind doing it if you want me to, but it'd be easier if you want to. It's up to you.
oh, okay. Well,
Eventually.
oh, okay.
But I'll call it in a second.
So, Mr.
So
Mayor.
let's go ahead and read it in, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Because it's a motion.
2026-496, honorary street naming of Southeast 8th Avenue, with recommendation the City Commission adopt the resolution to dual name Southeast 8th Avenue from Southeast 15th Street to Southeast 23rd Street, Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. Street.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Public Works Director, you want to lead us through this?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Gail Maury, Public Works Director. We've received a commission request to dual name Southeast 8th Avenue from Southeast 15th Street to 23rd Street in honor of Bishop James C. McKnight Sr., confirming that administrative procedure allows dual renaming by resolution, and that the resolution is part of the backup to the agenda item. And I would like to wish Bishop McKnight my warmest congratulations on this honor.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut, we have a resolution ready, if you'll read that for us and then make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, to designate and dual name Southeast 8th Avenue from Southeast 15th Street to Southeast 23rd Street as Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. Street, and providing an effective date. Whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. was a lifelong resident of Gainesville, whose leadership, faith, and community service left a lasting impact both locally and internationally. Whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. graduated from Lincoln High School and Florida A&M University, and whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. served in the United States Army during the Korean War, and whereas upon returning home, Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. was ordained as a minister in the Church of God by Faith in 1957, and whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. faithfully served as senior pastor of his congregation for more than 54 years, and whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. was appointed Executive Secretary of the National Church of God by Faith organization in 1960, and whereas as presiding bishop, Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. provided leadership to more than 180 churches throughout the United States and affiliated ministries abroad, and whereas throughout his life, Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. remains deeply involved in the Gainesville community, and whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. was instrumental in providing shelter to the residents of the former Kennedy Homes apartment building following the devastating fire in 2003, and whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. was widely respected for his compassion, leadership, and dedication to service, and whereas Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. shared more than 60 years of marriage with his wife, Mother Jessie Camps McKnight, and whereas together, Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. and Mother Jessie Camps McKnight raised 4 children, along with a large extended family of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And whereas Bishop James E. McKnight passed away on May 29, 2021, leaving a legacy of faith, service, and community leadership that continues to be felt throughout Gainesville. And whereas the City Commission finds it appropriate to recognize the extraordinary life and lasting contributions of Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. by dual naming Southeast 8th Avenue from Southeast 15th Street to Southeast 23rd Street as Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. Street. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, Section 1, Southeast 8th Avenue from Southeast 15th Street to Southeast 23rd Street shall be dual named as Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. Street, so that it will serve as a permanent tribute to his lifetime of faith, leadership, service, and dedication to the Gainesville community, and ensure that his legacy will always be remembered. And 2, the city manager or designee is hereby authorized to carry out all necessary actions to fulfill this resolution. This resolution shall become effective immediately upon adoption, passed and adopted this 6th day of August 2026. And the mayor will take it from here.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Chestnut. Do you want to make a motion?
Oh, I moved the motion that of the dual naming of the street for Bishop James E. McKnight Sr.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, as indicated. Let's go ahead and this is a good time before we vote, for anyone who would like to speak, to come on up to the lectern and tell us what's on your heart.
I think we'll start with Bishop James E. McKnight
Yeah.
Jr.
Come on up, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ward, and to Commissioner Chestnut, and to all of the distinguished members of the Gainesville City Commission, to members of the city administration and staff, especially to Mr. John Alexander and his staff. We greet all of you. I want to also honor several special guests who are here tonight. The Superintendent of Gainesville District, Superintendent Gainey, Dr. Livingston, several members of the clergy of the Church of God by Faith, my family, the McKnight and Camps family, many friends and members of our beloved community. First, allow me to express our sincere, heartfelt gratitude to each of you. We deeply appreciate the City of Gainesville for bestowing this extraordinary honor upon our family. And we recognize that the renaming of public streets is reserved for those who live, whose lives have left an enduring mark on the community, and we do not take this recognition lightly. So on behalf of my mother, Mother Jessie McKnight, who unfortunately is not here on tonight, to each of my siblings, Janice, to John, to Jonathan, and our entire McKnight Camps family, as well as the Church of God by Faith family. It is both a privilege and a profound honor to be here this evening as we celebrate the renaming of a portion of Southeast 8th Avenue, or should I say the dual naming of a portion of Southeast 8th Avenue in honor of our father, my father, Bishop James McKnight Sr. For our family, this occasion is about much more than the unveiling or the renaming of a sign or a street. It is a reminder that a life faithfully lived leaves a footprint that continues to bless generations. Our father loved this city. He loved its people. He believed that true greatness was never measured by titles, positions, or recognition, but by humble service to God and to others. Many knew him as pastor and bishop and mentor, as civic leader and friend. We simply knew him as Dad, a man of unwavering faith, quiet strength, deep conviction, genuine compassion. He taught us that success was not measured by what we accumulated, but by the lives we touched and the people that we serve and the legacy that we leave behind. So tonight, this recognition affirms that his investment in this community mattered and that his life and witness continues to inspire those who follow. To Mayor Ward, to Commissioner Chestnut, and to all of this commission, to every member of this commission, we and this dedicated city staff who helped to make this evening possible. Please accept our deepest thanks. Your thoughtfulness and your commitment to honoring those who have faithfully served this community means more than our family than words can ever express. I would also like to offer a special word of appreciation to my niece Jessica, who vision first sparked this idea, and then to everyone who embraced it and worked diligently to bring it to pass. We will forever be grateful for all of your efforts. It's our prayer that the street would be more than a name on a sign and a marker on the map. It stands as a lasting reminder that one person committed to faith, integrity, and service, love for others, can make a lasting difference in the life of a community. Again, on behalf of the entire family, the McKnight and Kent's family, we want to say thank you for this is remarkable. It's a humbling honor, and may God bless the city of Gainesville, its dedicated leaders, and its citizens and all who call this wonderful community home. Again, thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Now, if anybody wants to follow that, you're welcome to. I'm just saying. All right, and we are honored to be able to be a part of this with you, and we are the ones who ought to be humbled by the opportunity to recognize Bishop McKnight's service and the family that has meant so much to this community. So thank you all for being here this evening, and I don't see any lights, so let's call the roll.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. All right, let's take a brief moment to come down and take photos with the street sign and with anyone who wants to do that.
Everyone can get in the picture.
In session. Thank you, broadcast, for taking the hint there. I appreciate it. That was fun. We should do that every meeting. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our discussion items for the evening. 2026-469 advisory boards and committee reports with the recommendation the City Commission hear presentations and take action deemed necessary. We did have 2 reports, but one is going to be moved to a future meeting. So tonight we will just have the Downtown Advisory Board report.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
With the Downtown Advisory Board is out of town, so Mayor Poe will be taking over his duties and delivering the annual report.
Excellent. All right. Welcome, Mayor Poe.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Good to be here. I missed our July meeting for the DAB, hence got nominated to be here tonight. The best motivator for good attendance and volunteer work. Want to thank you, first of all, for appointing me to the board. It's been a real pleasure to serve. Great staff, great membership on the board that takes the health of our downtown very seriously. You just appointed a couple new people, reappointed one, and so we're thrilled to start working with those new members as well. So I'll take you through this. It's not a long presentation, and then try to punctuate a couple of the points, I think, that the board wanted me to bring back to you all. Staff was kind enough to put together a survey for the board, and I think what you're going to see here is just a distillation of the comments. We were all pretty much within the same bandwidth on our responses. There weren't really any serious outliers. But you can see here that, I think it's a great question to ask all your boards. What do you think your purpose is? The commission might have one idea of what they expect from the board, and the board might have some completely different ideas. So it's good to be on the same page. I think really the summary of this is keeping our pulse on what is happening downtown, good, bad, or in between. What opportunities are there to try to foster a lively and prosperous downtown? And then, what are some of the early warning signs that something might be addressed, and try to bring that to the attention of the commission. Everyone that serves on that committee lives, works, and plays downtown. They're there at all times of day, from the very first people to arrive to the folks that shut the bars down at night and work with GPD to make sure that it's safe and orderly as people go home, or can't stay here at least. And so I think there's a lot of agreement that we believe that's our role. And there's at least some focus of every meeting that discusses specific elements of that. The second question we were asked, what are the 3 most important things the DAB has done in the past calendar year? So the first, I think, was probably me. I did come a little late to the game. But there was a lot of excitement and I think support for the holiday lighting program. And immediate discussion about how do we make that even sort of bigger and more impactful this coming year. It's a great low-cost way for the city to encourage and support businesses to sort of spruce themselves up. And a few of the businesses that participated were sort of regretful that they didn't start earlier and go bigger. So I think you'll see even more of that this year. And then, I think having regular meetings, obviously very important. Things can change quickly, especially as we're trying to get updates. And then what are the most important sort of elements? The big business improvement grants, which we just discussed again at our meeting earlier this week. The downtown events grants and downtown ambassadors. And I think the commonality with those is what can the commission do to help support some relatively small but impactful programs that can either help businesses improve their presentation to the community to make them more inviting and more welcome. For many of these small businesses, it's not an option for them to fund those themselves. And so just a little bit of help with those matching funds really can make a huge difference. And then the downtown events grant, really challenging our community to bring engaging programming to our downtown area that brings people in from all around the region. And I, as someone who puts on a couple of those events every year, you're seeing a more and more diverse type of programming, and as a result, a more and more diverse and representative group of attendees coming downtown, people that might not normally decide to go downtown, and not just from Gainesville, but from all around the county and the region. So all those are very important. And then you all get regular updates on the downtown ambassadors. You know the impact they're making. And the DAB really supports the work that they've been doing, and we get monthly updates from them as well in person. So we are thankful for that. What are the 3 most important things the advisory board is working on right now? I can really distill this into one simple word, and I'm also thankful for preceding the budget presentation coming up next. It's the budget. We're very concerned about the sort of fiscal impact of some of the huge decisions that you have had to make and that you are being asked to make in the very near future. With the end of the GCRA funding mechanism as we know it, many of the most significant funding sources for these activities is going away. And the committee really wanted to emphasize that if the commission believes that those programs are important and impactful, that they start rolling those into the general fund budget or find some alternative funding source sooner rather than waiting till that money just sort of terminates and then we don't know what we're going to do. We know that, for example, ending the Downtown Ambassador program abruptly would have a significant effect on the businesses, on the guests that come downtown, and our neighbors who come here every day. And then, I think collectively have done our best to support the businesses along the streetery. We had a really good experience when we redid the portion of Main Street out here 15 years ago. That was a long time ago. It seems like yesterday. But we know that with the proper sort of support that those businesses can still thrive and people will choose to go there even though a road might be torn up in front of them. So it was very important to the committee that staff work with those businesses to try to make sure that they were still accessible, that there was good signage, and there was good promotion, both from the private sector, from them, and from the city as well, saying, hey, come on down, just because you see a bunch of action happening in front of these stores, they're still open and available. And I think that's been pretty successful. We haven't heard from any businesses that they're really suffering right now. You know, it's not ideal, just like at your home if you have the street torn up. Or I was in front of Bishop at 9th Street today, and it's torn up, a couple days before school, and it's not ideal, but it's something that you plan for and you deal with, and then it's much better after the fact. So we're excited about that.
So we had not heard at all about 9th Street.
No, I'm sure you haven't. Yes. There were lots of fellows out there working today hard, I think, to get it ready for Monday, and I thank them for that. And then what can the commission do to help the Downtown Advisory Board better serve our neighbors? I think I've heard this from members of this commission, as well as members of our committee, and people that serve on other advisory boards. We want to make sure that information is being passed back and forth in a timely and reliable way. And that's not to say that it's not. But I've certainly heard from commissioners that, hear about a conversation we might have had on DAB, but ways after the fact before, and something like a decision point had already been passed. And then same from you, if you all are discussing either at a commission level or staff level concerns that you have or opportunities or ideas that you have for downtown, those get filtered down to us as quickly as possible, so we can be on the same page, and we don't have sort of a 6-month lag between important discussions. I don't know the solution to that immediately. You all deal with a tremendous amount of work. All of your staff, has 10 hours of work in an 8-hour day every single day. So we understand the challenges. That's certainly something the committee would love to discuss with you if we maybe want to schedule a joint meeting or just have an informal workshop or something like that of how we can make sure that your needs are being addressed by us in a timely fashion and our feedback is getting back to you in a time period that makes it actionable, makes it useful. And then what else would you need the commission to know about? I think we're happy to serve. I mean, we really we enjoy the job. It's a great team of folks that come from very different backgrounds and all really believe in the vitality and potential for our downtown. We wanted to be the destination place for a wide variety of people on every given day of the week. And so, I think we all want to keep serving and doing the work that you need us to do. So keep, passing those referrals and those requests along to us. The recommendation was to hear my feedback. Again, I think the lose some sleep sort of anxiety point is where is a big chunk of the budget going? Well, we know where it's going. It's going away. Does that get replaced with some other funding source, or do we need to start having the conversation amongst ourselves of, okay, we're going to have 30% of the budget that we've seen over the last decade. How do we prioritize those significant needs with a very limited funding source? And if you want us to be a part of that budget discussion looking forward, if there is any kind of advocacy we can do on the commission's behalf, we're happy to do that. If you just want us to brainstorm sort of new creative ideas, there's not a lot of magic bullets out there, right? There's not like, just go find another $2 million that's nobody's thought of. So we understand that, but it would be a significant impact to all the work that we have been doing, and that's the collective way that the city's been doing to really make downtown a destination place over many years, decades. And I don't envy your position, much as I don't envy your position when you have to make a lot of the budget decisions that you have to make during these tough times. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or take any feedback that I'm happy to take back to the board as well.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Book?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate the work of the board.
Thank you.
I mean, all of our boards, so appreciate that, Mayor Poe. And I think that the Downtown Advisory Board in particular, and the way that they overlap with the Gainesville Community Redevelopment Advisory Board is really important for downtown. And you are right to be concerned about budget. We have the same focus. So innovative, low-cost ideas that bring vibrancy and people and activities to the entire area and kind of handle all four quadrants is what we need. So the question is, what can you do? I would say that every commission member up here would say, what are the ideas that we can bring downtown that don't cost a lot, they don't generate enormous staff time, but the businesses and the restaurants, whether it's nightlife or day life, can get behind, so that they're a piece of the equation, they're a piece of the solution. That could be something like a downtown dine-around, things that many downtown or urban cores do. Business of the week, I even hate to mention this word parking, but Downtown Advisory Board has expertise in that. If there's ever enhancements, not complete redesign, but things that can be done, the staff that are benefit, those are the kind of questions I think, and having served up here, that really benefit us. I think that the streetery, and you may talk to this commission, but the streetery in particular, we hope that that's going to generate activity for the entire downtown, not just at the street. That's the whole point, is bring people downtown and want to go to all the other areas and see. And so the way that the board could help would be work through our director, tell them, how do we get people from one piece of downtown to then, while they're downtown, go to other parts of downtown. Don't just come to that particular destination. We want them to spend the time. So these are just a few of my thoughts. My main reason speaking is just to say I really appreciate our advisory boards and your work.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll take that back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Mayor. The long-term funding, funding mechanisms, like when you say we're going to lose funding mechanisms, which part of the crazy, ecosystem are you talking about in particular?
Yeah, so the 10-year agreement with the county that has been going down a little bit or a lot, depending on your point of view, every year is coming to its end.
Right.
And so without some new mechanism to replace that, some new agreement.
Okay, to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
There's a big part of the
larger
funding.
issues. I hope there's an ability to maintain that or to look into the next future. So that going forward is something. Some of that communication between this commission, like some of those conversations, I agree. Like, we haven't made a formal decision up here, but I've been talking about, I want to look at the next iteration of ambassadors. Do we need to extend a contract when we get to the end of the 3 years? Or do we want in-house employees to do those same services? Can we learn enough? But we would need to start that process now so that it's a smooth, and that's something where I would love to have feedback from Downtown Advisory Board. I personally want, them to be city employees, to say, hey, we learned great from the contractor, now we can do it. But if there's some great benefit that I don't know about, this board we haven't taken a vote down that. I've just been kind of, banging on it for a little while, but that could be something that sooner than later, probably get through budget season, start looking at the next years when I will bring it up. So that's something that I'm looking forward to in the future. And then for other funding, streams, at one point when we started more of the paid parking, not just in the garage, but on the street, there have been some people have asked questions like, well, what do you do with the revenue? Can that, kind of be segregated into something? And that's always something my preference would be, once downtown parking pays for itself, pays for the staff or whatever, anything above and beyond, rather than going straight to the general revenue, if it could be walled off and those funds are something that's continuous. And to the manager, when we sell the old fire station property, will that just go right back into general revenue? That's an opportunity that I want to look at if we don't, kind of long-term funding, if that can somehow be set aside and become like a fund so that we can space it out over a couple years worth of, whether it's just for events, whether it's for grants, whether it's for anything in downtown, because it is a piece of downtown property we'd be selling. So that's one of those ideas going in the future. I don't know all the legality, exactly the levers we would pull, but we hope we sell it. But it's been a while, but eventually, hopefully it'll sell, or we will need to figure out a better use for it. So something like that, kind of long term. So some of those conversations, I agree. And I think we could probably, right here, we could probably vote on something and say, go ask this, go figure out this, go help us, liaise with the businesses to know what's going on. I'm very interested, particularly once we get the street ready and open, that first year of experience to figure out, like, what are we doing right, what do we need to do, and how to particularly activate it in a way that it's not city funds or city staff. How do we get the community to activate it? So, but maybe after that first year of the Streetery, we'll have a lot to learn. So those are some ideas, but if there's ever any, if we want formal direction at some point, I do like that idea of tasking our advisory boards with something merely that, so we don't talk to each other about it, because we're cut off from as much information as our advisory board members have, because they just have different circles. So I like that idea. So if there's something, but thank you and all the other members, and always know that all of us are, y'all are all members. You can email us separately. You don't have to come with the full power of the whole board. You can just say, well, I'm on it, and this is what I think. Feel free. Don't let that limit your communication. I know some board members have felt a little limited because they serve on a committee and they're like, well, this was just my opinion. It wasn't the vote of the vote. That's fine. Outside of that, say, I have an opinion about something. So that's what I would say. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner and Mayor. If I could really quickly respond to those points, the latter, I appreciate and will encourage my fellow members to communicate in that manner you just said. I would also suggest to them that they copy staff when they do that, just so staff knows what is being communicated, and if the commissioner needs follow-up, they're aware of the questions that are being asked or the points that are being made. So I can bring that back at our next meeting. And then on the, we have had some pretty lengthy discussions on, could the current ambassador program transition into a city staffed service, or pieces of it. I mean, it's not all or nothing, right? But I think we haven't taken an official, no one's made a motion and voted on our position, but I can say that the general consensus has been that, yes, that seems to make sense, that if it's a reasonable and core city service, like keeping the streets clean or keeping the streets safe, or that kind of thing, that's what cities do, that's what public works departments do, that's what parks departments do. And so I think there is consensus behind that. It's going to be an analysis for you and staff to say, all right, staffing plus training plus materials and equipment plus time gets you what, and if that's less than the contract and you can still do an excellent job, or maybe you want to do less of something because you just haven't seen the need for it and do more of something else. It's a math problem at the end of the day. But I don't think that the Downtown Advisory Board sees anything in that ambassador program that is so sort of unique and specialized that only they could do it, and the city couldn't, figure out how to do it themselves. It at the end of the day is just a staffing and resource issue. So we're happy to talk about it again, or if you want some more formal action by us, we can put that on an agenda. But that certainly has been a frequent conversation, especially as we've been looking at those budget and making recommendations to y'all, like, where's the money going to come from? That's the biggest piece, So there's a decision point for y'all coming quickly on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Lauren, and to the whole Downtown Advisory Board for all of the work that's put into it. This is certainly the most recent advisory board that we've put together, but one that I thought was really important. We've had historically, we've had downtown advisory boards. Some of them have gone back into the GCRA, but downtown, as you know, is it's like an organism, right? Like there's a lot of stakeholders, there's a lot of people going down there, there's lots of different things, and it kind of has to move and respond and sort of figure out what's coming next. And so I do think that two-way communication part, to me, has been the biggest challenge for you guys and for us. one thing that was brought up from before, I can see here, and it looks like in March was the last time this was. You guys were previously coming up with a lot of various ideas, and those were going to staff, and sometimes they would be reviewed by staff. They might not get all the way up to the city commission. I think the last time the Downtown Advisory Board came, I just kind of went through the list and said, let's vote on this, let's vote on that. We've already rejected doing that. Like, you guys kind of just want up or down votes on a lot of stuff, not necessarily agree with us, don't agree with us, but it gets frustrating from what I can tell when things just sort of get lost in translation there. I wonder if, do we have a list of sort of the recommendations to the city commission, or is that still a frequent thing that you guys are sending
The
recommendations?
staff does
our
have
way?
an update for us every month that's sort of included in backup that shows the status of whether it's a discussion item or a referral item. And so, I think they're doing their level best to make sure if we make a request for information or if we're asked to address something that, it's at least cataloged. It might not be discussed for a while after that, or there might be a quick turnaround because it's either already done or can't do that, or not right now kind of thing. So that has been at least I've been on the board just under a year now. So since I've been there, that's been a regular feature of our meetings.
Okay.
And there's a mea culpa for that as well. The members have to make sure that they prepare ahead of time and read through that list, and if there's something important to them, that they're keeping an eye on it themselves. Because I think staff, unless somebody on the board is bringing it up and asking for sort of further depth on it, that it's more there for informational purposes. So
Well, and it's useful for us. A lot of times I might call you up or call another board member up. I rarely will watch, it's not recorded, so you can't go back and watch the Downtown Advisory Board meeting. But that to me was a nice way to keep up with what was happening. And there was a lot of stuff that we ended up moving forward with that came directly from that. Changing pedestrian signalization, the Christmas lights, the changing in the events program. I mean, you guys came out with stuff. Sometimes it has to be a commission direction to do it. But if we don't have access to what your recommendations are, then it's hard for us to follow back up with that. You say it's on the agenda. I can follow back up with staff and see if I can find it. I tried to go through April, May, August, the last few months, but I think that is an important. I mean, that's an important two-way communication to go that way. And then, Brian Singleton is right behind you.
Just want to clarify the process of how motions from advisory boards are intended to work.
Yeah.
Staff is supposed to receive those motions. Those motions are directed to you as the body of the commission. Staff is supposed to analyze those motions, put that together in a memo, and then we send that to the commission for consideration. So that's how we're working with our advisory boards.
Perfect. All right. As far as, I do think that the Downtown Advisory Board will have a lot of important decisions to make. We're looking at, as you know, a property tax amendment that could go through, that could cut $12 million. That's the first year, but then it grows because you have a cap on commercial property. So it's not something that ends the first year. It gets worse and worse as time goes on. We might have to raise taxes significantly or cut government significantly. The GCRA discussion is sort of hinging on that, at least from the county's perspective. And if that passes and we're cutting government and we're talking about GCRA, I mean, I do think that the Downtown Advisory Board figuring out, well, how do we keep having allocated money for downtown and allocated staff for downtown is critically important. And how do we do that is, I think you guys will really come in handy for that. But it's just sort of sitting in limbo now as we wait for November, which should be here, which will come up faster than we think.
Yes, it will.
But no, I mean, I really appreciate all you guys' thoughts, and I think everyone, I think the DAB has really made a lot of positive impacts on many of the policies that have happened in downtown recently. They've been sometimes they've just been small things, but I do think that that's how you make a great downtown. Is you put one foot in front of the other, you fix one small problem, another small problem, and then you get you make downtown a more livable place for everybody. So thank you all for all your work. Appreciate it.
I'll make sure they hear those comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, welcome. I would like to see the advisory board take a very, very active role in helping us to publicize downtown. helping us to get the message out. I think Commissioner Book hit on one of them. One program that I've seen to be effective is the Dine Around, tying that in, whether it's tied in with the Hippodrome or tied in with something else. But we need you all to take an active role in helping us to get people downtown and selling and helping us to publicize the events, because I think the more we can get people downtown, the better off all of us will be. But we need the active people. So at some point, I would like to ask if you all would come back with a report to us on your recommendations for publicizing the downtown.
Sure, we can do that. We've had some
Thank you.
repeated conversations about marketing and sort of working with your communications team. Of course, as individuals, we don't have any budget. Some of the businesses do their own marketing. We've looked at sort of utilizing private platforms like Instagram to kind of create focused promotions of events. There are some local individuals that have started their own sort of downtown marketing channels. I don't know what they're called. Feeds. Let me call my daughter real quick. We have had quite a bit of discussion on that. I'll look to staff to put that on a future agenda where we can make a more formal report to the commission. What is happening, what we've discussed, and what we could do, but for, city staff or funding or whatever the missing pieces to make that next thing. So, I think we could put all that discussion into something a little bit more digestible for you. Happy to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So before we go back around, I'll add some thoughts. I have long thought that a missing piece of our downtown is the invitation by some organization to come downtown. Butler Plaza invites you to come to Butler Plaza. And then individual businesses within Butler Plaza also invite you. But there's an invitation to the community across many, many counties and states to come to Butler Plaza. There's an invitation to come to Thornbrook, et cetera. There's an invitation to go to Grove Street. But there's no invitation to come downtown. There are invitations to come to Harry's, to the Hippodrome, to all the individual businesses. There's no invitation to come downtown by a consistent one by any group other than maybe the city of Gainesville and Alachua County. And I suggest that as much as I am not a market-based guy, I don't think that government is the right organization to invite you to come to a neighborhood. It works really well when private business invites you to come to Thornbrook or Butler Plaza or Grove Street. And I think that a group, an association of downtown folks is the right organization to invite folks to come downtown. Not an individual website somewhere else or the city or the county. We should be funders in that. The government should be a funder. But we don't think like marketers. I mean, I love our comm staff. I think we do a great job of promoting what the city does, but that's different than promoting downtown. So I say all that to say that I would love for the DAB to be able to talk to businesses downtown and organizations downtown about how we create that organization that many, many, many communities have that invites people to come downtown. Some of that changes if we can ever drag Lot 10 across the finish line, because there are more people, then there will be people living downtown, and that changes the dynamic entirely. But not to put all the pressure on that one thing, but that would be a game changer among others. But I think as long as we depend and expect local government to be the inviter to downtown, we're going to get about the success that we have. Now, I say that we have unbelievable success in this downtown, depending on what your metric of success is. If our metric of success is lots of cute retail, we're an absolute failure. If our metric of success is how many people come to festivals and special events downtown, we knock it out of the park. If our metric of success is how many people come to downtown after 9:30 at night, we knock it out of the park like no other downtown. We're about a 20-hour a day downtown that is measured entirely differently depending on which part of it you interact with. But there's no group that says, hey, come downtown, the way there is for every other commercial area of our downtown, or of our city. And it also strikes me every now and then that the city doesn't invite people to go to Butler Plaza. There's an organization that does that. So why is downtown different? Downtown is different because we all own it, that's why. I mean, it belongs to everybody who lives here and works here and plays here. So that does make it different, but we're not good at marketing private sector stuff. And we probably shouldn't be good at that. That's not who we are. So that's something maybe to take back. And I know that conversation has been had to some degree, but I'm going to keep hammering that because I think it is a missing piece that would be huge. As a corollary to that, if anybody on the DAB or anywhere else listening or watching has any ideas about bringing retail downtown, I think that would be really, really great. But I don't know how to unlock that because a lot of that cute retail is at Thornbrook already. And, you know, we're not a community of 1.5 million people where you can duplicate, you know, those things. So there are some limiters on what we can do, but those are the kinds of things that I'm thinking of. A couple of very specific things, speaking about advocacy, a thing that would make downtown better in many ways at night is, and nobody hear this as me being trying to throw the county under the bus. I am not, but if we get other folks to talk about this as well as me, it would be great. If the downtown would light if the county would light the county administration building, it would be really helpful. You know, that being dark is not good. I would also love, and I have talked about this, and we'll talk about it a lot more individually to folks, if we could open up downtown parking lots that the county owns, that would be a really great thing. I know that they're very concerned about liability. That's why we have sovereign immunity. Those are public lots, and downtown would be better with those lots open at night. So those things, just very specifically, if y'all want to help advocate on that, that would be wonderful to hear from somebody besides me. Speaking of the county, as they work through their plan over the next few years of moving all the stuff around in all kinds of places, moving the courthouse to the new courthouse and the offices to the courthouse and this and that, we need, the city and the county need to be partners in that effort from a design perspective, so that it doesn't just look like a functional office building, but rather something that is designed well, that fits with everything else. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the Harry's block over a couple of years ago, and I'm exceptionally proud of the work that's about to be open to everybody at the Streetery, and I'd love to take First Avenue all the way down to the park. That is possible, but it's only possible if the county is a design partner in that. If they're not just opening offices, but giving thought to what First Avenue can mean to the community, from the parking garage through the Streetery, past Harry's, and on down past the hotel to the park. We will need them to be a design partner in that, and to think about it differently than they might be thinking about it. And we could use an advocacy partner in that, I think. That's a whole lot.
No, very helpful, Mayor, thank you. Just to let you know, our wavelengths are sort of syncing at our meeting on Tuesday, thank you. a request was made by the committee to ask the county to report back to us what their, I forget the terminology we used, but approach was towards maintenance and cleaning of their facilities. And we also asked for them to come and give us or engage in a discussion with us on the new parking garage that's being built at the new courthouse. It has been shared pretty widely that that will not be publicly accessible at any time of the day. I know there's a meeting at Hartwood coming up soon about that. That's just business and residents. It's not, the county's not hosting it. It's being hosted by the community. So I'm going to try to be there if any of you can make that to that meeting. I think that would be instructive. But I think it goes to your bigger point that if you put all this money into a public parking facility and it's not accessible to the public, you're creating problems where they need not be. So I think that's certainly on the radar of the DAB. And this comment does not reflect the DAB. It reflects me, and you've all heard it 1,000 times before, so it's not new. Increasing the residential density within a quarter mile of downtown by 5,000 to 10,000 people would solve all of your retail and commercial problems. So keep working at it. We'll get there, and then it'll these conversations will seem quaint in the rearview mirror. But thank you, Mayor. Those are points that we're certainly discussing on a regular basis, and I think are important as well.
And from a budget perspective, I don't see Amendment 3 notwithstanding, I don't see a world in which we don't rebuild some version, if not the exact current GCRA. I don't see a world where we don't do something very similar with that with the county, because it's hard for me to imagine what they're envisioning for their new stuff to work without that investment.
Yeah.
So I'm not as worried as I probably should be about that. But
it's been wildly successful for
Yes.
an extremely long period of time, and it would be hard to imagine a circumstance where that was not acknowledged.
I also don't think it'll actually happen until we get closer to the end, but that's just how it works. But you know that.
True.
Okay, thank you. A couple more, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of the priorities. I mean, the downtown parking, you said that you mentioned those. But so I won't get into any of the priorities. What I did want to circle back to is you mentioned setting up perhaps a joint meeting or a workshop between City Commission. And I actually think that's a great idea. We were talking earlier about committees and just having smaller working groups. I don't think there's any sunshine. Is there any sunshine law issue with saying like a workshop where if we could schedule even 2 or 3 of the commissioners or any commissioners who wanted to come to the Downtown Advisory Board, we could have a meeting where we could have a conversation, discussion. You guys could talk about what your priorities are. We could give you feedback on that.
It's a publicly noticed meeting.
I mean, I don't think, is there any difference between a publicly noticed meeting of city commissioners?
We should
versus-
notice it as our workshop also, so that we could talk to each other there. But,
Okay.
So it's a joint workshop.
A joint workshop. I don't necessarily need pressure for every commissioner to be there. We could have it during the time of the normal DAB, but the times that I've been to the DAB, I got a much better understanding of where everyone was coming from. I think the DAB members really enjoyed being able to have a back and forth with someone on the commission. I think they would enjoy having more than one commissioner there, and I think that's something that'd be great to schedule before the end of the calendar year. Just make a list of the priorities that you guys would like to talk with us about, and I think that would be a really good way to have a two-way conversation.
I assure you, they'd be grateful for that opportunity.
Madam Clerk, you got that one. Yeah.
Perfect. All right,
Thank you,
that's it.
Commissioner
Thank you, Mr.
Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to the marketing idea for a minute. When we talk about marketing downtown, I'm not looking for city staff to come back with that proposal or for us to pay for it. I think it's an opportunity for the vendors downtown to chip in and come up with that plan themselves.
That's where I'd love to end up, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but because I'm sure that's the way it operates at Thornbrook and at Celebrations, and at Butler Plaza. The businesses are chipping in to do that marketing, and that's what we need. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I imagine one of the reasons they chip in is as part of their lease agreement. But
Absolutely. It's not voluntary, I'm sure. But they get a good return for their.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay. Thank you so much for spending the evening with us. And if you would just briefly, we'll have you back in a month or so to talk about the GGIC separately. But you have some bragging to do about GGIC. If you want to tell us a little bit about some of the pats on the back that's received, this would be a good time to do that.
Sure, as long as this can be one of those lightning strikes twice in the same place, because I will want to bring it up next month. But yes, we were honored at the 70th anniversary and annual convention in Washington, D.C. As having, we won the award for the most outstanding sister city program for a city between 100 and 300,000 in the area of innovation in business, trade, and professional exchange. And it's with one of our newer cities, San Jose de Rio Preto, in the Sao Paulo state of Brazil. And I can assure you it's a very competitive, there's over 1,400 sister cities programs out there. It's a very competitive award. So we're very humbled to have been selected for that. I can also tell you that we are only in the very early stages of what that program is going to be. In fact, right before this meeting, I had a meeting with a guy. He's a CEO of a company in Brazil that employs about 16,000 people and is looking to expand their reach into our area. And that's not the only person or company that's shown a lot of interest. So a lot happening, most good. We're also, you're going to hopefully see on that same agenda a resolution reaffirming our sister city relationship with Jacques Haiti. Neither side could find their documentation. The clerk tried really hard. They tried really hard. But it's been a very important and rewarding exchange program for many years. Obviously, Haiti's in a very, very difficult set of circumstances right now. But they are incredibly determined to keep the relationship going. And so I have given a draft of that resolution as well to the mayor, and hopefully it's reached the attorney. And then Jacques Mel has a similar resolution that they're going to be considering and voting on. They will probably have that done by the time we meet here. So yeah, we'll have a great discussion about the work that GGIC and Sister Cities is doing in September.
Very good. It's just a preview, but
Yes.
really great work going on, and all of it works together. So,
Well, and it's our program. You know, it's literally hundreds of people participate to make that all happen. So just be proud of your community as well as theirs.
Yes. Commissioner Chestnut?
Yeah, thank you. Just as an aside on Jack Mel, when that was set up as a sister city in Haiti, that was one of the first sister cities, and I made that trip.
Yes, ma'am. I'm quite aware, and we were hoping you had some magic resolution in your files, but
I wish I
don't
did.
worry, we'll get it back. But yes, you were a leader in making sure that happened, and then y'all may or may not know, but artists it's an artist community, and artists from there came every year to our Downtown Arts Festival, and I mean it was quite a special relationship before both natural disasters and political disasters sort of put a lot of pressure on the island. But Sister Cities, it's all about what's next and what comes after. So we're putting ourselves in a good position to answer those questions once it gets better.
Very good.
Well, thank you. On behalf of the board, really appreciate it, giving us the time. And yeah, we'll look really forward to scheduling that meeting, and we'll make sure Chair Allen and you, Mayor, can maybe have a discussion ahead to make sure that agenda represents what you're hoping to get out of it, and then we'll have a great 3 hours together.
Excellent.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we are on to 2026-318 fiscal year 2027 budget development update with a recommendation the City Commission receive the information from staff and provide direction as needed.
Did we call for that?
We may have missed it. But we didn't have any cards at the time.
Right, I did ask if there was public comment, and
Okay.
we're not voting on anything with it. Come on up. Okay, come on, you got 3 minutes. Yep.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jess Larson, and the agenda item that you have just spoken on was not something I was presently aware of when I woke up today, and was not what motivated me to come and speak to you. It was about other issues that are greatly important to me, a little more personal to me, but maybe that's not on the agenda today. So I did actually feel very inspired to mention that some of what you just talked about, I could be very useful in helping and involved with. I would like to promote the local downtown Gainesville businesses. I actually have already started doing that with a publication that I have called Gainesville Spotlight. Recently, on Wednesday of this week, we promoted the downtown establishment that is called Kairos and has now opened an additional place that is sort of connected to it called the Red Door. You can open up your smartphones and find on Facebook right now the posts that have been made about the Red Door by Gainesville Spotlight, which is a publication that I created and originated and offer to use to promote downtown businesses, as well as some other means. And instead of giving you the full menu of all of the things that I could do, suffice to say it's a large conversation of what we could do together. And I've studied the other places in town you mentioned, like Thornbrook, Celebration Point. I've met the people who do these types of promotions and marketing there too, and I could greatly assist navigating who is available to help in which ways and which different types of promotions could be done in collaboration with both my publications and others, because I really found that this is a fun thing to do, to work together with the community to build our community. You may remember me before from asking people to register to vote or asking people to sign for petitions for constitutional amendment. This actually caused me to meet many people in our town. I used to meet about 50,000 people per year when I had this job and actually gather their information, much of which I actually remember, so I can at least sort of remind them that we've met before. It is something that we could definitely do together. You mentioned some things about parks and budgeting, so I did kind of want to use that as an opportunity to say that there's a dangerous tree in a city park where kids play, and I'd like to help you cut it down. I have a chainsaw and I could go do it right now myself because I actually could timber it, but I don't think that that's what you would be happy with, and I would like it to be my obligation to bring it to your attention that it looks like it's been dead for over a year, maybe 2 years, has the bark completely falling off of some areas, and it's definitely dropped big branches already that if someone had it fall and hit them, they would have died when it fell. So I'd like to help you with the Widowmaker near the swing set, the picnic tables, within sight of the Solar Walk at the Massey Park, I believe is the new name for what used to be Westside Park. I think that's the new name. Anyways, I'm about to be finished here, and there are some other matters that if I could get help with from the city, it would help me to take care of my family better and take care of the people who we provide information to about free food, because my wife and I are the creators also of the publication of Gainesville Free Food, where we use marketing to help people know about all the options that they have for free food in our environment, as well as the people who have the opportunities to volunteer with Gainesville Free Food. And together we have managed to feed more than 11,000 families, but it shows 11,000 right now in our publication. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
That was we have no other. Moving on to our budget item, 2026-318, fiscal year 2027 budget development update with the recommendation the City Commission receive the information from staff and provide direction as needed.
Very good. Welcome, Director.
All right. Sorry, let me get situated here. Okay, so, hi, good evening. For the record, Allison Teslia, Director for the Office of Management and Budget. In the agenda item, we had the 5-year forecast. It's a preliminary forecast based on where the current budget estimates are for fiscal year 2027. As you know, we're still working through the process. We still have not received the state shared revenues. I checked right before coming. They're not meeting until the 14th, so usually they're already out by now, so there's a delay on their side, so we're kind of waiting for those. So we're still fine-tuning some of the budget numbers, and those are big revenue items, so we're waiting on those. So the 5-year forecast for the general fund from fiscal year 2027 to 2032 currently projects expenditures that are in excess of the revenues. The general fund expenditures are expected to grow approximately 3.5%, while the revenues are growing at about 2.6%. And then in 2027, it's a small gap, but then it widens steadily year over year. So for the revenues, for the ad valorem, we use a 5% increase in taxable value per year using the current millage rate. We assume no changes to the transfers, and we kept the GRU transfer at the same funding level. We also assume no budgeted use of fund balance for operations, and then the other revenue categories range from 0 to 3% based on whatever their source was. For the expenditures, the personnel costs are the principal driver, with public safety salaries expected to grow about 7.7% in fiscal year 2028 and estimated at about 6.5% in the outer years, and then keeping the other salary items at 3%. We also used an estimate, which was a blended assumption for benefits that was about 6%. And then all the other expenditures utilized a 2% assumption. So these projections will continue to be refined as we work through the remainder of the fiscal year 2027 budget development process, and then we'll provide updated projections once we finalize the budget.
Very good, thank you. So, quick question, the shared revenue from state, that they don't anticipate posting that until August 14th?
They don't actually meet until August 14th
Okay.
because they have like committees that meet, and that was the last committee date.
Okay. Yeah. when do they
Usually we have the
normally post it?
revenues at the end of July, so there's a delay on their part. I'm not sure why.
I'm sure that'll end up being blamed on the cities and the counties, but yeah. All right, thank you very much for that. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you to the staff for all of your work in getting all these together. I know it took getting information back from the departments, making estimates, but I think this is a very good set. I mean, I don't see anything in here that looks out of place. The revenues in particular are very clear. I mean, I think a 5% growth on the rolls seems very reasonable. Maybe low, maybe high. It's hard to tell. I think we're at 6.5%, 6.4% this year.
Yeah.
6.2. So that could go down below 5%. It could be higher. I think it's reasonable to assume. All the revenues seem pretty stable. Expenditures, of course, are more of a guesstimate, right? Like I think I was going back through our 2026 numbers, and we estimated a $1.8 million gap this year, which of course then shot up to 12 million, and then went down to 8 million. And so what always concerns me about this, it seems like our revenues are spot on. Like we estimated roughly similar revenues in previous years, and so we know what those are. But the expenditures, I think, are also accurate. This looks historically like the same amount. You have departments growing at about 3%. You have public safety growing at about double that amount, and then and so our baseline is, as you pointed out, 3.5% expenditure growth at 2.6% revenues, right? But where that leaves us is every year we're about $2.5 million behind the 8 ball, and that concerns me. Not that we have a gap, not that there's a gap, but it's a gap that keeps growing. It's the trajectory of the gap. I don't have any questions per se about it. It's just that concerns me the most. It means that every year we're constantly getting up. We're needing to figure out how we're going to cut something or raise a tax in order to make to that next level without ever actually reaching it. And I don't know. I get concerned about going into a budget year where that's what we're looking at. I guess that's not really a question for you, but like I mean, what levers, I guess, do we have to try to reduce that? I mean, we are now going into this next budget year. This might be more of a question for the city manager. Going into this next budget year, we're determining we have salaries, we have departments. They are growing with the FTEs that we have allocated to them, with the routes that we have allocated to RTS. It's growing at that. I mean, how do we go about addressing this over the course of the next 5 years?
I mean, Mr. Mayor, I think we've had this conversation several times this year. I mean, largely the two levers you have are increasing revenues, which we did this year with the fire assessment. We left millage the same, but that is, and will be always a lever the city commission could pull in future years. Or reducing expenditures, which you have a 171-page document detailing all of the ways that you could reduce expenditures across the departments. As we talked about, the biggest growth in costs primarily come from wages and benefits, specifically in the public safety area, which I think the commission is well aware of that, and it shouldn't come as any surprise since we are a people-powered organization, and people are always going to be our biggest expense. But those are largely the ways that we can address the structural gap going forward is either on the expenditure side or on the operation side, or as we've done historically, a combination of both to try to shrink that that delta between the two, so we can align the growth in expenditures with our outlook for revenues.
Right. But there's vacant FTEs that are sitting there, right? We're looking at filling those. But then those, of course, have step increases, merit increases. This is an assumption that what we have budgeted will be filled at the beginning of the fiscal year. It's not obviously the case. We learned that we have 23 vacant FTEs within GPD. Some people will come, some people will go. But this is with the assumption that, that those every position in our city will be filled starting in the next fiscal year, and then it will go up at that point, right? And when that does, this is where we are. Right, this is where our budget gap is. I see how we balance our budget this particular year, and some of it are one-time reductions, like fleet reductions. Right, we'll reduce it this year. We'll probably have to pay for it next year. But then some of them are really annualized increases, like FTEs, like routes, like having programs that are not growing at that level. And I guess I would like to see. I think we can figure it out this year. I've said this before, I don't want to keep being here every single year where we're deciding, well, which departments are we going to cut here? Which taxes are we going to cut there? When it seems to me that the only real way to solve this over the long term is to bend that expenditure growth down so that it is matching. If our city is growing at 2.6%, then in revenues, then our expenditures need to be growing at 2.6%. And then we are in structural alignment. And then come what may with property taxes, come what may with general fund transfer, come what may with everything else. But this doesn't feel sustainable to me. And that's what concerns me about all of this. So
I have thoughts, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done. I don't see any other light. So yes, I am done. If you have anything else you'd like to add, yeah. I was going to keep talking until I saw a light, but I'm done.
Well, I don't have a light, so let me give you my light, and then we'll go to Commissioner Willits. So yes, as long as we're only talking about expenditures, then the way to fix the long term is to decide that we're going to do fewer things. That is how we fix that. I don't believe that's the only way to do this. We take for granted some things in the community and just don't do anything about those things. Everybody privately and quietly talks about them, but from the revenue side of the ledger, we have never had, and I'm going to scare the heck out of some people with this, we've never had an honest discussion with our largest employer about how they could pay more of their own way, because we assume that there is nothing that we can do. And there is nothing that we can force to be done. But we must have conversations about the fact that we spend about, this year, I just got this information yesterday, $1.8 million of fire services at the University of Florida. That's not okay. But we never have that conversation. We don't have it in the halls of power in Tallahassee because, why? We don't ever have it here because we assume that there's never anything that's going to happen because of it. We just don't talk about it. We just give away tremendous public safety support and say, thank you very much for letting us do this. We have to have that conversation. And that is not, please hear that I am not blaming anybody for this, but we have not done that. Our community has not had the conversation. Things will change about the general fund transfer. The current way that works, I don't think anybody thinks it's sustainable on either side of the street. There will be a point at which that works differently. Is that next year? Probably not. At some point, though, it is going to work differently. It cannot go on forever that we have the only municipal utility, the only utility anywhere that pays nearly nothing to its local community in the great scheme of things. That won't go on forever. It won't. We have, in my time at the city of Gainesville, and going way back, we have not done sustained, honest, real economic development work. And I'll take as much responsibility for that as anybody else. We don't invite companies to come bring their business to Gainesville. We don't. We don't have even a piece of paper that we could put somebody saying, say, we'd love to have you here in Gainesville. Other communities do. So businesses move to those places that invite them. We're assuming that the only levers we have are on one side. Or if there are revenue levers, that they have to be shared by every person in this community who pays taxes. There are other ways to do this, and other communities do it. We don't. We say, oh, that's not a Gainesville thing, we can't do that. I'm no longer willing to accept that we cannot do those things that other communities do. Now, we may be told no over and over and over and over again, but I'm willing to keep selling. We've got to develop a willingness to ask people to bring their businesses here and to talk to our partners in this community about making sure that everybody's pulling its own weight. We're in a situation where two entities, the city and the county, are expected to solve homelessness. We spend $2 million, $2.05 million specifically for that purpose, plus another soft $1.5 million or so through public safety budgets. And the county spends, I'm assuming, something like that, when the actual figure is probably more like 10 million that ought to be spent. But our partners don't spend on it. These are conversations we must have. We must have people sharing expenses with us that don't right now. And I don't blame any of them for not doing it because we haven't asked them to. So I don't accept that fixing expenses is the only way to fix the budget. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman, for always focusing on this, because it is important to look forward that far into the future, those multiple years. It is a little concerning when you look at it. I mentioned this, I think, at our last meeting, but this gives more of the data right in hand. Just from this 5-year forecast, if you just look at from FY26 to FY32, and you just use the total expenditures as the denominator, combined police and fire go from 44.3 to 50.3. I mean, that's just literally saying everything else in the city gets a smaller piece of the pie. And like the future city might have future need. I mean, going to 2032, there might be new things that we have to provide, public services for that we just aren't imagining. There are going to be changes. There may be new police and fire, needs as well. That we're not imagining. So that is a problem when you just look at it, because at that point, it just, that's 6% more of our total that we just have to cut out. We just cannot do those other services. And if you look at that 6% and compare, some other number on here, that's, 210 times 6%, I could do the math in my head. You're trying to find something that is $12 million, and that's equivalent to, all of technology. So that's it. All technology would have to disappear. Not disappear. I'm saying when you have to, shrink the size of the pie that goes to everything else.
We're not suggesting that, Mr. Nagy.
Because we know the police and fire wouldn't run without technology. Like we can't, we can't do that. But to give that's a big chunk. So this kind of information is important as we look forward to understand as a community. Like, stuff is expensive, but nobody wants us. I don't think anybody wants to see a Gainesville. The quality of life goes down. All these other things go down. So and I said it last time, and I mean it. Like, we can't go on forever with that. Literally, we can't. At some point, there's no pie left over. So this kind of long-term, if we don't fix anything on the revenue side or something, we will get at that point and say, how can we have our own fire service? How can we possibly, is it combining it? Again, I like having our own fire service. I really do. Maybe I don't know enough about Letcher County, but I like it. We're a city. We're a decent sized city. We should have our own fire. But those are the kind of things that other communities get to, and they say, "Oh, it's just not possible anymore," right? So this is, it's concerning. So Commissioner Eastman, thank you for bringing this up. I do think there's some opportunities for some more revenue. I think these kind of things that we show, and then we go to, like, even if it's the University of Florida, and go and make sure we communicate to them the demand of students for us to do more with GPD around safety constantly, right? They're families, but, you know. So the last thing, well, two last things I'll mention is increased revenue from more businesses, you know, being in Gainesville. Then this commission has to be willing to say no when people want to rezone industrial land for residential. Because if our whole bet is residential ad valorem, in a world where this legislature, maybe not this time, maybe it won't pass this time, but the next, you know, bite of the apple, they're gonna, you know, they really want to limit ad valorem from residential. Well, if we zone ourselves completely for residential, we see some of those communities, they have zoned themselves for basically nothing but single family, owned residential, and some of those city budgets are going to just be devastated if Amendment 3 passes. So like that's something to keep in the back of our mind if there's industrial land and there's some in Southwest Gainesville or some in the county that may come into the city at some point. We can't say we want business and then not give them a place to do it, you know, because some of that business is in light industrial. So I just want to keep that on our plate. But then also this goes back to the, if UF wants to build 10,000 beds, I don't know when their starting point is, how many of them have already been built. If it's all on campus, we get no property tax revenue. Even more so, we are providing those services, fire, in high-rise buildings, which is, you know, not cheap. Providing police service for all the students when they are off campus. All of these things, and we're not getting any revenue. On one hand, I want them to build more beds. It will help make all of the housing probably cheaper in Gainesville, a little less pressure on a lot of our neighborhoods. So maybe that's part of that long conversation with them about, you know, this kind of the model of a city, of how it works. And I know that they have the experts who can understand budgets like this and projections, and UF faculty have the expertise, but it's getting that expertise and shared common knowledge to the entire Board of Governors and Board of Trustees and leadership. So I don't know if I have any good recommendations going forward from here. We're looking at this year's budget going into the future. But it does remind me why it is good that we save we have a healthy fund balance. So that if there's some surprises in here, we can cover the surprise. But to Commissioner Eastman's point, you're really concerned about, these are not surprises. And if we don't want to spend fund balance, which that's not the idea, fund balance is there for some infrastructure, maybe some surprises, but this isn't surprises. So I do appreciate it. It's a realistic conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to pick up on your conversation about the $1.8 million in fire services to UF and having sitting down, having a serious conversation. That's one. And then inviting businesses to Gainesville, just as we were asking the Downtown Advisory Board to start selling downtown, we have to start selling ourselves. So I suggest that we schedule this discussion for a GPC meeting and come up with some strategies.
So I agree that we need to do that. Part of what we need to do, though, is decide whether that's a thing that the city of Gainesville does or not, because we pretend we do, and sometimes it happens out of sheer luck. But
well, let's have an honest discussion about it, because I think Tallahassee is able to get something out of their universities.
I don't think they do right now.
Well,
yeah.
They get, maybe they get a lot of moral support.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
That appears to be money.
Yes. Yeah. And part of our issue here is that we have had, there's not really honestly been anybody to talk to at UF for the last several years. That is different now. I think there is
this is a new day.
a different opportunity there. There's going to be a different opportunity in Tallahassee in January. No matter who the new governor is, there's going to be a new governor. I don't think that no matter who that is, it is a smart thing for us to do to say, well, you know, maybe we'll get something good. I think we should ask for what we want and what is fair. I think it's the only path forward. But yes, I think a real economic development discussion at a GPC would be important for us. Yeah, thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'm enthusiastic about getting creative about, revenues, how exactly we can, cover things and look at creative ways to go about doing it. And I think in a world in which we're looking at, as previous projections showed, where we were sort of at a flat, previously it had a $1.8 million was our projected budget deficit, plus or minus a couple $100,000 here going forward. That's not what this shows. This shows that 1.8 million covers 1 year of a gap, and then you get over that, and then you're at another $2.5 million gap the year after that. And so, which tells me that there are times in which single revenue ideas could solve the problem. This looks more like, how do we make sure that the city is that every department in the city is growing at about the same level as our revenues. Otherwise, you're not getting ahead of it. A tax increase doesn't get you ahead of it. Gets you out of it 1 year, but that tax increase doesn't continue growing at the 30%, or it doesn't grow at that same level. It just gets you over the water, but the water itself is rising. So you have to keep swimming to reach it, and that's what concerns me about this. And so I'm with you. I'm not always, I'm not trying to say how do we do less, how do we fit, but I just think the math is the math on this, and the math is that. Quite frankly, the commissioner alluded to it. Some departments are growing at 3%. Some departments are growing at double that. If we could solve that problem, if every department was growing at 4%, right? But if some departments are growing at twice that amount and other departments are growing at 3%, we're never getting our head above water. And that is what concerns me. And I think we need to have a conversation about how do we make sure that, the city, that things are just going in the same direction, that we are in structural alignment with our budget. And I don't think you need to solve that in a single year, as has been pointed out. We have a healthy fund balance, though. That fund balance will be hard if we have to find $12 million in a single year or $8.5 million in a single year. I like that rainy day fund for rainy days, but I do think that if we're looking at we need a long-term plan that says, how do we get these things in there? Because like I said, I don't want to spend the next 4 years of my time here on the Gainesville City Commission in the same position I've been at every single budget coming up into this. I understand there's never a time where you say, hey, there's lots of money. You say you've been here for a while. There's never just sitting on boatloads of money to play with. But also, this has been hard. This has been a hard couple of years where we're constantly rolling things back, trying to figure out how do we not lose routes on RTS? How do we make sure that we can get people in there? I don't want to be in there. I want us to get to a point where we are stable and everyone is we're not just swimming with our head above water, but we're moving forward. And that, I know this is just a projection. Projections are just that. They are projections. Certain things can happen. Our pensions could come in better. Our insurance could not go up. I think you guys have done a pretty good job with this projection. I feel pretty comfortable this is where we are. And we need to find some real strategies, and I think it is on the expenditure side. I don't see how revenues get us over that hump. As important as these revenues are, we need to have those conversations. We need to be talking about growth. We need to be talking about those things because that does keep us moving forward. But it is a short-term fix to a long-term problem if we don't address the long-term problem.
Right, but the expenditure issue is the solution to expenditures is do less. We have to decide which less we're willing to do if that's the path we take.
Yeah, it's not cutting any particular department, but it is slowing the growth of those departments. Of course, those departments are covered by collective bargaining agreements. There is, fleet. There is insurance. But yes, those grow. But there are certain things in the budget that grow and certain things that do not. Right? Like fleet grows, personnel grow, all that stuff grows. Without those, you're in a different budget. And there are some areas that is easier to do in than others, though probably none is easy. All of it is hard. But it is, what else is hard is constantly saying, well, why won't UF pay, we got 1.8 million over here. Well, it looks like another tax increase over there. The fire assessment needs to change over there. Like, at some point, we're making a decision by not making a decision. And all decisions are hard, right?
Yes, all the decisions are hard. I will tell you, we're not going to face a super easy budget year, even if things externally change drastically for the better. Budgets are hard.
Yes, but you can also, yes, budgets are hard, but you also have to, if you're planning for it, they are less hard. You can plan for a better budget, and you can figure out how to be more sustainable in the long term.
Yes, it is quite simply a question. Any of the major things that we cut will have repercussions in quality of life. Every single one of them. We have to choose which quality of life cuts our community is interested in. That is the answer to your question.
Yeah. No question.
There you go. Commissioner Engel.
So this is my second budget year. Looking, and I'm very glad we're having this conversation about next budget already. Because I do feel like by the time I get into budget decisions, I'm already, like, you're already kind of in it. And to be able to spend some time these next few months starting to look at what our next budget's going to be instead of just walking into it, I think it's a good conversation to have. I will say, I don't know if it just seems more chaotic to me than it should be because this is only my second one, or if it is always this level of chaos. But
It's been much more chaotic.
but when I say chaos, I look at, the general fund transfer could go up or down $5 million tomorrow out of like the whim of one dude. Who knows? So it's very hard to have any idea of like, well, we'll definitely bank on that. You mentioned we hadn't asked UF for paying their fair share of the services the city gives them. But I think we had a pretty good deal with UF on RTS that they tore up and threw over their shoulder. And, we got back to negotiated and some of those things, but like we're putting a lot of money into RTS out of general fund than we used to because who we thought was a partner wasn't. Was, whatever, 5 presidents ago in a year, but
Still a partner, but not at the same level.
well, but again, like maybe this guy is going to be president for a while. It'd be nice to have some stability over there, but I mean, literally, if we had made a deal with them to pick up their fair share of the fire services they were getting, that could have gone away at any point during any of those transitionary periods at all, based on whatever one of them guys wanted to do. So I think it is important to have those, but and I feel like most cities would be a fairly mundane, reliable income stream as far as what the utilities were kicking in, what the local partners were doing. Ours seems to be much more chaotic over the past few years than I would expect for those type of revenue streams. Hopefully, that is equalizing at some point now. So I think that will make moving forward on some of that easier, because what I think we took for granted as reliable things over the last few years have just been wild cards that could mean anything. So as I said, I think there's some reasons that we're looking at these kind of large gap between what our revenues were coming in, what we expected them to be, and what our budget looks like, is because the revenue side of that has just been like crazy go nuts, random numbers picked by random people, and it's hard to adapt to that. And if you do adapt to it, while it's still random, then what you've adapted to may be a completely different situation by the time the next one rolls around anyway. So I really feel like some of that is hopefully calming down to the point where we can get some realistic expectations of what those should be moving forward. And I think that will make that conversation more productive and easier once those waters have calmed a little bit, for what that's worth.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to be real clear, when we talk about chaos and randomness, we are not talking about the process within City Hall. Y'all have provided a terrific, very, very easy to follow, from my perspective, budget process.
And if I wasn't clear about that, I'm sorry. No, I mean, entirely external forces that we're dealing with are random. No, I've been very impressed with all the information I've gotten from the city on a regular basis. And if that wasn't clear in what I said, very good.
But also, a lot of the randomness, every city in Florida is feeling pretty random right now from the external forces. Every city, every county, every school board. The school board has a little different issue than school boards have a little different issue. Right. So, to some degree, we're going to have to, and I said this 3.5 years ago, we're going to have to get comfortable with ambiguity. And we are not at the end of that cycle. And some of it we can do something about, some of it we cannot. Because boy, is there some weirdness affecting every city and every county in Florida right now. So, a thing we can all do about that, though, is make sure that we are very, very careful with the way that we vote on particular amendments in November. I'll have a lot to say about that outside this room. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. Well, even the fact that we're looking at trends, Madam Manager, and potential mechanism for what we're going to do with budget, and knowing and looking ahead of that for long term is really beneficial. Because you can't do it year to year is what you're talking about, Commissioner Eastman. Yeah, every year you're trying to pull the same levers and you're figuring out what balance of this item and that item allows you to get to zero. And really what we're talking about here is you've provided really the roadmap for systemic budget balancing. That's really what it is. It's systemic, it's over time. I think that probably the one thing that puts us in really good shape, not the challenging financial times, but the fact that the framework that the city manager just did with the decrement package and the thing was exactly the framework that's probably going to be followed in the next few years. We already have some figures and different levers that are in those documents. That's what all our budget folks, all our finance people did. And you got to and so much of the work has been done to see what program deletion can you have. That's what you're talking about, Mr. Mayor. If there's a program there we need to delete it, as valuable as it may be, and it could be fare free, for example. I don't want to cut fare free. It's a super valuable program, but it's a program, so you delete a program. Whether it's the percentages of money that we're giving to nonprofit partners, and you tell them over the next 4 years, I'm going to decrease that the city is going to decrease that 25% each year. So you allow them to pair their systemic balancing and financing, and yet we're still financing them for periods of time. It allows them to go out for other levers. We did that with Grace Marketplace. We've given them the opportunity for other levers. We have provided the property to them with one at least specific possibility that they now can leverage the fact that they own the property. Are we funding them appropriately? Yes, we are. But we may not be able to do that. And that's systemic finance and systemic balancing is we've given them the opportunity, so now maybe you can decrease that. The decrement packages that the manager and the charters all did provides a whole lot of levers, all of which are painful, but they're already there. So we have not planned for just fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027. There are levers in there that can be pulled now. My one question I have for you, Mr. Manager, is so we have surplus properties that we're going to be disposing of. What happens when we dispose of those? What does that do for us?
So I would say it depends on what the intent is. We have surplus properties that the commission routinely surpluses or puts on the surplus list, and we give those properties to a variety of affordable housing providers. On occasion, we'll have a property that we may end up surplusing, such as fire station, old fire station 1, that we would hopefully get value for, and that would go to support operations or capital needs or what have you. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I was also thinking, so we provide properties for things like affordable housing, and that's a really good use of what we do. But when you talk about program deletion and line items, maybe we're not providing that at 100%. Maybe we're getting a small amount of money back for those properties. We're talking about what we potentially will do with Ironwood, and that's funds, right? We're talking about what we're going to do with Citizens Field, and that's funds. And they're in different they're in different streams, so I understand that, and they can be used in different ways. But I think we've talked about exceptions to the fire service fee, and who gets that? I think Commissioner Engel, you brought that up. Well, this is all the framework that's already, I think, in some of the documents that have been done in the last couple of years. And I think it's really good that you all provided this. We know expenditures will outstrip revenue. So the question is, can we use some of the framework that's already been done the last, really it's 36 months. It's been the last 3 challenging fiscal budget years you've talked about, really challenging. And use that framework and figure out what we want to do. And then there is, of course, the fund balance, although you want to be very careful with how you use it. But you use it for a big project, and you do it incrementally in a way that doesn't affect the overall fund balance, and it's a little piece. The last thing I've always talked about is what makes everybody nervous is, freezing salaries and things like that. You never freeze your line item people. That's the way I feel about any organization. The people doing the work is not where you try and cut little pieces of money. But at upper management, you can freeze someone and they're still doing well. And it's all these small amounts, but you have to do several small amounts. So these are just some of the things that I think we've already been provided in the way of how you do systemic budget balancing. I think it is possible, and it is still going to be challenging for the next 3 years. I'll be looking forward to getting a call on my cell phone and
then you'll call us.
But we have done the work already. It's in the budget books we've had for specifically last year by your team to give us an opportunity to figure out where they are. And so you can't start soon enough. And so I'm glad we're having the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck. Anybody else? Any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. Do you have public comment? Okay, usually the way we do a public comment is when you want to speak to an item, you sign up for it so that we know when I ask and when I say usually, our policy is that. So you're welcome to speak now, but from now on, please, our policy is sign up. And that way, when I ask the clerk if there's public comment, she can say, yes, Jess Larson wants to speak on this. That's how we do it, okay?
Yes, I will.
Last time on this one, and then from now on, please use the procedure.
Yes, when I spoke with the person earlier, I should have taken that opportunity to put in those comments.
Go ahead and start on your comment. Let's go.
To speak on your budget issue, I wanted to mention the budgeting and the need for making a stable use of funds in the city and some of the outcomes that is. The discussion about the homeless services and the places where people get taken off the street to live and the expenses that it costs and into the budget. I would actually be interested in having further discussions with whichever one of you would like to reach out about creating a new organization that could be very affordable to serve the needs for people, where maybe only $20,000 a year per each person could fully take them off the street and put them in what they would consider their own home. Although a small one, it would still be not a facility for mass amounts of people. It would be actual their own place. In the city government, there is effects from the things that are worrisome for those of you that are on this board, the 7. And in some of the departments, they don't necessarily understand the same way you guys do and the same way you all talk about things. Sometimes it causes them to feel that they have a need to maybe save money in some places, but more so what I want to speak about is the need that they think they might need to generate some money in some places. And I felt that there has been times that I would like to talk at another meeting where the city codes department has kind of gotten a little harsh with some residents. I would say that the workplace culture in the department should not involve anyone shouting, should not involve anyone's doors being slammed so harsh as they were earlier today that I could point out. And I think that the magistrate should not be so eager to cite local residents for multiple prices per day on their properties, because the city needing money has a vested interest in civil forfeiture or civil seizure to take money away from residents. And many of those residents could actually help build your community and build your town and do great things for the community if you could help them get out of those types of situations with the enforcing body of city codes, rather than having city codes be seen as a revenue stream for the general fund. I think that you have a need for life safety and stuff, but as I mentioned the pine tree earlier, I think that takes priority over some of the things that I was recently shouted at about. Thank you for letting me speak. This is probably the last time I have a comment today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Eastman, go ahead.
Thank you. I would, I want to feel comfortable as we're passing this upcoming budget that we are not signing any checks in this current budget that will be very difficult for us to cash 2, 3, 4 years down the road. I don't want the city staff to have to work on anything, or I know there's a lot of work between now and October to pass things, but I would like the city manager to return before by the end of the calendar year with some options on how we could address the structural, to bring us into alignment on our structural deficit, whether that's looking at revenue options, looking at expenditure reductions. But this is something this is the thing that concerns me the most about what is happening in the city. And I would like to have options before us so that we can look at that, because making decisions now will decide what happens into the future. Right now we are there are collective bargaining agreements that are being negotiated right now. There are FTEs that are being filled right now. There are decisions being made right now. And I think it's important that we have options before us. I'll make that as a motion, but that is what I would like to have. Not before the end of the budget year, but probably the end of the calendar year, just for the city manager to be able to take a look at that.
Going once, going twice. That feels like a vote.
Well, I didn't really make a motion, but yes, sure. That was fine. I just said.
You said that would be my motion. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Commissioner Eastman, what part of every budget locks in certain things, not permanently, but makes those decisions harder in the future. Like you hire someone now and you don't have the money the next year, it's hard. So do you actually want to open part of this FY27's budget? Is there something in there that, we all have random crazy ideas, but is there something that you want to, before we get to passing the final budget, is there something there that you want, or is this more of you don't want people to be surprised next April, or the next commission, because there could be several, bare minimum 1 new commissioner, or 3 new commissioners?
Yes, there are very specific things. I think that having our 2 largest departments growing twice as fast as the rest of the city is the driver of our structural budget deficits. I would like to see us curb those. This is already I don't want to ask a month before the budget hearing for our city manager to come back with other recommendations. And I don't get a strong feeling from my fellow commissioners that is something that you guys want us to be looking into over the next 3 to 4 weeks, to asking staff to do it. I would like for us to have that conversation after the budget so that we can have that discussion. But I'm not there. Yes, so there are very specific things I think that would probably curb that, but I don't feel like budgeting from the dais up here at this moment, and I don't think that's appropriate for me to do. And I would rather kick that to our actual, to the experts that are on the 4th floor and are looking at the overall budget as they're making that determination.
Well, so I say because we have all these scenarios and we have more of this laid out, it's a little less budgeting from the dais. We can go open a binder right now and find chunks, Now, granted, because we roughly have a balanced budget, the savings is what? Are we going to reduce the fire assessment by, from 85 to 84 or whatever? But it would reduce, expenditures this year, and some of those expenditures go into the future. If you're like, no, our MAPS employees should get a 2.5% increase and a 3% increase, because that is something that has a knock-on effect going years and years and years. That's the part of the conversation you want to bring up. There are some individual things. I have long thought that our highest paid employees that are MAPS, that in a really super tight budget year when people are losing their jobs, even if it is $100,000 worth of savings, even if we save 1 job, maybe people get a 2% raise instead of a 3% raise. I firmly believe that. And so if it's that this is the year that you think there's enough, I brought it up every year because I thought that the people at the highest end of our earnings, there's some give, I think. I know that we should pay them fairly and there's the great work that they do, but I do think there's a little give there. as evidenced, the public support for curtailing the highest end wages. The Gainesville Sun article that recently mentioned how flushly paid a bunch of the GRU higher paid employees, and then some of our on the city side. There is some concern when they see that about those wages, and people can say, "Oh, it's expensive to live in Gainesville, so it needs to be whatever." Well, when those people don't literally live in Gainesville, when they get to go live in an adjoining county, they don't pay into our property tax base. That they pay by driving, but so. If that's what you're looking at, let's talk about it. But or if there's something, so I just want to know if there's something that you think we should do this budget year that helps bend that curve a little bit, giving people a 2.5% raise instead of a 3%. That bends the curve all the way into the future. So or if it's really like you said, some of the open. So I don't know. Is this really just getting on the in essence getting on the budget early? I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, yes, we are now, they are now actively working on the budget. Like they are now moving forward. We gave them the document is before us. When are we going to be actually voting on the budget? I mean, we're talking about a month from now, right? So currently, Allison is working on getting the whole budget book together and getting that through. I do not have specific decrements from that budget book. I didn't come here prepared with those budget decrements. I'd be happy to make that motion otherwise, because now would be the time to do that because we are at that point. But I don't have those decrements here in front of me.
Okay, that helps a little bit. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. So just to be clear, anybody who needs, if you're counting votes, my vote is not to change what we've already, in my mind, committed to a month ago. Mostly because everything we change changes everything else. But also because I am ideologically not interested in cutting public safety, which is where the real numbers are. I'm just not. So don't count on my vote if that's one that you need when you're counting votes. Moving forward, I gotta say, I would hate the idea of having a 12-month budget process. Really, really hate that. But if that's what we gotta do, that's what we gotta do. Again, don't count on my vote for that to happen, but if that's what we wanna do, 4-3, that's what we'll do. And I've been on those commissions. You don't wanna be on those commissions. Mr. Manager. Commissioner Engel.
I did want to say I'm not interested in reopening the budget that we've already kind of looked at. I think that's the whole can of worms we want to get into.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eastman, I'd love to sit down with you either in a sunshine meeting or someplace and go over what it is we think we can do to bend some of that stuff and really start noodling around on what ideas we've got between now and when we start getting into the next budget year. I agree with Mr. Mayor that we probably don't want to have a formal 12-month budget process. I'm not sure if I can beat my head against the wall that long, but I think starting some of those conversations, especially now, I personally feel like I've been here long enough. I understand the process a little bit better. Be happy to sit down and talk about what it is we can look at doing some of that stuff.
I would note also that if you're going to cut personnel salaries, mostly you affect that through the bargaining agreements as they come up. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, very brief. So it's been my experience that typically at the managerial, director level, coordinator level, budget approval level, those folks are working on the budget all the time, because you're always trying to figure out what's going on next. How am I doing in this quarter? How am I doing for the first half of the year and the second? So while we may not be doing it up here, good staff at a leadership level should be looking at their budget all the time. I would assume that's what the 5 charters are doing. And then you're thinking, golly, what do I need in the next year? What is my strategic plan for equipment in 2 years? Excuse me, what is going to be my staffing need in the next 3 years? And I think just the fact that we're having this discussion, I'm interpreting a little bit of what you said, means that they're going to be thinking about that in a greater way. Of course, we don't want to micromanage this particular budget or move forward. We don't want to do that. We've dealt with it. We've got a couple more budget hearings coming up. We'll finalize some things and move forward. But you may want to, in fact, have a budget process that's not 12 months, but it's certainly longer than what it is now. So I would assume that the 5 charters would get together and maybe do that as soon as this budget year is ended, and you make sure that the budget process starts just a little bit sooner to give a little more options, because there are things like bargaining units and strategic planning and equipment and capital needs that you can, and the more time you have to do that, the better the decisions will be. But I think we're in good shape. We're in good shape for planning. We're not in good shape financially, right? And that's just a fact. And so the planning part is very, very important. And what you say is absolutely legitimate. And I think you're probably saying that that's what just led us to where we're at for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Book. So again, we have this year a 7-month budget process. A 7-month budget process. We started in March.
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, I was going to say I was hoping for like a 7-month and 30-day, maybe an 8-month. Yes, it was long.
So, but let me ask you this, Mr. Manager. Is there a time in which, when any commissioner comes to you and says, I would like to talk about a budget at Department X, that you're unwilling to talk with them?
No, sir.
For the other charters, is there any point at which, just nod your head or shake your head, that you would say, no, we can't have that conversation? I didn't think so. Anybody who wants to work on a budget individually with the charter is always welcome to do that. That's part of the job. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I think part of what I think Commissioner Eastman is getting at is that if the collective bargaining, sometimes those happen completely disconnected from long-term budget. That was my experience. Or particularly going backwards from before I was on the commission. Those decisions were made before a whole bunch of stuff. Longer, however many years. Some of the stuff right before I got on the commission, some of those, they lock you in, things change. And so that is the part that I think Commissioner Eastman is getting at, is that going forward, that but the thing is, if we're not really like, let's not talk budget because that doesn't start till March, but it's October, November, and you're deep into something that is going to affect the bend of the curve. So I think that's part of it, and I kind of agree with that. Now, as far as the budgeting process, I want to speak up for, I want to defend Commissioner Book's wanting even more time, because in essence, if we have washed our hands at the end of July, it's not really a 7-month process. We jammed it in between March and the end of July with a break in there. And so really, it's 3.5 months. The city commission works on budget. They're all working. So we start March, April, May, June, let's say 4 months, but then we take a break. And then, so we don't really, if we lock it away and we, in essence, don't touch it besides basic procedure, have to do this, have to do this. Have to get the last state numbers, right? Is that right? We still need some state numbers. We hope they're not far less than we're expecting, right? Or cross fingers. But if we don't really do anything in August and September, then we have jammed it in a little tighter there. And maybe that's just the natural, to some degree, that is the natural process. I understand that. But I just want to remind also, some of this we're already going to have a slightly longer, because next year we have to start doing is it a 10% decrement? After we've polished off and maybe that's what it is. We polish it off by the end of July, and then we are doing maybe in August we're doing this. Here's our 10% exercise. Would that roughly be how you'd imagine the timing of it? So maybe that won't add anything on the front end. It will fill in some of the gaps between. We've roughly have it put to bed by this year, by the end of July, and we spend, let's say, August doing the exercise, the 10% decrement as mandated by the state. So maybe that's not really adding any extra time. But so I wanted to defend a little bit, because I would say as a commission, even though it does feel a little long, all my big decision-making points were about 6 weeks long. That's what it feels like. Because we talk a little bit and we're trying to trust, and it's still a little, but when I was asked to really, have a come to Jesus moment with budget, was about 6 weeks. And then after that, it's like, hey, we're on this train, get on or get off. And at that point, you don't want to, blow up the tracks. So I just want to defend some of this, but thank you.
Thank you. whenever we get bargaining agreements before us, and we will, that is affecting future budgets. And those are the big bins in future budgets. When we've already agreed to bargaining agreements, that's what an agreement is. We said we'd do it. So when we're asked to make a promise for multiple years forward for bargaining agreements next time, that's what we all have to keep in mind. And those won't be comfortable decisions. They don't have to be. None of these have to be comfortable conversations. But we have a tremendous amount of information before us already in these decrement packages, and we have had them in previous years as well that we can make choices with. We didn't, and I'm not saying that we should. I think we're always going to be looking, if you look 5 years out, if it looks rosy, something's weird. Because we should not be, if there's plenty of money, then we're charging too much in government. We're wrapping around the axle at this point, but Commissioner Engel.
So, it's the weirdest job I've ever had.
Straight up. Yep.
And one of the weird parts about it is when we got something as complicated as a budget, I'm literally sitting next door to colleagues and I can't stick my head in their office and be like, hey buddy, what do you think about this? Do you think this makes sense? What do you think about, like, we can't do any of that. So to me, when we talk about this thing, I don't really think of it as like trying to push this budget process out another 3 or 4 months. What it does seem to be is I look forward to having a couple of conversations with enough time that they say we got time to put sunshine meetings together or something. Why don't we sit down and we can actually just like noodle around and like, hey, what do you think with these budget things? Because it is awkward and difficult to do on this dais. And usually by the time we start getting into those conversations, we've got staff that's put a ton of work into coming up with a few things. And now I would feel like a jerk being like, hey, you know what you should do? Cut this $100,000 out and see what that works. So I think that kicking over this just to be able to have a dialogue with some of the commissioners and plan on those of us that do want to like kind of compare notes and those type of things, that is what this conversation seems more to me about than trying to start the budget process earlier than that. Because again, for me, I got some ideas. It's just very frustrating that the only way I can tell you my ideas is if I go tell Andrew my ideas, and then if he thinks that's a good idea, he starts swinging around because I can't even use him as a conduit to like give out other ideas. So if we've got a situation where we're able to just have some of those dialogues over the downtime in between budgets so we can come up with some ideas and brainstorm a little bit, that is what I think is being proposed, as I understand it, more than trying to actually extend the budget process out. And that would be very interesting to participate in. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. It occurs to me, a thing we never, ever talk about is that we have a whole committee called the Budget Committee, or called Finance Committee, rather. There's no reason that Finance Committee only needs to be, here are the things, the changes from one quarter to the next. You can have those conversations at the Finance Committee. You don't even have to be a member of the Finance Committee because those are noticed. It would be good if people wanted to be on the Finance Committee this coming year, just saying. And then, even if you're not on it, again, if you have an issue you want to bring up about the budget, that is an appropriate place to come and talk about it. So it's already noticed. You don't have to set up a special new meeting for that. That's a thing that exists. It's a standing committee to talk about what we pay for and how we pay for it. Just a thought. Mr. Manager, did you want to have something there?
Real quick, I guess 2 things. One, just reminding the commission that a lot of our budget process is driven by certain variables and the dates by which they come available. So, oftentimes when we're moving into the year, we're still kind of guesstimating until we hit that, preliminary roll in June. And then everything picks up because then we have a better picture of where we're coming in on the revenue side. The second thing I wanted to mention, just for the record, absolutely believe that our bargaining teams are 100% thinking about the long-term budget projections. I could tell you we've had many discussions this year. As you all know, we've been negotiating a variety of CBAs, and everybody on the management team that's been part of that is definitely keeping their eye not just on next year, but 3 years out, and then long-term projection for the city. And I think from the departments that are involved, they're also thinking about that as well. So that's definitely forefront in our mind. And many of the comments I think the commission made to that end, I think are very much resonating with us as we're going forward into these next CBAs. So.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Eastman.
I mean, just to wrap this whole thing up, because I heard, Commissioner Book spoke about where our budget is and all of that. I will say that as a commissioner, I don't think any one of us, to maybe Commissioner Ed Book, but I don't think any one of us ran on the idea that we were going to be sitting here scrutinizing budgets, trying to find expenditure cuts, trying to figure out where to make cuts. I'd say the thing that I am most proud of as a city commissioner is how we have dealt with that. We are on a razor's edge as a city. We have 56.34% of our land is off the tax rolls in the city of Gainesville. Far more than, I'm sure there's another city in Florida like that, but no major city is like that. We got $15 million cut almost the moment that we came onto the city commission, followed by another $8 million cut out of by GRU. We have made that work. We got a bond rating upgrade by Fitch. We just won a national award for our budget. We have done really tremendous things. This commission has had a history. It's easy for me, and I will, and today I did, get bogged down in the details of, well, what about this budget projection? What about that? As a whole, when we've had issues come before us, we have tackled them, we have dealt with them, and we have gotten noticed by our bond ratings agencies for doing so. It's the thing I'm most proud of. If there's one thing that I could go back and change, it would have been those 5-year budget projections. There are times where I said, man, I really wish I had thought more long-term, that I had asked about long-term things before I voted on that. And that is a big reason why I keep asking for that. It's very little that I regret on this commission. I voted my conscience, voted how I thought was best. It has always been right, but I wish if I could go back in time, I would do that. That's why I'm asking for the 5-year budget projections. I'll continue to bring this up into the future, but I didn't want people to walk away from this saying that City Commissioner Brian Eastman is saying that our budgets are in a tough spot. I think we've done a really tremendous job as a commission at approaching this. I want us to continue that approach into the future. I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What do you mean walk away? You're going to be here for 4 more years.
Yeah, also, I got a lot more skin in the game. I got 4 more years on this diet.
3 of us may not be. And thank you for saying the commission has done a good job. Staff has done a remarkable job under adverse circumstances. But I want to tell you, and I think Commissioner Chestnut will agree, fiscal 23 and fiscal 22 were no day at the beach, and all of them before that. So this is not new. There are weirder things happening out there all the time, but we're up to the task. We managed to run a pretty darn good city under some weird conditions. And every other city's, some of them have bigger weirdness than we do, believe it or not. So at any rate, I see no further lights. Madam Clerk, let's do some actual business.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our ordinances for first reading. We have ordinance number 2026-141, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 2.34 acres of property generally located at 3925 Northwest 8th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from single family to planned development, providing development conditions, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Why do people leave when land use and zoning comes around? I do not understand.
No, come back.
This is a unique project. They really should see it.
Welcome, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Ward and Commissioners. My name is Nathaniel Chan, planner for City of Gainesville, Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition LD 25-151, PD rezoning for Compas, Northwest 8th Avenue. Compas, with just one S, is the LLC that owns the property. So the subject property is located at 3925 Northwest 8th Avenue and is approximately 2.34 acres in size. It has single-family SF future land use and single-family zoning currently. There is one single-family dwelling on the property. And the proposal today is to rezone the property from single-family to planned development, or PD. Within the PD, it will maintain the existing allowance of 12 units per acre, so a maximum of 28 units based on the size of the parcel, being 2.34 acres. It will establish similar design standards in setbacks and building height as the SF zoning district, and essentially it will allow for unplatted single-family detached development. So what that means is all of the single-family homes will be located on just the one parcel and not subdivided into different parcels. So just to give you an idea of the location of the subject property, it is, again, 3925 Northwest 8th Avenue. It's 2.34 acres in size, so it's quite larger in comparison to other properties on Northwest 8th Avenue, and has never been platted, but as you can see, it's in close proximity to Littlewood Elementary, Albert Ray Massey Park, and some other notable developments here on the map. So here is the surrounding land use categories. The yellow, of course, is the future land use single family. So you'll notice that the single family future land use is not changing as part of this petition. The proposed development can be accommodated under the single family future land use, and being that it's 12 units per acre and is single family development. It's surrounded by single-family future land use in the yellow, with residential low on the west side, so it is compatible currently with the single-family land use surrounding it. Taking a look at the zoning, again, single-family zoning on the northeast and south of the subject property. To the west is another planned development. It has, that's the Park West, or the Mill Pond Bartram Woods planned development. In 1982 that was established, and is at 3.5 units per acre. So again, the proposed zoning for today is going from SF zoning to planned development. In the planned development, it'll match a lot of what the single-family zoning district allows, just that the single-family homes will be located just on the one parcel, as well as some other changes that I'll walk you through. So here's the proposed PD layout plan. To the north, that's Northwest 8th Avenue. There's one single ingress and egress proposed to the subject property. The PD layout plan outlines the 3 land use areas, land use area A, B, and C. So A is essentially the center of the site, where a majority of the parking and circulation will be located. The B, which is the sort of brick pattern on the site, that's the residential areas, so single-family detached development. And then C is showing the sort of common space or open areas where that could be stormwater or an amenity building as well. Some other notes that I'll point out here, and as part of the PD regulations, there's no minimum lot width or area within the PD, because the intention is to have, again, single-family detached development all on the one parcel. The PD also reserves a minimum 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. That's different than, of course, the city does not have parking minimums, so it's establishing its own minimum of 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit. The maximum number of parking spaces will remain the same still, so that's, according to the Land Development Code, 2 per dwelling unit that's developed. And then there's a maximum lot coverage of 55% for the entire site. That's just the impervious area, essentially, of the site. There is a different setback, so 10-foot setbacks from all property lines. Typically, that would be 5 for the sides in SF zoning. So 10 feet from all property lines except from Northwest 8th Avenue, which there should be a 0-foot setback on the north side. I'll move forward to the PD conceptual site plan. So again, this is just a concept, but it shows the singular ingress and egress on Northwest 8th Avenue. The conceptual site plan does show 20 dwelling units total. However, based on the maximum allowances for density being 12 units per acre. 28 dwelling units would be allowed if they could, find a way to fit those. But otherwise, the conceptual plan just shows the 20 based on what they're proposing today. I'll just mention that their land use area A, just showing the main, parking. It's shared parking for the entire site, and the landscape 10-foot surrounding the property, except for on Northwest 8th Avenue with the 0-foot setback. The conceptual plan does show sidewalk connections to the existing sidewalk on Northwest 8th Avenue, and that is the conceptual plan. So staff reviewed the rezoning application and found that it meets the rezoning review criteria in section 30-3.14 of the Land Development Code. The proposed PD zoning has a list of permitted uses and intensity and density that's very close, if not exactly the single-family zoning district, and it's appropriate for the residential area that it's in. The staff report for the petition details how the petition meets all of the review criteria of the Land Development Code, and of course how it meets the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The proposed PD also conforms to the PD review criteria as outlined in 30-3.17 of the Land Development Code. So it's consistent with the comp plan in policy 1.1.1 and 1.1.2 of the future land use element, in creating appropriately sized neighborhoods with a diversity of housing types at different economic levels and age groups. Conforms to the PD purpose in that it sustainably uses the land by retaining maximum allowable density, that's the 12 units per acre, and compact single-family development. The PD also allows for that detached development that would not otherwise be allowed under the platting and the single-family zoning district. The single-family uses, the dwelling units, and the recreation areas are compatible both internally and externally to the surrounding development, and there were no environmental constraints to be identified at the subject property should all environmental regulations be upheld during the development process. With that being said, staff recommends approval of LD 25-151, the Compas Northwest 8th Avenue North PD rezoning. At their February 2026 meeting, the City Plan Board also recommended approval of the petition with staff's conditions. Those are the PD conditions, so there's only 3, but they're combined in the table. So condition 1 here, just showing the permitted uses by right for each land use area. That's land use areas A, B, and C. So A being limited to the parking and circulation for the site. Land use area B being where a majority of the residential units will be housed, including allowing for some recreation uses if they show that on the plan that's submitted for the development. And then land use area C being for, again, some recreation or common or open space. I'll go to the next slide. Condition 2 sets the development standards for the site. So as I discussed, the minimum lot area being none and lot width, there's still a maximum lot coverage being 55%. We discussed the minimum and maximum parking allowances, setbacks, and the building height. I forgot to mention being 35 feet, which is the common 3-story threshold that's equivalent to the single-family limit. And then condition 3 is a standard PD condition for screening for mechanical equipment, and for that to be placed on the side or rear of buildings. And that is my presentation. Thank you. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Hold on just a second. Y'all, does the applicant have a presentation as well? Do y'all want to hear from the applicant first? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, come on up. Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm excited to be here before you this evening with what we find to be a really unique and creative approach to detached residential development within the city. I'm Margot Maurer Patterson, AICP with NV5, and I thank you to staff for a very thorough presentation, so I'm just going to delve on in here. Okay, so the application before you this evening is a rezoning from single-family zoning to planned development zoning to allow single-family detached dwellings that are unplatted. The proposed PD will maintain the underlying single-family future land use, but PD zoning is necessary to implement that designation given unique characteristics of the site. As a result, the PD will create a uniquely planned single-family detached neighborhood which integrates shared parking, access, common and open space areas. This will further enhance the diversity and availability of housing options in an established area of Gainesville by introducing an innovative approach to single-family residential development while maintaining consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. In 2024, this commission approved a comprehensive plan amendment amending the single-family future land use maximum density by increasing that maximum density from 8 dwelling units an acre to 12 dwelling units an acre. The proposed PD directly aligns with and furthers that policy direction by providing a detached residential development tailored to meet the site's unique characteristics. The proposed PD will provide efficient site design, appropriate density, and flexibility that ensures compatibility with surrounding residential uses while also furthering the city's sustainable land use development goals. The applicant has followed the city's public process and timeline, beginning with the first step meeting on August 27th, 2025, followed by the required neighborhood workshop. A complete application was submitted in November, and staff concluded the review in January. On February 25th, the City Plan Board voted unanimously to approve a recommendation for the City Commission to approve the application at first reading. The applicant completed the required neighborhood workshop in accordance with the city's public participation requirements by mailing 104 notifications, posting one sign on the site, and having the neighborhood workshop, which 5 people attended. This evening's public hearing was also properly noticed, as that's shown here by the pictures. The context map shows the site directly south of Northwest 8th Avenue, almost directly between Northwest 34th Street and Northwest 43rd Street. As I mentioned, the context area is an established area of Gainesville which contains a mix of residential uses, both single-family and multifamily, as well as office and retail, parks and recreation, cultural centers, and also happens to be within UF context area. The aerial map shows the site is already developed with an existing single-family residential building. Future land use map shows the single-family future land use designation on the site with the allowed maximum density of 12 dwelling units an acre. On the 2.34 acre site, the future land use designation would allow up to 28 dwelling units. The current zoning is single-family zoning, and we are requesting planned development zoning to implement the single-family future land use. To the west, there is PD zoning, which permits both attached and detached residential units, and staff has found the proposed PD zoning is compatible with the surrounding residential uses. Here, the PD layout plan illustrates the planning benefits that will come or that are enabled by the plan development zoning. The plan shows the shared access, parking, and common space, open areas, with a flexibility to provide the detached single-family dwellings in a density that's consistent and appropriate for the area. here is a concept illustrating what the PD conditions would allow on the site. This concept shows 20 detached single-family dwellings with the shared common open space areas, shared vehicular access, and parking. Staff has also identified a need for unplatted single-family detached development to serve future populations, especially in an area that is predominantly single-family development. And this further underscores that it is consistent with single-family future land use and the intent of the PD zoning. The application was reviewed for consistency, and staff has found the application consistent with the City of Gainesville's comprehensive plan, goals, objectives, and policies, as well as the city's land development code, rezoning criteria, and zoning review criteria. And with that, based on staff's recommendation of the proposed PD with conditions and the plan board's unanimous recommendation for approval, the applicant respectfully requests the City Commission approve the application based on competent, substantial evidence presented in the application, staff's report, presentations, and expert testimony provided. And I'm accompanied by my colleague Craig Frazier, AICP, also with NV5, and we are available to answer any questions you might have. So thank you again.
Very good.
Appreciate
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. So it is a very unique layout for single family. I'm very comfortable with it. What in our current single family zoning, the future land use you're keeping the same. What in our zoning it would prevent you from doing this project as it is here?
Well, I believe the code does not allow for unplatted single-family development that would have shared access and shared parking, and so
okay,
it's kind of like it's a clustered development, which is not currently provided for in the land development code.
Okay, because we made changes related to frontage along a street, cottage neighborhood provisions, how that gets interpreted. I'm not sure, but yeah, yes.
Just a couple more things. Craig Brazier with NV5. This site does have a natural feature down in the corner, which we have to work around and a buffer for it. The shape and the surrounding development pattern, which didn't really allow for any connection of roadways to move through. So the minimum lot size, which even though it was greatly reduced by the changes in the past couple of years, it still takes up more space per unit than this does. And the other opportunity that this allows is shared infrastructure.
Right.
So if we were to do a platted normal subdivision, stormwater is going to take up about 25% of that site at least. And nowadays with changes at the state level, it's pushing 30% of the site. This lets us go with the shared area for parking and the shared open space. We can go underground with stormwater, and so we make double use of this space, and which allows us to even get close to achieving that density.
Right. Okay. And then, right, that makes sense. What was the decision to put parking minimums onto this particular PD when we don't have it in single family or across other parts of our city? This may be a question more for staff than for.
To be honest, staff didn't add that parking minimum requirement, but it's common in some plan developments to have a minimum parking requirement just to account for the units that are being added.
Okay, so of course the applicant put forward the parking minimum, and then is it normal so this seems more prescriptive than a typical there's a whole site plan that's listed on this, right? It's part of the PD conditions. So
I wouldn't say it's more prescriptive. The PD layout plan is typically what staff follows as far as the location of the the entrance and roughly where the units will be placed. And the conceptual that's shown can change between what's presented today and what can actually fit on the site. But I wouldn't say it's more prescriptive than some other planned developments with a residential component.
Okay. All right. That's it. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, I thought it was an elegant idea to really use kind of an odd shaped lot and checked a lot of boxes for me. What roughly size were those units going to be? I couldn't quite tell from what we're looking at.
Pull it back up. Let's see. So on the conceptual rendering,
there it is.
we have 1,500 square foot.
All right. So I like the idea. I think it's a good use of unusual space, and I would like to move staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Willetts.
So I had a question about the size of the well. I missed that. I was focused more on the layout. So this is, well, I'm gonna say I worry a little about this layout. I like this layout. This is actually very common in like the villages and whatnot. Well, slightly, they're very close together and on an angle. That's very common in retirement communities, little 2-bedroom houses. This verges on, I'm gonna have a larger question for staff about cluster cottage, where this all fits in, because I'm still convinced we actually need to have a better cottage court kind of ordinance. I love this idea, but I worry that it all looks good when everyone looks at this and imagines those are single story. And then you put 20 2-story. And I mean, I've lived in a townhouse, and townhouses are fine. And in any of this way, this is this weird existence between what applies to townhouses and what doesn't, right? But people want standalone, even though, for all intent and purposes, you might be living in a townhouse if those are all 2 stories. So I don't know if that is a zoning question, but when it comes to a PD, I'm just trying to for PD zoning.
Well, the height or the stories have not been established necessarily.
Right,
it's just the maximum height, which is consistent with
which is
what's
consistent,
allowed
right.
on the surrounding properties.
Now, granted,
but
trying to squeeze in 4 small bedrooms and a 2-story, and you only have this limited amount of parking, it's not going to be convenient for that type of life necessarily, unless people are going to ditch cars. But this is not actually close to any of our bus lines. It's like almost a half mile to walk to a bus line. It's not impossible, but it's not super great. Great location, just not pick a bus to go to campus or downtown or to the hospitals. I would live in a place like this 100% if it was in my district. In fact, this is what I would love to be going towards. A question for staff is, if the original version of our inclusionary zoning had been passed, that included all residential areas and set the minimum at 10 instead of 50, would that have applied to this basic idea, and would it have made it, or did that not apply to PDs at all? I can't remember whether that original proposal.
PDs were exempted from.
Where PDs were exempt, okay. I just want to use it as an example of, if we'd gone with that more aggressive version and you see 20 units, imagine 2 of those being affordable at 80% AMI for 30 years or perpetuity, I forget. And mixing in mixed income into this neighborhood in that format of just 2 of the 20. So I just want to use that as an example to think in people's minds. Looks like overall you use a lot less concrete than 20 homes spread out other places, so a lot less impervious surface. And this is, so I do pocket neighborhoods, cluster. We have a cluster ordinance, right? We changed our ordinances because one of ours up in Northwest is technically a cluster development. It's pretty close to being a normal one, the one I'm thinking of. The county has a cottage court amendment. We've done some piecing together. I still have questions whether long-term we need to change something so that you don't have to do a PD for this. I still have some interest in that. more than some interest. So that's something I kick around GPC or a committee, or kick it to the plan board and say, is there something we need to tighten up? And sometimes use some of these examples like, hey, now there's a product that is somewhat similar. I can't argue against this because I like it. It's tucked in. This meets all my definitions of tucking in different types of housing across the community. In those neighborhoods, a brand new 1,500 square foot is novel. There's older 1,500 square foot mixed in, but not new 1,500 because the newest stuff over the past 30 years, or most of them are bigger in that neighborhood. So I can't argue against this, but I do understand that if those are all two-story and they're jammed in like that, anything similar to that, that really changes what people are going to feel about. And in this layout, speaking of our previous conversation, you have to clear cut every single tree on that 2.3 acres, right? Besides the little corner in the southwest, maybe a little piece on the east.
We did conduct a boundary, as part of the boundary survey, a tree survey, and no champion trees were identified on the site. And of course, any site development plans will have to, and activities will have to adhere to the city's preservation and removal procedures, so requirements.
And then I'll just lastly end with, what's the neighborhood just west of it, something west?
Not
Park West,
not Lennon.
I've always loved that neighborhood. I've canvassed it. It's just a little jammed in there, and that's probably the way we feel in our city. But I think it also feels so nice because you got that brick wall, and then on the street, it's a very pleasant because it is landscape. There's trees. There's shade. It's not overly. It's like not an overly managed kind of.
It's not overly
It's just
curated.
there's something so special about the 8th Avenue experience of Park West, and I just hope that continues on, even if it's an extra 100 feet down. That kind of experience of I can't brag enough about Park West, how much it is. Probably what lots of neighborhoods how potentially can interact with a big street like that, where it still feels welcoming, but it's protected and off. So yeah, and so I'll be voting yes on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. And not just Park West, but across the condos and the smaller homes on the north side as well. I can't call the name right now, but those are similarly, they feel good.
Right, yeah.
Not quite that far out, but anyway.
It's not Lennox.
Lennox,
Lennox,
yes,
yes.
yeah.
Lennox.
Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions for staff, and then a question for the applicant. Just confirming, if this was single-family zoning, they would still be able to put 28 units on there, although obviously the manner in which it was built on there would have to be very, very different. So I think that's just an important fact to speak about, especially for people who may be watching or seeing in the area and say, well, what are we putting on that? Is that accurate?
That's right. Yeah, the applicant would have to figure out how to fit stormwater and other improvements on individual lots.
Yeah, and I think you did a very good job talking about what's the difference between what we would have the difference if it was single-family zoning and what you could do in some of the changes. And when it's PD, and one of the ones you point out, in this particular case, the setbacks are different. So a PD allows those setbacks to be a little narrower, probably puts the houses, the detached in closer proximity. And that's one of the key differences between the single-family and the PD.
That's correct. So in single-family zoning, in a traditional subdivision, you would have 5-foot setbacks between the structure and the property line. So essentially what that means is you'd have 10 feet between each home. The conceptual plan does show the homes being built 6 feet between the eaves of the homes. So going from 10 to 6. Otherwise, the PD language relates back to the Florida Building Code, which does allow for the type of construction. So it's more so of a problem of how the lots are divided and the spacing between them. But within this configuration, meeting Florida Building Code, the 6 feet apart between the eaves is what's proposed.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually not too much different from the way they've aligned homes with very little setback in Hillcrest, which is 12 blocks to the west. Right, so right, and was planned unit development, not with the common parking, but the houses and the density and close to each other. And then just one question for the applicant, what are you able to share with us if this were to move forward as relates to timeline?
So after this process, we will go through the city's site plan review. We'll probably take about 6 to 8 weeks to prepare everything for a site plan submittal. Then that review process typically takes about 6, 7 months. So we're probably mid to late next year before we have all necessary permits in hand and we're able to begin construction.
Well, I'm two readings and a rezoning. If that were to move forward, I would just say consider for the applicant. You have the synagogue right nearby, right next door, so you can use them to help provide information to the neighbors and whatever you could put on site to help people who are in that area know what's going up there, because we'll get those inquiries, and yet we may have voted a year prior would be very, very helpful. So you have an automatic marketing network right next door, for one thing, but the mechanism for you to inform people what's going on, whether it's a site plan, a plan on thing, would be really helpful.
So again, Craig Brazier with NV5, I didn't say that last time, but as we go through the site plan process, we will be required to hold another neighborhood workshop, and as part of the site plans, elevations of buildings will be submitted. So as that process moves forward, you'll get a lot more detail and you'll start to see some visuals associated with the final product.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm going to support this. I don't see any reason why I would not support the motion. My only concern, and it's not a concern for what you all are doing, it's just I've said this before, PDs, we never turned down a PD, almost never turned down a PD, and through multiple different commissions. When somebody asks for something special, we may make a little bit of alteration, but we generally say yes to it. And the ones we say yes to are different than what our standard zoning is for a few reasons, but they're not objectionable to the neighborhood. So it leads me back to an obvious question of why don't we just have the zoning work for this? Because it's not, none of these are objectionable. Nobody complains about these PDs. They get sold when the homes are built, and the neighbors don't complain about them because they're nice, they fit, they work. What we do by not having this part of a regular zoning process and making it a special plan development is say that the only people who can build these are people, and this is no offense, but people who can hire NV5 or one of the other planning agencies, instead of Joe developer being able to go do it. And that adds expense, and it excludes some folks from the predictability of the zoning of the process. So I am interested in how we can keep everything from being a PD and just be a predictable part of the process. And that is a message to the plan board and as well as the staff, but to the plan board. This is not objectionable to anybody. And not everybody has to live there, but I don't think anybody is going to walk into this and say, I can't believe this is on my street. I would prefer predictability in the development process that is available to everyone. It won't put you all out of a job, but that's it. Consistently having PDs in front of us to make exceptions that we're going to say yes to means that they're not really exceptions. We're just adding a layer to the process. Anyway, just thoughts. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you agree with me that this, in essence, perhaps zoning needs to change a little, the underlying zoning, so that this can just be done. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm losing track a little bit. So I know it'll come up in the site plan, but also this is, but because we are talking about PD in site plan, what comes later, about, I've said this about the larger developments, about delivery trucks, how that works, right? Because the modern world, 20 units, you're going to get an Amazon delivery every single day. Every single day. There's probably 2 people, at least every day, there's one person out of 20 ordering from Amazon or something similar. So how that works, where that flow works, how does it just kind of work for the whole? This is an interesting case because there's no connectivity, there's nowhere out. Besides turning around. So how that works, I'll be interested in how hearing back from staff how that gets solved. But that's kind of a larger question I have about lots of developments, is planning for that future with just so much more delivery than we've had, at least for 30, 40, 50 years. I'm sure way back in the day, maybe there was more delivery. Your milk got delivered, all of that, but that was like in an alley or...
Well, Mr. Mayor, to speak to that a little bit, we did take that into consideration with this layout from the emergency vehicle access. So this layout is consistent with what your emergency vehicles require, so that they don't drive any further than they are allowed to without being able to back up and turn around and get out. And so if a fire truck, so when we run our auto turn programs on this,
sure.
When the fire truck can maneuver that, we're very confident, that delivery trucks of the nature that you're talking about, which is...
People have a lot more patience for a fire truck than a delivery truck.
Understood.
We're like, oh, a fire truck, I guess.
There was some
I
thought.
won't leave right now.
There was some thought to that incorporated into this layout.
All right. So yeah, I'm interested though in the larger process of zoning, how this could just be sort of automatic, that they could roughly do this unless there's something crazy that they need to ask for some sort of variance. So I continue to be interested in that. As I saw a cottage development on Williston in particular that's coming out of ground. They're not quite ready to open, but they're not too far off. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
All right, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
You're in commission comment?
I just wanted to add, Commissioner Engel, you go ahead.
My Aunt Joyce is awesome, and I love her very much.
Very good. I want to remind everyone that early voting starts tomorrow. Lots of stuff on your ballot, 9 to 6 every day through Saturday the 15th. Thank you. Available at the Supervisor of Elections Office, the Mill Harper Library, Tower Road Library, the Rights Union, Santa Fe College, and a number of sites in other communities in Alachua County. Gosh, there was something else I was going to put out there. Don't see any other lights. Next Saturday, the 15th, is the African American Accountability Alliance Vote Empowerment afternoon of fun things to do next to the Supervisor of Elections Office on Northeast 1st Street. Hope you'll join us there. But go ahead and vote before that, just so you don't have to wait. You can still come out for the party. At any rate, I wanted to say to all of you, it was a busy day. We had a lot going on. It's okay to disagree. You're not wrong. We can not agree on an issue. It doesn't mean you're wrong. But we always have a tremendous amount of work to do. We're serving a lot of people in this community, and I appreciate everyone's effort, and we will see you next week.